gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Are we ready?
It's up to Trix now to stay alive inside of the vending hallway. It's gonna be all Trix all day!
You won!
Lots to look forward to in phase 2.
Every match is a do or die scenario.
Spoit walks in, Wolves can easily line him up.
I don't lose, Oregon, never. And what's the percentage? That should be my first question.
Who will brave Atlanta for some Siege silverware? Second impact!
Huge by JV92.
This is semi-final Saturday.
Loskin out can work around. One player picked up. Globin.
And they're starting. Flicks onto Virtue. The knife comes out!
Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose! It's W7M!
Two teams from Brazil in the grand final. This is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget.
Loban with one kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. Philippe Hawks and cameraman in a 1v1. Cameraman gets it done!
One more round is all those need to push us to overtime. JV finds one. Maya against the world, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil. The region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal. A promise made in Copenhagen. History made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Blast Star 6 EU League. We continue on with our Super Week, our third day of what has been so far a week full of tragedy, but also of beautiful moments. There's always a bit of beauty in tragedy, regardless. Speaking of tragedy, it's my face. Hi, I'm Elish, your host for the show. With me are my wonderful analysts, of course, Fresh and Alphama, and this is definitely the reverse, the smiling face on the other side of this tragic Greek mythos. How are we, gents?
I'm very good, Milosh. Thank you for asking.
It was a really cool and long week. I'm expecting the last play to be really fun. We had some surprises.
We almost had a hand drop.
We had some crazy stuff. We had a 7-0 from G2 versus VP. We had some crazy stuff. And then G2 losing. You know what? That was funny, full of fun happenings, full of highs and lows.
We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about. There's a lot actually to break down. And first, look, a week ago or so, we talked about Striker. Of course, the attacker, kind of the attacker side remake of Recruit that dropped in Operation New Blood. However, I think it's time for us to dig into Sentry. You made the promise. I'm going to hold you up to it. And I want to know more. Why does Sentry get played in general in Pro League? Is it enough? Is it not enough? Are there any suggestions for what can be changed? What do you think?
Yeah, I think this was the thing. We'd seen teams take Striker on immediately within the EU League. We hadn't really seen an uptake in Sentry. We've seen a little bit more. But, you know, we do like Sentry as an operator, right?
Yeah, it has potential. It's very versatile. That's the biggest thing. It's like Striker, right? The secondary gadgets can be really interesting. If you have some combo and you pair them up, for example, you play Sentry with barbed wire and proxies, you can almost single-handedly control the surroundings of the bomb site. Now, if you want to go on a roam and still be impactful, you bring the shield for your turtle, and at the same time, you go roam with your C4. And if you want to go and just play straight on plan denial as an anchor, you bring barbed wire for the surroundings of the bomb site, and at the same time, you bring the C4 for the execute denial. So you have plenty of ways to play it. It's clearly the most versatile defender in defense right now. But what's happening? No teams are playing it a lot.
Yeah.
What is the reason for this?
Yeah, I mean, we was picking our brains. We spent a couple of weeks picking our brains. We did speak to a couple of pro teams as well. And basically, the prognosis that we came up with is that other teams are playing, or all teams are playing other operators more than Sentry, because there are operators that are more valuable. So the very first operator on your screen is going to be Legion. Now, this is an operator that we've seen a lot of teams and players play. You know, think of Shaiko, think of Doki, playing that operator loads more than they might a Sentry. The second operator, of course, going to be Melusi, who was very, very recently buffed out in the balancing. Third operator that teams are playing more is going to be Fenrir, one of the OG power operators for the last 6 to 12 months. And then the very fourth operator and the last is going to be Frost. Now, these four operators all have something in common that make them better than Sentry. And I've wrote down what they are. First and foremost, all of these operators have a better gun, I would say, than the Commando, which is Sentry's primary weapon. And they have a secondary shotgun. Even Melusi, Leo, who was given one this patch.
Yeah, and it really helps, right? On one side, you already have a lot of power in the main gun, and now you can also have vertical play, line of sights. Yes, you have the super shorty with Sentry, but you have it on all the other operators.
The second reason why these operators are better as well is they all bring traps. So where Sentry excels in being versatile, these operators excel in having the same guns, and they bring the traps as well. Legion with the goo mines that do damage. Melusi with 4 Banshees, by the way. Fenrir hasn't really had enough. I know he was nerfed, but still has a lot of traps to cover the entries into sight. And then Frost with those Frost mats that can put an operator down but not out.
And it's not only traps, right? It's not the basic traps that barbed wires would be, right? Yep. Only 2 barbed wires, but you're facing tons of goo mines, 4 different Banshees. Like, it's really powerful traps as well, much better than Sentries.
And then the very final reason is that they have a similar secondary gadget pool to what Sentry is. So Sentry can obviously bring any combination of secondary gadgets, yet where you might look to bring a Sentry, these operators, in addition to the traps and the better guns, also have, in the main, either a bulletproof or a shield. The only thing that Sentry has over them is a C4.
So if you look at this right now, there is a recurring theme. All of these operators are there to zone control. Now, the biggest thing, or the only reason why we see Sentry played from time to time in pro play is when you have both the barbed wires for zone control, and then you bring the C4 for plan denial. That's the only reason, and it's quite situational.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, we like Sentry. We love the concept of Sentry. We think versatility is something that should be, you know, a main ability. But the problem is there's just 4 operators there that is so much better than Sentry right now.
And those are just the 4 operators you're comparing to.
Yep.
Remember, every lineup is coming with 5 ops if I were to really simplify it, because honestly, digging into the depth of it is something that's incredibly interesting, and those comparison. But to simplify it all, you have 5 ops that you can bring on defense. Well, if you're going to bring one that's versatile, why not just bring a specialized one that will give you space in other ways? If you want to control walkways, if you're going to control staircases, you want to get info off of that. You got 4 better options in a lot of ways, but it's highly site independent. It's a niche.
If you want to simplify it, the reason why Striker is played more than Sentry is because of the projectiles are more important in attack than the gadgets. Secondary gadgets are important in defense. That's basically it.
And the good gun as well.
Yeah, and the good gun as well.
Add on to that, it's a good gun.
The M4 is crazy.
On defense, the Commando's not seen as good a gun as what other operators have.
Gentlemen, I'll dig us out of this, because if we start talking about operators, we're going to be here all day. For those who missed the action yesterday on day 2 of our Super Week, don't you worry, we got a video for all the action. Check it out.
We're going to be going back to sites that we have already witnessed. Kenny there, great shot on to Dan.
But Leighton is in, getting the diffuser down. Freck in the perfect lurk position to pick up that kill. Leighton gets off the plant because there's no cover. He's had to do it himself, and it's a 2 versus 2 into a 2 versus 0.
First plant we've seen all night, and it might just well be the last. Brede, 2 kills on the round. Alems making his way up these library stairs, gives the game away. Brede for a triple. Uno as well, so by no means an easy feat, but if you give yourself away like that, it could just be. Doom on for 3. He's hungry for more. If he swings and hits onto Uno, it could be over. 4 kills on the round, and Adrian to tie a bow on it.
What a day we have had yesterday, and it's just a summary of the action that went down. But I want to ask our wonderful analysts what they had kind of in mind as a moment that really made it happen, a highlight. Jack, you got anything?
The highlight for me yesterday was Wolves. The Wolves, as some might say. I thought, you know, they came off that loss against BDS. It was close. It was maybe a little bit emotional. And they actually had quite a tricky fixture in my mind going up against Wild. And they put in what I considered a very, very complete performance, a very mature performance for a team that has brought 2 new rookies into that team.
It was a hard challenge, I think, to take on Wild in such a big streak, win streak. Coming off straight of 2 7-1 victories, you know, it's not an easy feat to go against them, and they're expected to win as well. It was great to see them actually beat them with such a big gap in the 2 different teams.
But with a high comes a low, so Leo, do you got anything?
Obviously, you'd think Ants, but I think I focus on G2. Because Ants have been losing consistently, but G2, I had more expectations from them. I did expect them to beat Secret. That's the last round right now. It tells you a lot about, like, right now, Alemo just rushing in, and they're expecting to manage to win that round straight off that rush on the mirror window. That was kind of, I think, a big summary of that game. Blast was the only one really playing on G2's side, and we were lacking that level of play from G2 that we expected coming off straight of other victories. I think the roster change worked really well for them, and I expected them to beat a Secret that was struggling before, and that didn't happen.
I think in my mind, they looked a little bit scared, they looked a little bit nervous, and maybe a little bit stressed. They were kind of the emotions I was associating with G2. I don't know why in totality, because they came off the back of a really big win. But alas, you know, with G2, I'm ready to go. It was just one game. Let's move on to today. Yeah, it is a super week after all.
That's basically it. That's what you said, nerves. You remember Doki, that moment where he goes up main stairs and he whiffs? Yeah. And then you have other moments. Loira many times got the open death as well. So it was a challenge for them. I think individuals were not turning up. That's fine. You just erase the board and go back.
Another day, another chance to lock in and get into it. Focus up. But here's our standings at the start of playdate number 6. We're actually nearing the end of the regular season. It's actually insane how quickly it goes. Team BDS and Wolves are at the top with 14 and 11 points respectively. 9 for G2, 7 for Wild and Secret, 5 for Virtus Pro, 3 for Into the Breach and Fanatic, and 1 for Ents. Every single team here in EU League has collected a point in one way or another. You want to be in that top 6, that line that you see delimited right under Virtus Pro currently, because those top 6 will qualify to the playoffs bracket, and the top 2 teams get a bye. They get to play one less game, 2 away from the major.
Yeah, exactly. And just to contextualize what happened in stage 1, the team that finished in 6th garnered 11 points, and the team that finished 2nd, which was Team Secret, got 16. So there's still quite a lot to play for. Nobody has hit, that kind of marks for the respective brackets that they're wanting to get into.
And our schedule for today, here's what it looks like. 4 best of 1s, as always here in the regular stage of EU League. BDS takes on Team Secret, ENCE taking on Virtus Pro, G2 versus Into the Breach, and finally Wild versus Fanatic. Wolves have the day off today. They can chill, watch their opponents, and see what happens. Of course, this is due to the league being a 9-team league. You kind of have to work it out with the schedule regardless. But we talk about qualifying to the major. What does it all look like? Have you ever been to a Siege event? If so, man, you got to do it again. And if not, this is the chance for you to do it, especially if you live in North America or anywhere near Montreal. Get your tickets right here, right now. Let's start our games in a moment.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server.
Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Our Blast Our 6th Major Montreal coming soon in November. Make sure you have your tickets and to join us. There'll be a lot of goodies and a lot of action and a lot of friends that you can finally meet. You don't have to play only with them over Discord. You can all get together and hang out, because that is definitely one of the big bonuses of attending an event with a lot of people that love the same thing as you, Jack.
Yeah, it's amazing. And Montreal is the home of Siege as well. If you've ever attended a 6th Invitational, you know that. Obviously, we're going for a major, but it's still an amazing place.
Couldn't remember last time I went there. I went at SI and got first rounded and straight back to France. So yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Didn't you also miss a signing session that was scheduled for your team?
No. I actually stayed. They actually flew when I was not part of the team anymore. No, that's when I qualified to another SI and they kicked me before playing it.
That was Rogue, right?
That was Rogue.
That was Rogue, yeah.
So that was well deserved.
Fair enough. Anyways, we got our 2 squads here, BDS and Team Secret on the line. Let's talk about BDS. Yesterday, I threw the big red book down on the table thinking, you know what? Useless information. It doesn't matter. We know everything about this team, but it seems like every time they have us discover something new, Leo.
Yeah, I think so far they've looked the most consistent team in Europe. For sure, we say this every time, and every time we see Liquefact in interview. It's just part of an EU playday, basically. If you look at the stats there, by the way, every player is above 100 EPS. Yeah, that just tells you just how much they're dominating, and on top of that, just how crazy their individuals are. Now, I want to say, if you paint that picture, that's all great and all funny and it's paradise. If you look actually a bit closer, look at their previous records. It's always 8-7, always 7-5. It's always super close.
Yeah, it's been close. The one thing I will say is they've got over the line, but it's not been pretty. It's not been vintage BDS.
It's not clean. And there are multiple examples of it every single play day. And if you actually take a look or listen to what Liquefact was saying yesterday, he actually mentioned that.
We have a clip for that. Take a look. This is exactly what he said, verbatim.
Liquefact, do you think you're playing anywhere close to your best Siege at the minute? You know, if you had to give yourselves, I know you're winning, but if you had to give yourselves a rating out of 10, where would you put your own performances?
I think at 5, maybe. Maybe 6, because we are winning our game.
Yeah.
That's it. We don't show our best face right now.
You heard it here from the horse's mouth.
So who could say we're on top of Europe, 14 points. We're going undefeated right now. 5 out of 10, guys. Maybe level 6 on 10.
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why?
Go ahead.
And I think we should bring them up in a head-to-head, because they've got 2 of the best players in the league. They've got Shaiko and they've got Users. And these guys are absolutely dominating the shit out of the league right now. Let's just be honest. Look at this. So this is 2 guys in the same team that are operating at a 5 or a 6 out of 10, according to Liquefact. Shaiko, plus 20. Users, plus 32 in KD alone. Never mind the entries. Cost, obviously, the consistency. They're having impact in 4 out of 5 rounds between them. Incredible.
Obviously, they've got the best players in the league, so that's helping them. Their individual players right now are outweighing the fact that they don't have the same chemistry as before. And that's the biggest thing for me. What is going to happen in Montreal Major when they turn up as a team on top of having the best individuals?
It's scary.
You say that because we expect them to be there regardless.
Obviously,
they expect themselves to be there. That's why Likefak is rating them, their team at that level. However, Team Secret on the other side, I have to say, very good surprise yesterday, and I'm sure they're going to be very happy about it, Jack.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy. It was a big win yesterday. They needed, to be honest, they needed a huge reaction coming up against G2 because it was a real defining moment in their season. If they didn't have this reaction, we're talking about Secret down at the bottom of the table. Will they scrape playoffs? But they've had a huge win, a huge reaction against G2, and now they're looking to build on it. I think there's a lot to like about Secret, but I think they've been maybe taken a little bit off course from the good stuff we saw in stage 1.
Yeah, that's basically it, Jack. They're inconsistent. And that's the biggest thing for me. How could they be so low in the standings when you see the players on that paper? You expect them to be fighting at least for a top 4 spot. That's what Pengu said last time he casted them. That's what I expected from them yesterday. And they beat G2. Can they beat BDS? That's a real test.
And for that, they need the team to work together, but they also need a hero, or 2 of them in this case. You pick 2 players, of course, Shaiko and, what was it, Uses from BDS. What if we did the same thing for Team Secret? What does it look like? Do we got 2 for it?
I think there's some clips, actually.
Adrian and Joom.
No, we got a head-to-head.
Yeah. Adrian and Joom, amazing players. They're honestly right now they're the only team that are sticking together. That team, they're the ones that are pushing their team over the line. And actually, if we look at the game yesterday versus G2, we have plenty of rounds where you have example of this. This one, for example, a 3v3. They're in attack. They're in a 3v2 situation. Who's covering it? Adrian.
What a shot.
A crazy shot on that C4. And he saves the day on the second round. And if you look at the rest of the round, it's always the same story. Adrian here with the diffuser takes the decision to go down stock and go up red stairs. At the same time, Joom gets a kill on the anchor right there. And he pushes forward and will get a second pick on top red stairs. And as you can see, Adrian goes up red stairs and kills right now the construction player. Every time when they're left alone together, they beat everyone.
Both of these players, in my mind, are absolute wild beta star players, and they both play for Team Secret. It's incredible. This, by the way, here from Adrian, raw mechanical FPS ability. That was a hard thing to say. Just to get that plant down and get it to a win situation for Team Secret. And again, these 2 guys are pulling them out of every situation and allowing Secret just to get those round victories. And in my opinion, were the reason that they beat G2 yesterday.
And my question is now, what do Secret lack to beat a team like BDS? Because now they're climbing up the ranks from one difficulty to the next in the gauntlet.
Obviously, they lack consistency. But what's the reason behind it? For me, first, there's Savage. Savage is not playing as he should. He used to be a really good player on that team. He used to be both a leader and at the same time someone able to frag. I don't see that anymore from him. And the second reason I would say is Grubby, because I think Virtue's playing really well with 2 others. Grubby seems lost. He doesn't seem to be connected to the team. He doesn't react well. He's not always trading. And that's my issue. He seems a bit far apart from the rest of the team. If these 2 can connect together and have a real chemistry, it's going to be an incredible roster.
And that's how we saw Team Secret making it to the main stage at the Manchester Major. That kind of ties it all together, even without having Virtue back then. So imagine now. However, our map bans for this series, of course, the best of 1. Jack, can you please walk us through it?
Yeah, so, I mean, Team Secret obviously have a couple of permabans coming into this in Chalet and Cafe that they don't really play. They then will ban away Bank. Obviously, it was their first ban. I've gone a little bit out of logical order there. It was their first ban. BDS unbeaten on this map against absolutely bloody everybody in the world. And then Secret ban away Consulate, which is a map that they struggled on and lost to VP on. That pretty much gave BDS the pick of all of the other maps that they really like. The interesting thing for me is they've gone to Border, which by preference, BDS don't really like, and Secret absolutely love. And I just wonder if it's a bit of a mental thing. Like, we're going to take you to your best map and we're going to beat you on it, Team Secret. It's like the gauntlet's been thrown down.
I think it's a bit surprising. I don't want to read too much into it because every time we interview BDS, they're like, oh, classic day on the job, we were screaming and then we were really good on the map and so we chose to play it. And I actually think that might just be the case because Border, it's been a long time since they've been playing it. I assume that they've reworked it a little bit, that they've been trying new things in scrims with the new season, and probably they feel more comfortable in it than we expect them to, and that's why they're taking Secret there, which is still, to me, a big surprise. Like you said, one of the best secret maps, and you had 4 different maps to go there. I want to say something, though, that I want to point about BDS.
Yeah.
They consistently ban Lair, and I find that interesting. They're one of the most consistent team in Europe.
Montreal.
And they're not showing it right now. They're not showing it. Who's saving strats? Not G2, BDS.
BDS definitely play that.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. Maybe we'll get to see Ligavak at the end of this matchup going up. They were really good, but, you know, it was something else. Though, Leo, Jack, thank you so much. Our game is set and ready, and it's BDS versus Team Secret. And who else to guide us through it than Hap and Food? Please, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yes, we are back here in the hallowed halls of EUL to bring you some of the heat halfway through the season, the last day of Super Week. I'm Fluke, that's Hap.
Yeah, I'm very excited to go through it. These teams have had a very long week already. Of course, some of them have had a break here and there, but most of them have had to play consistently onwards. And, well, these two are going to be starting it off right on board. A very aggressive map, as we usually classify it as. A lot of opportunities for some quick plays to come through, so both these teams need to be on their tippy toes.
Oh, I mean, I think that, you know, I know that it's said right on the desk, we're BDS, we're playing 5 out of 10 right now, we can do better, sure. It's BDS, it's on border, sure. I remember very vividly some BDS games on this map, last split, absolutely destroying Mountain People through all the softs. They can play pretty much any map. They can play pretty much any setup, and they are pretty good at making you fear maps. So if it is that mental game that they want to bring here against Team Secret on the right, who are a little bit on the up and up, well, let's see.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, this has been, you know, the crazy part before users and Solotov even joined, right? Like back then, they could also just, you know, snap their fingers, pull the trigger, and everybody would just die on the other side of their guns. So, you know, users and Solotov coming in was mentioned on the desk as well. Shaiko, last stage, wasn't the best rated player for their team. Currently, he's also not the best rated player in the team. And that says a lot about a team like BDS. For a man that's dropped like, what was it, 100 kills, 6 or 7 stages in a row without any issues? So it's like, someone else being in there now, it just makes it such a scary team to go up against.
We are starting to get a bit of a proper shape towards our leaderboard. I think we're never really in doubt at the teams that would be towards the top. I think BDS, obviously, since the changes, strength to strength to strength to strength. Across EWC, across obviously the finals at Manchester. Wolves, you know, I guess they were a bit of a harder call, but Secret are a team that I think we kind of had high expectations of, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, they did kind of, you know, they did really well last stage. They kind of came out there, and I mean, they got 2 wins on the board now as well, but people might have expected them to be a bit further up there. And actually had a chat with the coach, and, you know, they're aiming to end themselves in a top 2 position in this league. So they have high expectations of themselves as well. Those 2 losses definitely don't help now, but there's still a lot of ground to cover. There's still, you know, after today, 3 more matches that will have to be played, or 3 more play days before it's over. And even then, you have those playoffs. So for Secret, it's just very important to get into the playoffs here. Finding 3 points today would definitely solidify that run for them and allow them to actually go for the top 2 spot.
If they are the ones that are able to put that pressure on towards BDS and really push them over the brink, they can be bled. It's been proven before. It will definitely change a bit of the fate from when we last see them get 1-7. The start here up towards Armory. They're trying to force Savage further and further away from the security PC side, but it's actually Groovy that suffers the end of Shaiko's barrel first.
And playing around on that Deimos, and actually BDS have been a very big fan of bringing that Deimos. I believe there's 22 rounds already. This is round 23. A beautiful shot from Ligavak to come through. And another one to just come in. It's like all these keepers are being shut down, and so is the rest of Secret. And Joom, the only man on site right now, against a full team of BDS, being tracked, being stunned. There's no way he's going to live through this, right?
We said that maybe they had to make a statement. I mean, that's a statement. First round, flawless, and they never really slowed down. They sort of hit the boards running, got the pressure onto the site, or pretty much around it instantly, and then from that point onwards, it was just a matter of cleaning up the kills. They never really seemed to find a wall that was insurmountable, but first round, the perfect one for things to go entirely horribly, because you can kind of brush that one off a little bit, Hap.
Yeah, that's true. If the first one goes wrong, it's like, okay, you know, let's lock in now. It's unfortunate how it goes that way, but it's definitely not the end of the game. Again, 11 more rounds to be played before regulation is over. But it is definitely one of those statement rounds. And as I mentioned, you know, like Shaika playing around on that Deimos, they've been bringing it the most out of anybody in the league. Like, I think BDS is even the only team that has it in their top 3 operators. Actually, is their top operator on attack. None of the other teams do. And with that, you know, it's just Shaika on that gun as well. It's a deadly force, especially if he has, well, real-time information on your whereabouts. And again, Border is a paper map, right? Like, you just shoot through all these walls. There's nothing stopping you, and a Deimos is then extra scary.
We start again. Another bit of pressure. And at what point I'm wondering when we might get Secret trying to push them a bit further back out, trying to find some of that confidence. As I said, it's a fight you can sort of win and lose either side of it. And they're very good at taking it, but as the drone gets pulled towards a castled-in player towards the top of the eastern stairs, at what point are they going to try and swing their way out aggressively? They're waiting for an approach. They're confident, and you can see BDS setting up that encircling. They're sort of buried underneath. Go for the break immediately. They're trying to catch the player out. The grenade is going to force the motion, and he couldn't quite get the Kiba down in time. Adrian was hunted and pounced upon.
Yeah, good kill to come through there from Shaika. Knew exactly where it was. You saw it on the drone a lot earlier as well. And this just opens up a whole lot more ground. Doom, luckily, however, strikes back, holds off East for now. They don't want to have the same kind of like snowball effect to come through, as actually Solotov will find Savage on the opposite side of things. And Hack now comes through onto Groovy. So there's the death mark. We know exactly where he's going to be right now. It's going to be called out. Top of East. Shaika's actually the one that's challenging himself with the Vendetta out here. Actually, June finding another kill probably when the hunt was attempted.
Well, they're able to get themselves in and some of the control here over Eastern Stairs. They haven't quite been able to net as many kills at this point, but the back and forth that's gone, they have to try and reevaluate, try and reassess the pace they want to apply. It's still a 3 versus 3. They still have good pockets of utility, you assume. Haven't quite seen the Capitao bolts pop off as of yet. They've got the Echo that they can play against it. There it is. Still got 2 of them in pocket, as well as a couple in the pocket of Zafia as well. But as they circle themselves here towards the server, towards the back of offices, they're just trying to make sure that they have that little bit of clarity as they finally try and dive and drive in. Can they try and get that held down? Will they go for the pull? They're holding on. Users gets the cover onto 1. As they get the cover onto 2, officers are locked down, and they're going to secure the plant. No! Just stop, but not for long.
Now, the scary thing there as well was that 3 of the players left on the opposing team were all low on HP, like 4, 11, and 65. As soon as that fire starts coming in, it would have been like an instant death for any of them. Instead, it was the guns that finished the job, however. The instant response as well from Shaiko. As soon as the first kill happens on the side, he just rushes office, secures the second. And then, well, you can stun all you want to try and stop that plant, but there was too much time left. They knew exactly where you were. And another round is locked in by the side of BDS. Makes it 2-0. There was a bit more bite, however, this time by Team Secret. They're actually trying to, you know, swing back after some of these kills came through. Shaiko wasn't having as an easy time as he was before because, you know, when he was using the death mark, the rest of the team was kind of working around it. It's like, okay, this person is tracked. Let's see if we can stop him. And it just slowed him down slightly. It didn't take him out. It didn't neutralize the threat. But at least it slowed it down. Gave them a fighting chance on the side itself. But after 2 of these rounds, we will be headed downstairs. We're going to go over to Bathroom Tellers. A completely different kind of take this will be. Verticality is important here to some extent. They also have the opportunity to, well, bypass most of that. It really depends on how heavily the defense is cornered themselves up on that top floor, how much verticality they're actually trying to utilize themselves, and if there's a way around it. But it does mean that you usually will see at least 2 or 3 attackers try and clear out the office area just so you can get those hatches under control.
2-0 and a slightly slower round, but when it came down to the execute, you could see that excellence of BDS as they encircled the plant spot. Adrian is once again playing that eastern stairs side. I wonder how long 4 really is. It seems to be the first point of ingress that BDS has wanted to make multiple times. Here, the long fight towards the back of the break room. Groovy has a little bit of safety, but we've seen how safe castle walls can be. That grenade doesn't quite get the catch that it wants. He's just playing, wasting, baiting, and hoping to draw as much as pressure is going to come from underneath him as well, potentially. No. Shuffles their way out. June has that locked down.
That's the break room door. Adrian on the east stairs trying to provide some other cover, so that way only really having to worry about CC. Nitrocell tossed in from Doom. He's not going to be catching anything. They're already too far up. But as long as there's one person stuck here in break, it's actually not going to have too much happen. But Savage coming in from below, finding a Nitrocell kill. Groovy then finding one on the return before he gets traded out. But that's the man advantage right now for Team Secret, who are stalling that top floor take. I said it before, like they're going to try and take that top floor to get those hatches. Those Nitrocells came through. They managed to find at least one kill on the back of the Pulse scanner.
Another pause, another break, and Secret have the man advantage. They've got themselves double stacked and waiting a minute here for BDS with, you'd say, slightly less to get themselves the cementing in of a plant here. They don't obviously have the ability to cover off spaces. Everything has got to be a bit of a drive. They might be able to remove some utility and get themselves a bit more of a stretch, but in terms of actually getting in, it's going to have to be a little bit violent, a little bit aggressive. Standard wall is open at the bottom of these stairs. There's a bit of pressure above. They know where this is coming from, but users could be that man that cuts it in half, waiting for the call that they can try and activate themselves onto the close window. There's a bit of a stretch. They found a pocket of space. It just takes Secret the time to close down here, as they might not know about the man close left. Brede is in this position to try and get the fight. Gonna hold for the plant. The flash has come out, but perfectly played. Got the kill he needed, got dropped, got traded out, and here, not enough. BDS, they lose a round.
To stall on the top floor quite enough there, finding 2 kills as they were holding off in break room. The Nitrocells to be called in as well, of course. And you can kind of do that when Groovy's playing around. He's just checking by the castle barrier every now and then. You know, he's going to be giving call-outs like, okay, they're deep in CC. You also have that pulse, of course, feeding the information from the cardiac sensor. It's actually the man that got the kill in the end with that Nitrocells. Groovy found the second. But then you've done enough damage already. You've taken out 2 huge operators, 2 huge players on the side of BDS. You have that man advantage. And it's still a tough side to take. And it just didn't have the utility to do it from above, so instead needed to force it horizontally. And it could work if you do have the site clear, because as soon as someone just sneaks up on you like that when you're planting, it's just not going to go down. So the lack of information hurt them there in the end.
2-1. BDS haven't quite been able to storm into the lead, but to be honest, you know, although it's fair to call their current position in EUL pretty dominant, I don't think that there's really been the biggest knocks on their progress. As I said at the start of this, although Secret have had knocks, they have always been a team that can bite against some of the bigger EUL teams, right? They're always, you know, they had some fantastic runs earlier on in the year. They're able to get themselves into a very decent spot in the first split, in the major. Them being active against a big dog might be the time that they start to remember their bite.
You always play better to some extent against like the most clean siege teams, or at least that goes for a lot of them. It's just how it's meant to be. And if it's very pure, then, you know, it's easier to predict what's going to happen. It's easier to play against it. But then you also have the players like Shaika on the opposite side and users on the opposite side who just will pop off at any given second for any excuse they can find, which makes those games a little bit harder. But the first defense round is in a map that is, well, I think you can say like the only attack sided map that we clearly have, or the only clear attacking sided map.
Now, as they try and get themselves pushed in, Driving across the armory side. There's obviously not within a return towards that as a side itself. They do not trust it. When you learn the most common attack, you might be able to get the most common result out of it. The C4 is stopped by Users, who's just like a shark swimming in the deep and biting when it needs to. 2 kills, great bit of motion up top. And now Liquefac, he's trying to find a catch into one loose player, just darting out of the direction as they restructure. They've lost that verticality, they've lost Virtue. Doom is holding on for dear life, but at some point might have to hit the hatch and get out of there. This portion is his, but at this point, I mean, BDS, they're just absolutely shutting him down.
Savage, the last man alive, being taken down by Users as well. And you know what I said before the round started, Emmy, about Shaiko and Users being able to pop off at any given second? There's only a 4K from Users with the glass just comes through and secures around as quickly as the previous one ended. And that's just the scary things to think about. Like, you don't know when that's going to happen. All you can do is just play your best game, play your own strategy, and hope that you can shut them down before they will shut you down. Because that was just a dismantling both on the top and the ground floor. So it was happening everywhere at the same time. And it's one of those snowball rounds. As soon as they get the first, well, Users was already in the middle of the archives. He managed to find a second as well. That means that the entire top floor suddenly has fallen, barring the one player that was still out there. And it just gives so much more freedom to the remaining team to actually start pushing. And whilst they might not get all the kills, it's definitely shuffling players around. Giving Users the opportunity to get those other 2 kills as well.
There's a bit of a timeout here. Secret, having a conversation, having a moment, slowing things down, because fair enough. That was a momentum round. That was a fierce round. And if you're having, again, this was beautiful, ferocious, everything you need a Glaz entry to do. Throws me back a couple of years to when Glaz was an entry. Not on purpose, though.
It just happened to be like that. Bearing 9, of course, a powerful sidearm for a lot of these pros. I think the more average player will struggle a little bit with it, as it has a bit more of a kick, but these guys are so used to it. Just makes can even make Glaz an entry fragger. Next thing you tell me it's Kali that's on the front lines.
I would hate that world. I'm gonna put it simply. I would hate that world.
Yeah, I don't know if I would be able to, you know, to play and live with myself being killed by a Kali every single time, being like, you only have 1 shot every 3 seconds. Oh well, top 4 being taken. You see the shield coming out here. The fuser being carried by Brede as well. Basically, this is setting themselves up to go for a fast one. They have the glass, they have the smokes, they have the grim. It's all just focusing towards that 1 point. Yeah. And for now, it's just taking a utility, not giving away the game too early. But it's coming already.
I mean, that's it. Get yourself locked in. He's moved onto the brick, so he can't quite be got from underneath. There's got to be a reaction. The EMP doesn't catch the C4. It does. Beautifully played and placed, and that is the way you roll them. 4 versus 4. They're able to put the pressure in with Brede knocking him back on the shield. There's fight underneath. Deimos gets caught out, but with 30 seconds and a post-plant, they've got to try and restructure and reconvene. Savage takes Brede. Not entirely sure what happened there, and Users downs the player on the kit, gets down in trade. Oh, there was a lot about that round I liked, but a lot that Secret liked even more.
It's a bit odd because VDS had everything going for them, right? The plan was going down. They used 3 EMPs to stop any of the C4s from being able to detonate in time. Successfully get that plant off. Nitro cells pop up after, but your Monty is still up. And then you just see a bunch of BDS players dying all over the map. Like Shaiko was down below metal stairs. I mean, he was probably trying to hunt some people down below, start sending some shells out. But you lose the Thatcher as well to the fight on the window. The Monty then goes a bit too aggressive maybe, rather than just waiting in the corner because you had the crossfire. Users was in the armory. He could have quite literally just, you know, stalled as much time as possible and then get the kill through. You just saw here, by the way, that Nitro was trying or attempted to be popped. Couldn't because of the actual EMP that went through. I don't know why Breed A didn't go outside at that point. Maybe he was afraid of a jump out from the office as there was still people out there. But then the other thing you could do is just stay in that corner. Just stay extended. You have the person around in armory who was unspotted at that moment in time. You could have used them as a bit of a surprise. Suddenly the panic will hit. It's a 2v2. And you're sandwiched in between the Monty and users. But not going for that. And it kind of feels like a gifted round to some extent. Because again, everything went BDS's way until that diffuser actually went down.
Defender is exposed.
If they can get this level, Secret, if they can put a lot of pressure onto the early half, the defensive half of this, and find a bit of sneaky momentum, I mean, they could really put a bit of difference in onto their attack side. Groovy with the boss G was trying to do exactly that, but it's EFAC. There might be the man mountain that stops them. BDS aren't taking any second chances. Oh, well, and no second chances. There's Savage and Adrian and Doom. Okay. I was going to say they're building up for something, but Secret, before the House of Cards can be finished, it flipped the table in the entire score. EFAC's inside office, but not for very long. Clocked out, knocked out, and we might end how we begun here, Hap, with a flawless, but this time for Secret.
It's odd because for like the first 4 rounds, it seemed like BDS was definitely truly in control, and then, you know, kind of everything started falling apart. Right after that post plant that came through, this round as well, nothing really been achieved. The first step into the building will be about to be made. Users will find a kill, instantly being challenged by Nitro Cells and SMGs firing through the wall. It's a minute 40, and he will find almost another kill. Furcher's down to 8 HP. He's just going to be playing that patiently, waste some time. Sure, they're going to be fully aware where you are now, and that's with the push to come through, but a teammate opened up the hatch for him. He drops through. That's the double. That's the triple. That's a quad. And suddenly uses it in a 1v1, and look at the HP on Adrian Emmy.
What happened? Where has this come from, BDS? Well, okay, where has this come from, Secret? Because users dropped the hatch, had 3 of them lined up. It was a coconut shy for the man, and he's very good at playground games. Now, with a minute, well, it's locked out by Adrian, but I mean, Doom, we're all feeling that facial expression.
That almost just went very, very wrong for the side of Secret. It was a 1v5, almost ace clutch to come through. I think it's the DMR, you know, it just opened up the wall out there and gave the free angle over towards the defender in the last couple of seconds, but 22 HP on that castle. Any shot from any gun would have probably ended that life over there, and that would have been an ace clutch to come through.
That would have been... I mean, that round is almost reminiscent of like that era of, I think it was a Na'Vi team that just kept on having the worst possible things happen to them. And that was almost that again. Adrian locked it out, but there was a minute. There was a lot of time there.
Yeah.
And not a lot of health.
I mean, it's what I was going to say, you know, when it was Virtue up on the top floor with 8 HP and the hatch was still closed, it's like it's a minute 30, it's plenty of time. You just want to be wasting it right now. But as he drops, you just be like, well, I guess I'm going to have to go after it, and just drops as well, finds those 3 kills for the quad.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And that must have been like a very scary moment in the comms right there for Secret.
Now, if you are missing it, because it's only at the bottom of the screen for a very little amount of time currently with the UI changes, Groovy is a little bit behind the pace right now. He's 1-6, which on a very aggressive map, a player like that, you really want them to try and get their teeth into. I'm hoping, I guess, from the side of Secret to see them get in a little bit quicker. But talking of pace, June straight in underneath, wants to pop up the hatch, put the pressure on. They've got the Monty, they're getting rid of the Goyo canisters, they're doing everything towards that default plant. That, you know, it can be a quick play, but they're shaking things up just a little. The double shield with the blitz. Are they going to try and get a pinch on a player here on the back end? The eyes are on towards Office. When will they want to activate Doom is that question.
Well, these castle barricades are kind of helping them as well because they just have the opportunity to freely get themselves an Office. A solid of dies by Groovy. They're calling that out because he's playing on a hatch that's reinforcing Mujam. Apparently they were afraid that it would be breached from below by a Hibana. Maybe it's, you know, something else, drones rolling by or anything like that. But it's the man advantage now for Secret on the attack, and it's definitely a good way to start this off, but uses, swings out, gets the kill, and then meets the Blitz heads on. And Savage, well, he just unshields and gets the kill.
Well, a 4 versus 2 is Adrian's going to lock it on, and you can see June thought for a second, do I need to activate? Do I need to get involved? If it turned into this sort of 4 versus 4, 4 versus 3 moment, you want to not just be sitting there as your teammates die, but you don't want to hand them the free body. As Adrian does go down, there's still some pressure coming on the back end. There's a shield that's doing a very dangerous little dance to cover the gap. The smoke locks it in and somehow wins it out there. Secret. Great entrance there. As I said, Groovy being able to get his teeth into that entrance kill. A fantastic response from users. Waited for the tracers. Did all of that sort of maths to go, this is which way I shoot. But unfortunately, the Blitz did the simple maths of I'm going to turn the corner. They're running away.
And now Secret finding themselves in the lead, suddenly. Which, after 4 rounds, seemed like it was maybe not really how the game would be going. Bit of a mistake made in round 5 in the post-plants. Round 6 just fell apart super quickly, almost brought back by users. And then we have a good attack to come through right away. Double shielded as well. It's an odd lineup when you see it. A Blitz, a Monty, and Amaru lying in the floors.
A technical pause.
Yep. Means players
Again,
are not allowed
music.
to talk.
Obviously, this is the first
Luckily,
time. This is the first time we're on E. Well, this split so far. I've missed this emotional music. Is that your final answer?
Is it? I don't know.
Phone a friend.
Am I gonna lock this in?
You gonna lock this in?
Yeah. It's my
Okay.
final answer.
In terms of the entry statistic, one of our favorite that goes around, you know, and Dez's thing might be wrong. I don't want to call out Dez, but I will because it's funny. It's generally been almost 100% in the favor of BDS. Now, actually, we know that's wrong because we've seen at least 2 rounds where Secret have got that entry. So I'm actually going to stop speaking about this because just me about to bring that up.
I have 4 kills for Secret here.
Yeah. Dez is a liar sometimes. I feel bad because
I
he's
think
made
I'm
a very
watching
brilliant...
the same panel you are, but...
Yeah.
Oh well.
Oh well. There goes my point. I'm not going to talk about the entry statistic.
Well, what I do have is that it's 100% confirmed to whoever got the entry.
Okay.
How much that is worth, I don't know. Now I'm starting to doubt everything.
Well, maybe...
What is life?
I don't know. What is... Baby, don't hurt me?
Don't
hurt okay.
me.
It's wrong in one place on my screen, but right in the other. Sorry.
Okay.
Generally...
Glad we got that sorted out.
Yeah. At the bottom of my screen, it's wrong. Okay. 10-4 is what users currently sits at. Obviously, 4 of those from a... Oh, this round is over. This could be a flawless to a 1 versus 1. Huge round. Big mistakes from Secret, but mistakes are what needs to be punished. Good players will punish them. It was punished by users. At the same time, EFAC hasn't quite been able to get himself too into it. Now there's Solotov, 1 and 2 kills apiece. So for what is an aggressive map, this is where those worries might start to, you know, rear their head because on attack, if you're building behind one player that's getting in, getting excellent, that can be done. On defense, on a map like this, where there's not a lot of wiggle room, there's not a lot of places you can sort of hide away in, everything is active, they might become targets for a Secret that has generally been a little bit more even in their team KD.
Yeah, only Groovy a little bit behind there, who's finding himself on 2, but, you know, there's only 1 behind Virtue, for example. But this is also like the strength of a team. If everybody can show up, then, you know, you're allowed to have an off day to some extent. Like you don't have to be the top scorer all the time. And usually that's the case at BDS as well. Everybody's usually like close to or completely positive. It's a bit uncharacteristic. That is not the case now. And the worst part is of this technical pause is that you cannot speak to each other either. So you just have to be there alone with your thoughts. At BDS, of course, having lost 3 rounds in a row now, 2 of them, or 1 of them rather, that was supposed to be theirs. They're going to be trying to, you know, want to change things. They want to swap that momentum, flip it back around. And where will they do that? It's a big question because, you know, Armory was just lost. It was a pretty convincing loss as well that round. So are you going to bathroom? Are you going to workshop? Or will you rerun it?
So we should be done soon. I think we're just going to rehost and get this all cleaned out, whatever has gone wrong. Because, you know, both teams want to get in immediately, right? Obviously, you're this early in towards the change of the halves. It's almost like that sort of fresh round idea I talked about after the first round is there is a point where you can brush it off and get in. At this point,
yeah, but you don't want this to take too long because you're going to lose all that. Like,
you just have to wait.
You're going to lose the focus that you have built up, lose the momentum as well, especially Secret now, who's definitely been building momentum. For BDS, it's also like you have all these ideas you want to try to make sure that you're winning the next round, but it's just taking longer before you can get into it. So it's overall, it's just not a nice feeling as a player to just have that break. A lot of them don't even, you know, like to have a long break between maps in best of 3s because it's just like, especially if you're fired up, you want to just keep going. What? Sorry, missed that.
No, it's going through the player cameras and Virtue's just not there, so.
Decided to leave.
Not bad.
Oh, there he is.
Thank you for cutting to that production. I was worried. I was about to send out a search party. At this point, if I was a mean caster...
to Twister. Sorry, what?
I was going to say if I was a mean caster, I'd look to see the worst KD and say I would send out a search party for them, but I'm not going to do that. Because that's cruel. You were talking to Twister.
I was talking to Twister.
Yeah. About what?
And I was actually asking, like, hey, so, you know, Virtue obviously has been brought into the roster after he parted ways with G2. I was just kind of, you know, wondering, like, what is this... What's the goal? Like, what is the reason behind Virtue in the roster? And he's basically saying that he is there for the calmness that he brings.
Do you know what else is calm?
What else?
Hopefully everybody in chat and us right now, because what we are going to do is throw to a quick break as we get everything up. We will be back in a few minutes. Please go get a break and we'll be back very shortly.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The free go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
the defense. There comes 1 kill and 2.
It looks like there's one left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
In combat, every second counts. And time waits for no one. Unless you can slow things down.
So many players all around this attic position at the moment. Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. He goes in. Shotgun.
3 kills for him to claim, but it's Hyper to grab shot. 2 remain for Astralis, but a shotgun at close range.
Iconic.
Let him go in. Iconic, be patient. Be patient. What are you gonna do? You know 2 are there, and he gets them both. There's only 1 remaining, and Astralis are in good shape. And JR and 4K from Iconic.
Batman shown up. Save the day, save the round.
I think what makes Wild the team we are is kind of in the name. We're like aiming to be a pretty unpredictable team with a lot of aggression. That's kind of what the main strengths of our players are. We have a lot of good shooters basically on the team. So when you have that, you need to take advantage of it. And we're hoping to go into the season basically and be able to struggle with our aggression and our playstyle. We think we have a pretty unpredictable way of playing the game, and it's gonna shake up a lot of teams for sure.
If we're coming for you, run. We don't stop for anything or anyone. We are the danger from above.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you for holding on with us. We're trying to get our game back in order, but it's a great time for us to step in a bit after that halftime and kind of have our own debrief before we set deeper into it. Jack, Leo, let's talk about the happening so far. There's some surprises.
Yeah, do you know what, Milos? I look at other esports and I love seeing halftime shows on, on the desk in the game. So we've got an impromptu one here. Obviously, BDS against Secret. It's now going to be 4-3 to Team Secret, but it started out really, really well for BDS. And the first thing that I actually want to discuss is Team Secret's ban. They banned Buck on the attack, and we have seen Shaiko play Deimos every single round. It's a pretty devastating effect. Secret did manage to pull themselves back into the game, but especially the first 2 or 3 rounds, it was looking pretty bad.
I mean, it was basically it. What they did by banning the Buck was trying to prevent the early round pick or entry fragging and getting rid of their roamers on the extension. And in the end, the Deimos completely fucked them. But the reason is, almost all of the rounds in defense were played in the first minute. It was either Secret going hard to play against an execute, or to play against the entries coming in, so trying to defend really hard against the extremities of the map, or it was just BDS rushing it at multiple pressure points, working as mini groups. So you'd see Shaiko with Yuzus working towards CC, and at the same time Likefak going east stairs with a drone from Bride. So they work multiple pressure points, and then there was this feeling from Secret of phantom pressure that made them move. BDS were punishing that, and after 3 rounds, that stopped.
And that's the odd thing to talk about, is that we're going to border. You talked about it. Secret is comfortable on the map. BDS are taking them to it, and BDS have proven that they can play any map that you throw at them, whatever the situation. However, given the context, Secret able to pull a 3-3 on defense on border against BDS is quite impressive of a feat, Jack.
Yeah, I think they had to wise up, really. Like you said, it was all about that early aggression. I think Border's a really curious map. People like to kind of dismiss it and go, hey, it's just a gun-heavy map. It's just whoever frags the most. Of course it is that. That's like the big facets. If you can't shoot on Border, you're not going to be a good team. But like you said, it's about those mini groups working to manipulate the positions to basically achieve the round wins. Because, what did you call it in French? Whack-a-mole?
Yeah, whack-a-mole. It's basically it. Because what you do with Border is it's a very small map. So the way you defend it is you play very aggressive on the extremities.
Yep.
Now the thing is, to disrupt those roamers, or to disrupt the entries rather, what you try is to have multiple moments where you will go out, you'll play aggressive, you have different, but they have to be super extended. So in attack, you work as mini group to try to work on one space and another. And then that you whack them all, basically. That's what you do.
And Secret wised up to that a little bit. That's how they got themselves back into the game. Like I said, they started, 1-3, and then they got the last couple of rounds on their defense, and they got it to a 3-3 split, which I think at this moment in time, considering they won their first attack, is a very good position to be in.
I think there was one clear turning point at that moment. I think the execution on Archives. Like if we can look that round again, I think, so you see this guy sandwich window, that's a classic rush, by the way. So one player sandwich window, one is going up metal stairs, that's Shaiko. You have the Monty and the glass covers the long angle all the way down to square there. The Monty plays with a shield in his back in the safe spot from bunker because he cannot get C4. Look at the C4. 3 EMPs, and that's from Thatcher, the last remaining player from Archives window. And the reason why the C4 doesn't blow up is because of the 3 EMPs. Now you look at this situation, they're in a 4v3, and actually, BDS will lose that. They will lose that because they don't play around the plant. And that for me is the turning point. Because if you look at the scoreboard before that, it was 3-0 because, put simply, Secret moves too much, BDS punishes them 3 rounds in a row. Then there is a round where finally Secret gets aggressive and it's 3-1. And then there's that execute that they should have won. And then somehow they retake that and that's a flip. Yep. That's a switch. Because since then, they've not stopped winning. That's the biggest thing for me.
And the question is that BDS can always come back into it. And they almost did there, Jack. It almost was a 4-2-half.
Yeah, well, we highlighted him in the pre-game. And we said he was the best player, obviously, in the league right now. Users have just got that special energy, that special thing about it. I can't describe it.
He's got something special.
Yeah, he could just make these moments happen. A 5v1 into a 1v1 within literal seconds. and then he lost the 1v1. And I will say it again, I praised Adrian. Adrian kept his calm and composure there to get his team that round over the line, because his team had done all the great work to get it to the 5v1, and then they just threw it. I think nobody expected users to drop the hatch. It was an unexpected play, and he gets 1, 2, 3, bang, bang, bang for it. Really special player.
Of course, Adrian saving the there at the end, even though he's one shot away, he uses open that bit of the wall and exposed himself into bathroom, the hallway, and then got insta shot. But if now we're looking at the second half, first round goes to Secret. What happens from here? Because we've gotten used to BDS taking us to the edge.
Yes. Well, it's really funny actually the way they won that attack. By the way, they bring 2 shields. They brought Monty and Blitz to counter the aggression from BDS. Something that BDS didn't do. BDS played around the frags. They played around Demos every round. So it's a very different take. I find it funny. I don't know how much it's going to work though, because I can see BDS reacting to it, playing together, isolating the shields. They're not the kind of teams that can let themselves just like fumble around one operator.
The one thing that I do like about maybe they won't bring Monty Blitz every single round.
They had Amaru as well. I think that was kind of
it was
a
a
cheesy
pre-planned pocket play, right?
Pocket
I
play.
can see them playing Monty or Blitz in most of these rounds, because the one thing it does do is it forces the team to play around that focal point of the shield. You have to play around the Monty, because if you leave a Monty isolated against 2, 3, 4 defenders, they're not going to do anything. So I can see them using the Monty or the Blitz as their kind of crutch on every single basis of their attack. So BDS will have to wise up to that at some point.
And the good thing about this map, actually, Border, is that you can play around that Monty or that Blitz with 2 or 3 players. Even honestly, with 2 players, that's enough. You can take CC with a Monty. You can take Office as well. You can take his stairs.
And map control is so key for the attackers on such a small map as well.
100%. And what you need for that crew is only 3 people. On most maps, you need the whole team to work together on that. Maybe you have 1 lurker, but you need at least a core of 4 players. On Border, you can afford to have only 3 players. They will get that control. That means that you can have 2 lurkers. And let's be honest here, Secret has some of the best guns in Europe right now, and they can challenge BDS on that.
And you bring 2 shields into positions that already are doorways that lead you immediately from the outside to the inside. There's a lot that can be done with it, and BDS even attempted it.
Yeah.
But it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, no, I will say, just to counter this point, that this has been kind of the narrative of EU League so far, where teams have brought their A game against BDS, and we're seeing Secret again in this game, bring their A game, and somehow BDS are finding ways to win. That users round was just one example of a round where BDS shouldn't have won it, or that was an extreme example, where BDS shouldn't have won it, but came close to. There are lots of rounds where, on an individual basis, BDS can create these mini plans, execute them very quickly, and the round is just gone from the other team.
So right now, to summarize these things, I think Secret is playing better as a team. BDS is relying too heavily on their individuals, specifically users right now. That's not going to take them anywhere, because they've gotten away with it so far. That's just not going to happen against the Secret that we're seeing right now. So they need to start playing as a team, and that's tough because they're in defense on Border, and it's one of the harder sides to play, especially in that map.
You got double shields, you got small entries, and you need to wrap around the entire map to close that gap on the attackers before they get into power positions to execute on site. It's not an easy one to play. I mean, we've seen so many years on Border with all of the changes it had over time. However, gentlemen, thank you so much. We still don't have a direct update on the lobby, by the way, so thank you very much for kind of sticking around with us. I know we want to get into the game ASAP, and this time it is not the fault of the casters that we are not getting into game. They are pressing B. It's just not working out in this case. Completely different. But thank you very much for sticking around with us with the tech issues. We'll remind you one more time, tickets for the Montreal Major are still available. I'll remind you, the last 2 events we've had were completely sold out, and we had a lot of fun in Manchester and at SI in Sao Paulo. Hopefully we'll get to see you in Montreal as well. We'll take a quick break. When we get back, hopefully we'll be ready to get into game.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server.
Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder. And I think he might just find it!
Welcome to Manchester. Feels like this one has been a long time coming. Should we show them how the UK does it, guys?
SSG sent home!
Scars came so close.
fumbled at the final hurdle.
R6 Esports has taken those that love it all around the world, but never before in the UK. That changes here and now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. Our 8 final teams. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our finalists.
The world champions defeated.
There's a fire sale on tournament favorites Manchester, and the underdogs are buying.
A semi-final Saturday of Siege. Let's have it, Manchester!
From the bees, he goes in, shotgun in hands. Oh my god! Oh my god! And it's heartbreak for Nath, but for BDS, their first shot in a year and a half at raising that trophy.
Are you ready to introduce our show match? Let's bring them up.
Get in there, Tom. Here we go. Bang!
How intimidating is that going to be having that stuck behind? It is absolutely massive.
Our champione, Mr. Tom J. Sherlock and his team.
It's a pleasure and a joy to bring you all in to the final.
This is the Cinderella story, to say the least. I mean, they made themselves #1 NA, and now they find themselves here at the grand final.
BDS on the other side.
I think they are some of the best players in the world.
Manchester, are you ready? One more time, let's bring up our team to the stage. The job isn't finished. Can you do this?
100% we can. We're just gonna keep proving people wrong.
Against the Solas, the bait of the intel. Day, holding up for the blood.
If you didn't believe in us, I love you. Let's go!
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than house. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure. You know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Listen up! Night Haven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you kill Yahata. Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Welcome back here, where we have been, well, knee-deep in a tech pause, a problem that is being sorted out. We're still sorting it out. I'm sorry to bring the bearer news, but we thought we'll just do a bit of a check-in, see how everyone's doing. How are you doing, Hap?
Yeah, very well. Legend has it that Alpha and Fresh are deep in the server closet trying to get everything sorted out.
They're working. They're working away.
Yeah, working away, making sure that that we can get going again. I just saw a hopeful image there on Shaiko's screen. That looked like a lobby that was almost full.
I think touch wood. Whatever we can get to work into our favor right now is we'll get it. As we said, this isn't a guarantee that we'll be back soon. There might be positive energy, positive feng shui coming through the room right now. But we may as well tell you where we were up to, which was a 4-3 in the favor of Team Secret. They had done all of their defenses. The half ended at 3 apiece. It was a good start from BDS, a great response from Secret, and now their first attack round, they were able to win, Hap.
Yeah, they managed to turn the tide and then put themselves up with a pretty convincing victory. 4 people still left alive in that round. Again, just a very quick, a very convincing round that came through. So if they manage to continue that momentum, definitely making some big strides today, because I said it before the game started, their own goal is to be top 2 of the league, and they're currently 4 points behind on Wolves. They will not be playing today, so they have the opportunity to bring that back to just a single point. But more importantly, they're taking away points from BDS, which 5 teams before them have not been able to do, which basically only leaves 2 more teams that maybe could.
As we find ourselves, obviously, towards the tail end of what's been a very long week of Siege, as we found ourselves deep within the hallowed halls of a Super Week. Now, across these 2 teams, they've been participating in every single one of these fun play days. They've been able to make sure that they can sort of keep their rounds going, and it's been a bit of a different story for each of them getting to this point. Obviously, Secret being able to get a bit of revenge against G2, getting the 7-4 yesterday as they suffered on the wrong end of it in stage 1. BDS on the other side of that, technically they got revenge against Ents, but let's be honest, BDS are cruising. They also took the 7-5 win against Wolves on the first day, where Secret took a bit of a bashing from Wild.
Yeah, for sure. But the thing is about BDS, right? Like, they are currently the best team inside of Europe, and you know they have been for a little bit as well. And what starts happening at that point is that everybody is just performing well against you. Everybody's looking towards that one game and see how are we going to be able to take those points home against BDS. So they're having a lot of tough games as well, in terms of like opponents just outplaying their own capacity to some extent, really bringing it to the next level. But he also heard Liquefact say it before, look, we're only playing it at a 5 out of 10 right now because, you know, there's still a lot to improve. And as their goal is to, well, continue the momentum that they've been building over the last 6 months and see if they can secure another major trophy, they gotta make sure that they're no longer playing on that 5-10, or at least that it starts ramping up a little bit, because, you know, I mean, for now it's just 4 rounds, but that could turn into like a game that they don't win, you know, 3 points. What if that happens instantly in like the European League playoffs? What if you have to go through like 3rd seed, 4th seed?
The amount of times we have seen one bad game or one bad day ruin the chances and ruin the run of an otherwise unstoppable team. You've seen it across every sort of layer and every echelon of competition and tournaments, where sometimes it'll just fall apart for maybe a couple of hours. I guess I don't know what.
I don't know what he's doing.
I feel like that facial expression is going to be on socials within like 10 minutes.
I wish it was like full face cam, like frontal. That would have been perfect.
Artist rendition of us getting back into the game. Are we back? Where's Fresh? I need him to say we're back. Oh, the producer Tommy said it down my ear. We are so back.
We are so back.
Thank you, everyone, for being patient, for waiting. We are finally back in, and we are going to see if BDS can begin to get some wins here on their defense. The first round did not go their way. Hap, what are your fond memories of that round?
2 shields going quite quickly through the map and causing some chaos amongst the BDS ranks. So see that they're instantly bringing some utility to make sure that doesn't happen. I mean, the Legion and the Frost are definitely there to slow things down. So is the Goyo. Definitely helps. Goyo has been brought in the last round as well, however, so not necessarily a change. And then you look over towards the side of Secret, and as we're headed back towards the same site, wow, I mean, this could also be like a quick plan to some extent.
I think that's the sort of run of it, right? We saw at the start of this that the few sort of changes off. They've kept the blitz. There's no 2 shields. They don't have the ammo for the quick zip. They're not trying to replicate similar ideas to before. There, great use of the utility. Get rid of all of those Goyo canisters. Clear the play space. Make it something you can put some danger in a bit later on. BDS, not a million miles away. Obviously, Breeday's got the lockdown on Office. They were one of the last standing in the previous round. An attempt. It was sort of cleared across the back end. Got CC, got security, got top east. And then tried to find the final kills in and amongst Office itself. But they're just prodding, pushing, trying to probe. And one of the things I talked about before is that the kill balance generally has been in the favor of Secret. There's a couple of big pop-off players on BDS, sure, but when you're on this map, Secret are fishing for that weakness, that weak spot, and that could be the couple of BDS players that haven't quite been able to get into the gun game as of yet.
You mentioned it before, quite a lot of utility taken down by Adrian. You saw there in the second Twitch drone as well, taking out some of those goo mines, which of course make it more accessible to start moving up the main stairs at some point in time. 90 seconds are left on the clock though, and still not really any control whatsoever, and it starts to form now around break, around CCTV. Solotov's playing around there with a Boss G. Very deadly weapon, just needs a single shot to down basically anybody, and well, that face shield won't help you because they're aiming for the body, not for the actual head. And you see it down there, 17 HP. But the tight shot comes in from Gruby and he gets shut down, and that's CC now under control for the side of Secret. And with a minute left on the clock, it's definitely a big help.
It's just such a risky game to play, right? You have to have so much confidence that you're going to hit ahead. When you're swinging into a Boss G, you lose the first fight. You're on 17 health. And Groovy makes it work, but as you said, the face shield won't do much, and now EFAC has moved in towards that territory. They've reclaimed it. If this is something that is being checked here, Adrian puts the pressure on. The smoke is there. There's the blind on the player and the drop down. Beautifully played, but look at the timer, 30 seconds. They've got to keep rolling, keep pushing. Look towards Armory and look towards the plant itself. The Glaz is in, Gumine in foot, but it's actually a trade out either side with Doom getting some of the pieces picked up. The plant is being attempted. They have the close cover. They have the last man. Breedy, I said it was the last alive last time, and he's still checking papers inside the office. But unfortunately, this one says there's a plant. You got to get back to your desk, mate. Swings a bit wide. He's pretty much surrounded. When you've got a blitz in this situation amongst a lot of other operators, you don't really have a lot you can work with. Crossed out Secret. 2 rounds in a row on their attack. 4 technically in a row.
And as a result, like, just that first kill that we see happen on Solotov, you know, Vigil with the Boss G playing around in CCTV, and then the snowball starts happening. For like a minute 30, Secret is just surrounding that room. Nothing really else is going on. Managed to get that kill. Solotov goes aggressive, tries to retake CCTV. They spot where he is. They send flashbangs to him. They send a blitz shield to him. He dies. That now means that Armory is no longer being held, and they just rush in there. They just take the ground. And they have the opportunity to go for the plans, whereas other members are still out there finding BDS players when they're on their way back. So definitely a bit of a rough round there for BDS. And I think they have a tactical timeout that they've called.
Yes, they do. They are taking a moment because things are falling a bit away from them. Now, they're still a very, you know, dominant force, a terrifying team, and there were risks that were associated with them coming onto this and with them coming into this position. They're obviously undefeated this split so far. I'm just doing a little bit of counting, a little bit of maths. It's not really maths, it's just going through the old 2, 3. It was on the 5th play day last time they lost their first game. We don't want better this time if this goes away from them. Fair enough.
Managed to extend it. But as you see there, everybody coming back towards the side, being picked up, and BDS just losing that second round in a row on their defense. And that makes 4 in a row in total right now. That has been a pretty big break in between due to some issues that came through, but you know, we're back in the way now. But it definitely didn't help BDS when they were already a bit on the downtrodden there. Now needing to fight themselves back up. And you know, they're trying different things again. This time the Capcan is being brought out to see if maybe those traps will catch 1 or 2 players off guard. Especially Shields, considering they have the opportunity to just run through these barricades and not have to stop and punch him out first. They just go. And if they jump through, that's the back suddenly towards those explosives, and that's an instant kill to come through. So maybe that's what they're, you know, placing those Capcan traps for as well. And it's probably for anybody that walks through. They'll be more than happy with any kill from that, or any damage.
And so far, this is a perfect reflection of the opening of the game, in which we had 2 Armory attempts. 2 of them failed, so they've gone down underneath, but slightly different underneath. Instead of going for the bathroom first, they've instead gone for towers, and well, let's see if they can try and get a little bit more of it locked in. You don't have as much wiggle room, and a C4 onto their own team for... That's a weird one. Where did that C4 explode, and how far did that body go? It looked like they swung it towards the window.
It's like the little metal half wall that is aimed towards the outside door.
Bit of a tragedy.
Like 90,
does find Groovy. They find their way in towards the site. The smoke's offering some cover. Shaiko gets 1. That C4 doesn't quite get anyone either, but it's a very damaged shield, and that should get the pick back up in a second if it does get activated there. No. Forced off. 5 health. You've still got a blitz that's pretty healthy, that's going to try and move in and get some of this pressure in. Driving through the beepers as Bride does get the end of 1. There's the second. A 2 versus 2, but it's 2 shields. And, well, what can they do here? They have vertical control. That's probably the most important part here, but if they go for a bit of a reverse plant, the angle to stop it is a bit cheeky. What the Shields need to try and do is angle a 2 versus 1 somewhere in this showdown.
The diffuser being down indeed doesn't really help them. Means that, you know, one of them cannot go on their back, but Shields definitely very, very afraid to be going up against Bride, fleshed out by Savage, brings it back to a 1-on-1, and now they know exactly who Users is. As he dropped, the Monty spearheading this as well, is trying to lock him out actually as he goes up the metal stairs. Smart thing to do here from Users to take that verticality, because those shields don't quite cover the top there, but as he drops down, he walks right into the blitz shield, and Savage finds that final kill, and a round that should have been a BDS one, once again, goes towards Secret.
6-3. Big difference, big distance that's got to be covered. Now, these 2 teams, when they met in stage 1, went to overtime, did go all the way. BDS locked it out at the long end of it, but this here, on this map, on this sunny Wednesday afternoon. BDS have shown that they are defeatable. Dropped right onto the shield.
I don't know if that was a mistake, but it's such a weird decision to make, because as long as you have that top 4 control, they will not feel very, very comfortable going for that plant. You know, even if it's a 2-on-1, they don't have the guns to challenge it properly. As soon as you get close to those shields, then you're screwed.
10 seconds to go.
BDS have to play backs against the wall at this point, but I mean, Secret, they're going from strength to strength right now. They've really just found a rhythm. 2 shields, 2 problems. Keep it locked in. The Glass, the Armory, the Twitch as well, to again remove any utility that might be popped up. There's nothing too directly in terms of Goyo canisters, but when you're looking at cap cans, you're looking at goo mines as well that will stop that quick plant in, that hop of the window, turn around, get it locked down, which they've got more than enough cover for here. They want to apply some pace. They want to apply a bit of a pinch, a bit of a lockdown here. They're hoping that BDS is still kind of slow to react to the energy that Secret's been able to deploy here. That C4 might be the end of a story. There's a keeper barricade and a catch on nothing. The smoke does roll down, and they roll in towards the top. The single player might get about bit of a surprise here onto Office. They're aware someone's come up east stairs to support them, and there's the fight, but they lose it out. Adrian takes care of users, waits for a press around the back. We hear the smoke canisters popping off inside the site. They're planting. The Monty is locked down, but he's dropped as well. They can't get the kit. Adrian tries to get the cover in. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 2. It's just all over the shop, trading out right above each other, still rebuilding. The Glass is now holding on for the plant. They're moving in and spraying. They can't quite get it locked down. It's a double, and there's Shaiko for the end, but it never really ended. Even the music man was caught a little bit by surprise.
We live for another round, and we keep going, but that was very chaotic. It was just trades on trades on trades all over the map. And then trying to force that plant with still 2 players left on the side without any support from that moment. I mean, that understandable that they wanted to try, but in an unfortunate way, doesn't really help them out at that point. If anything, it would have been better if anybody else could have gone for the plant so the Glass could cover through the smoke. But it's a round that has been lost. It is one of the 3 match points that Secret has that they weren't able to convert. But the thing is, they tried to go a little bit quicker maybe than they originally planned, but they have the luxury to do that, considering they're 3 rounds up in total. So again, there's no reason to panic yet for the side of Team Secret. BDS, they almost let this slip away. Luckily able to find those 2 fights at the same time. But as we now head back towards that top floor, that's just scary times for BDS. Maybe they've finally gotten a little bit more into the groove now, so able to more confidently go back in towards Armory Archives. But we did see how this went in the past couple of rounds that this has been attacked.
2 rounds. The deficit isn't impossible. But it's an entirely different lineup here. Not the drive on the shield. We have instead something with maybe a little bit more spatial control. Well, a lot more spatial control. The line combined with the Deimos as well as the Grimbees will buy you as much control over that space as you want. See if you can try and shepherd again these engagements instead of driving at them face first. Force a bit of motion instead to catch onto the connecting camera. There's a nice one, but you can see BDS is almost a bit eager to get this first fight in, and they don't. Savage on the back of the Deimos, communicating exactly where EFAC was, while safe outside the building themselves, was able to help that get cemented. And a second Shaiko is gone as well. Solotov's taken a little bit of a beating, but as long as they still stand.
See the preemptive smoke out there as well, as they're afraid that a push is going to be following. In the meantime, though, they're really trying to get control of Armory. And it was only Stolotov that was out there. And now he's moved over towards CCTV. He's basically given free play to the players to try and repel in. Being tracked now by the death mark, fully flashed as well, as Brede is the last man standing.
And out out of nothing, there's everything. Cut in half, Savage tears it apart, and Secret prove that BDS can be beaten. A kind of surprising bit of energy because it never really felt like this top EUL team, the team that was destroying everybody else, truly got into the pace of Border.
Again, Team Secret said they wanted to be a top 2 team. Beating BDS is definitely a great statement to make if you want to achieve that goal. So 3 points that a lot of other teams will not be able to put on their tally, they just managed to secure.
Well, we'll throw it to our desk for them to talk about it and break it down.
Thank you very much. And if you're a Team Secret fan, today is a beautiful day. Not only do you get to see Fluke and Hap, but you also get to see your team taking down Team BDS. The #1 team in EU League finally goes down. We've been talking about this for days now, Leo. It's gonna happen at some point, and today it was clear Secret were better.
Yeah, I think it was a long time coming. I think they could not rely all the time on their individuals. I wouldn't say that their fundamentals are completely gone, but clearly in that matchup, it was so frag heavy for them that I didn't see anything else in terms of strategy, except for that one round where they actually executed like they wanted, but didn't play properly around the plant. Except for this, there was no real game plan compared to Secret. That for me is the biggest thing, Jack.
Yeah.
If you look at the game plan from Secret, it's really real. Look at their operators.
I loved it. We kind of speculated, or in the mini halftime show that we did.
Yeah.
Will they play the Monty Blitz every single round? And in Secret's 5 attacking rounds, they played a double shield combination in 3 of them, and then brought Blitz in 4 of them. So they played a lot of shields. That's what they identified was the key to their success on their attacks into Border, and obviously they won 4 out of 5 attacks. Absolutely crazy.
If I'm in Secret's shoes right now, I want to play the fragging game on Border against one of the best teams in the world, the best fraggers in the world. I bring operators that will put an edge for me, that will put me in an advantage situation where I can play against them. And that's what they did by bringing Glass and playing in the smokes, by bringing Monty and shields and using the shields to be at an advantage in those gunfights. And they consistently abused what we would call toxic or cheesy operators to get in a favorable gunfight. And that 100% worked because of all these attacks they were able to pull. Look at this kill, for example. Another way that you get a favorable gunfight. Same thing for Glass through that smoke. So many of these kills they got abusing the right operators.
And then if we look at the context of the week, by the way, they've played all 3 games in Super Week. No day off. Obviously, they had that in the very first week. They got whacked by Wild 7-1 at the start of the week. They've then backed that up with a game against G2 and a game against BDS and beaten both of them in regulation. For Team Secret, that's an incredible achievement that, in my mind, has now just kick-started their season. They're now back in that contention for top 2, looking to confirm playoffs, looking to go to the major. When just yesterday, in the pre-show yesterday, we're saying, hey, Secret are they've really dropped.
And I actually want to pick both of your brains on this. Sorry to put you on the spot on it, but what is it about Team Secret's victory today versus BDS that is different than how they played yesterday against G2?
I think for me, but I think we both agree on this, it was not necessarily that Secret played that well against G2 on Clubhouse. I think that a lot of the end of rounds that we're playing towards were really 50-50, if not 40-60 in the favor of G2. But Adrian and Joom clutched many of those, and lots of the execution arrived too late without any utility. That's my issue with it. Today, they were in full control. One of the things we said on broadcast before the pre-show is, what do they need to do to be more consistent? We need them to. We need Savage to show up and have a great game plan. That's exactly what happened. By these shields, by using the strategy and the tactic, and these really good operators to get the edge, that was the Savage that we needed.
And we've got to praise Twister as well, haven't we?
Yeah.
If we look at the maps that they managed to play Clubhouse against G2, one of Secret's favourite maps and one of G2's permabans, and they've played Border against BDS, one of Secret's favourite maps and one of BDS's permabans as well. They've been put on the right maps to succeed as well.
Well, let's talk about a highlight player for today, Savage, Jack.
Yeah, so Savage, Leo actually kind of called him out a little bit in the pre-match, and he said we've not seen Savage align with this team yet so far this stage. Now, what I want you to focus on when you're looking at this graphic is that operator in the top left of your screen. The fact that Savage was playing on the Blitz. As we said in the halftime show that we had in this game, the Blitz, the Monty, it forces people to play around him, and Savage is an incredibly good shield player. We've seen that time and time again. He had a massive day today, but with most of those kills coming when he was playing on those shields, really forcing the defenders out of position on Border. So yeah, a big shout out to Savage because he was lagging a little bit behind. It looked like the season today has finally started for him.
sometimes it does take a few days to kind of get warmed up into it, and Team Secret definitely are in that spot. Thank you very much, Jack. And we have to have a chat with our winners, as always, from Team Secret. Joining us on the big screen, you'll see it. See Adrian. Hello, hello, hello. Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling today?
Feeling very good, very excited, very happy, obviously, that we won and that the game plan worked.
And I want to ask you about that game plan. Was going to border part of it?
It was one of the many maps that we wanted to go through and like utilize our abilities because we knew we were confident on it throughout the week during scrims.
When I look at you guys playing against G2 before that, when we were talking with you, we were saying actually you guys have an amazing lineup with great players, but you were playing very slow and methodical on Clubhouse. What you showed to the unborder was explosiveness, was playing glass, double shields, Amaru. So it's a completely different playstyle. I love it. Where does it come from?
It just mainly is developed depending on who we're playing against and like what maps, and it's fully map dependent on what we want to do for the day. It's always something different to try and like obviously catch people off hand, because I think that's like what we do best is try and do our own thing that might not be the most logical, but it works because you can't really fully predict it.
That's crazy that you guys are able with this team to be able to play these different styles, but at a top tier level. Where I see this, like you guys just beat G2 and then you beat BDS. And that's something that from starting the week losing 1-7, like how do you come back from this and then win against two of the best teams in Europe?
You just gotta put trust in yourself and what you're working for throughout the scrims. Like don't let yourself like in your own mind talk yourself down. Just keep believing, keep working, believe in the people around you to the end goal, and just play your game. There's like not really much pressure apart from that.
Well, now you've played the Super Week out. You've had 3 play days in a row. Do you feel you've gained what you wanted to gain, either as an individual player or as a team from these 3 days?
I think it definitely could have gone better during the start. I don't think we had a great showing against Wild. It was a rough performance, but I'm happy that we got to prove ourselves against G2 and BDS that what we do like behind the scenes is useful, and showed that it worked.
Well, thank you very much, Adrian. Again, congratulations once more to Team Secret taking down BDS, and thank you so much for joining us, Adrian. Go get some rest. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
What a game we have had, and thank you too, by the way.
We're at thank.
Yeah. Sorry for the cut up there, but there we are. It seems like a breath of fresh air, but this is why Team Secret made it to the Manchester Major. I'm very excited. Maybe there'll be another one on the line.
I'm just wondering right now, after beating BDS, beating G2, if they're showing that they can break the ceiling that they had in Manchester, qualify to Montreal, and have a better chance there with Virtue as a backline as well.
Well, let's get into it. We'll take a quick break. When we get back, we got more EOL action for you right here.
Come in. Are you still tailing Deimos' men from the Heartbreaker?
Affirmative. And you never guess where I am. Thunderbird, they have hostages.
I'm a few minutes out.
We don't have time. They don't have time.
Go. I'm on my way.
It was too late. We have to stop Deimos.
Well, now we know where he's going next.
Emerald Plains.
Yo, man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at my head though. Fuck sexual innuendos. At the door like I'm coming for the rent. No, man's not running like I've got no legs. No, no, me, I'll bring it to you first. Not a coroner, but I bring it to your hearse. Man, I'm on full. Man, I put you in the dirt. Man, plotting on the best and I bring it to your worst. Always had a comeback, no banter. I'm known as a serial ranter. Means I don't hold back nothing, put hands up. My emotions might lead me to snap up, wrap up something, no gift, not Santa. Do you know where you're from? Don't matter. Anyone can be food, no platter. Happy wet man, let the thing splatter. Try no man, don't play that, don't play that. Been like that since way back, since way back. Man, roll around and spray that, and spray that.
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than chaos. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure, you know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Welcome back, everybody. Our final day of this Super Week continues. We already started off with a huge surprise, but now the attention turns to another side of the standings list here at EUL. ENCE, they gained a point. However, Virtus Pro surprised everybody. They can earn 3 points today, but ENCE can save themselves and get into the top 6 at the end of this week. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Milosh. With me are Fresh and my buddy Alfama. How about we have a chat of these squads? First of all, starting with ENCE, Jack.
Yeah, this team's doing it rough at the minute, Milosh, and I don't really know how else to say it.
It's the weakest team.
Every player is below expected player score. I think I said yesterday, this is the damning bit that I will take from yesterday. It feels like LM's on his own and the other 4 guys on their own. It doesn't look like a team. It doesn't look like a coherent unit. something's got to give at some point, and these guys have got to show us. Because in stage 1, they showed us some quality that they could make a run, and they're not showing it so far in stage 2.
There was some novelty in the way they came into tier 1. I know there was a lot of experiencing things around and changing things and having a 6-man roster, but at least there were a glimpse of hope.
Yeah.
And right now, I'm still struggling to see that from them. And it's not a question of quality. Let me tell you, these guys, they're good players. And they understand the game. They have a good vision. Skies are anticipating him to be the second best Liquefact, kinda like a great IGL coming from France with a great vision for the game, an ability to frag. These guys, they have potential. LMs has shown plenty of time that he has.
He's won a major.
He's won a major. He's been on BDS and won so many stuff. So I'm expecting them to do better. But I have a concrete example of what I mean.
Let's visualize.
Let's visualize what I mean by it went wrong with them. A stage ago, they were able to problem solve things really quickly, right? Even with a 6-man roster, even with changing players, they were able to problem solve something. Now look at the time. Look at the time here. We're speaking of opening Snowmobile Garage. And let me tell you, even if I played in rank with Milosh right now, I know he would do that quicker than them.
What?
And that's the biggest thing here. It took them an entire minute to clear Snowmobile. 20 seconds left in the round, look at them rushing in. Like headless chickens onto the bomb site without any utility. No flashes, no nothing. That flash gets him killed anyway. No trade from Azox, just baiting the Thermite. NLM's by himself upstairs, lurking, not helping the core.
Yeah, that's the thing. The things that you're used to seeing any pro team do, it's taking Ents like a minute longer than any pro team would take. Like, I could grow a mustache. That's how long it's taking Ents to, do simple tasks. And I can't grow a mustache at all, Milosh.
Or Milosh could open Snowmobile on Garage.
Yeah, true. That was a better example.
That was a free
Why
shot
am I getting shots at the end of this?
You didn't see that coming, did you?
No, absolutely not. Look, hey, if Ace can learn to do it, I can learn how to do it.
No, but that's the real story here for me is how did it come that they'd spent an entire minute to open a single reinforced wall when a stage ago they would do these kind of things way quicker? That's my biggest thing. They need to find that chemistry again.
Well, let's talk about VP because it seems like a lot of this conversation could also have been had about VP, and we indeed did do it also about how they are playing, how they need a revolution in their gameplay, but they're on the board. They're in the top 6 now.
So they're starting to win again. Is it really that chemistry that's back, Jack? I don't really think so. I don't think we're seeing them at the level that they were at SI 2024.
Didn't see it on their face last night.
And even in the interview, Justic said, like, guys, listen, we have a lot of problems. He's just straight off a win, and he's really honest about it. They are not at the level that where they should be. And it's for many reasons, right? It's because of the map pool. It's because of their inability to adapt to meta operators. What do they need to do to change this? It's crazy.
I think these are the one redeeming factor for me. They've faced these problems time and time and time again, and then suddenly they do pop up at an event and they go really far. Yep. They are able to work through them. That's what we've seen time and time again. But this looks like, even though they won yesterday, fair enough, it looks like a huge rut that they're still in.
So if I have to work through their problems, obviously there's the map pool. That's a tough one. It's crazy because they had a long off-season. I still can't believe they didn't work on that, or they don't have a bigger map pool. But it's too late. You're in the middle of the season, you cannot problem solve that. Now, one thing you can problem solve, and that's quite recurrent for them, is their roam clear. I actually have an example on Contract from them game yesterday when they're trying to roam clear creeds, I think, in admin. So look at the time right now. It's been 2 minutes in the round, and they're still roam clear that player in admin. They have demos, they have Tokaebi. They spend that utility, they eventually get the pick, great, and boom, there goes the roam clear. It's a 4v3, so they expected to get that kill. They roam cleared for 2 minutes. The bomb site is basement, by the way.
Yep.
2 minutes in, they finally room clear it, and they die. They don't even have the man advantage.
The meta at the minute is being unpredictable and being explosive. And VP are not either of those things.
No.
Like you say, way too slow, roam clear, boom, gone. And it takes 2 minutes away from the round. They need to speed up. They need to get better. And they know this as well.
The problem is that they've always been that way, but they were so good at executing every minute pieces that even though you knew you could time every single move that they would do, you still weren't able to take them down. However, that's not the case no more.
It was a well-oiled machine. From playing against them, the most simple stuff, even the hard stuff, we would throw at them very complex roam setups. They would clear it very quickly. That's something that we don't see anymore, even though the defense is way, way easier.
Now let's take a look at our map bans and our singular pick as well here. We'll go to Border again, Jack.
Yeah, so in a weird sense, I kind of expected Cafe or Border. Obviously, we talk about VP. They will ban away their new maps. And then I think ENCE have started banning away the maps that they've clearly been having issues with themselves, which basically left 2 maps in my mind that were middle-of-the-road maps that both of these teams would play, Cafe or Border. Now, I thought that VP probably would have preferred a Cafe, personally. I think ENCE have got a bit of an advantage just because Border doesn't really feel like a VP map.
Yeah, that's the real story for me here, is that in that last moment where they could choose towards Cafe, I know why ENCE banned it, because if you have to remember 2 maps that VP still plays well, it's Bank and it's Cafe. So obviously don't want to take them there. You go to Border. Now that's a map that will simplify things for Virtus Pro in attack, because it's a really small map and you can play grouped. On another story though, like you just said right now, what we've just seen from Secret, you can play all kinds of cheesy operators to play on Border. And that's what exactly VP despise, and they don't know how to counter. We just saw double shields.
Yeah.
And that's a map.
Imagine them having to play against that.
That's the biggest story for me, is that Border, you can play a lot of cheesy ops that VP hates to play against.
All right. Then Leo, Jack, how about we have a chat with our wonderful casters? There it is. Fluke and Hap. Look, I'm looking at you for this one here. You get Border for the second time. Do you think there'll be like big changes in how this is played versus game 1?
Considering both these teams have had an issue with the speed that they execute and how thin this map is, I mean, it should theoretically like try and nullify some of that effect. So, like maybe we will see them be a bit quicker. I don't know. It's hard to call for me.
Double shields, Fluke. I mean, we're talking about it. We saw it in the last game, and you casted over it. That's something that would scare VP.
Yeah, I mean, it was a point of your conversation as well. When we got a VP win, you asked, oh, is the multi-ban going to be the sort of setup ban? Is that going to be what you sort of stop? And they said, we're not going to talk about it. We're not going to give too much away. It's something that we're dealing with. So I guess we get the second part to that interview you had with them today of seeing if it's something they continue on.
I was watching OS today, and there was a Monty and Blitz ban in the same game. So there's something that could change up. Maybe we'll see it here, but we'll have to see it with you guys. Fluke, Hap, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. And we will back to Border, back to probably a different pace of game as we go from the top of the board down towards the teams fighting at the bottom, Hap.
Yeah, for sure. And given the fact that VP has just had a victory, though, that might mean that, they're able to build a little bit of confidence, a little bit of momentum, which on the end side of things might not really be there yet. I was speaking to their coach, and they said, I'm afraid we are stuck in a bit of a vicious cycle right now after the opening loss they had against Secret. And they're trying to get out of it, and especially with the Lems being added to the roster, it is a bit of a tough adaptation bringing him in as an IGL from a different team. So they're like trying to find a new identity, whilst also trying to break out of the losing spiral that they're in.
Well, the Monty's gone. There's at least one of those questions off. Grim taken out of the play here of Virtus Pro. Valkyrie, fair enough. She was even more terrifying once upon a time. Obviously, the map that she was introduced with was the original Border. When you could throw the cams outside and you had one more, honestly, what were we thinking back then?
I imagine all these like crazy Valkyrie spots that, hit the YouTube on where you would be able to toss it out if you lined it up from the inside. And
the one I used to love doing was out of supply window, up above you, right above the sort of double door, sort of front door, and then you just wait, and you just wait, and then you just spray through the soft, and every single time it would get people, every single time. Memories.
Of course. It's hard because everybody's so focused in on like all the default cams, and the Valkyrie cameras can be everywhere. So at least they've been limited to insight now, which have given the attackers a bit of an easier time actually approaching and entering the building in that case. IQ was a way more important pick in that time as well. A lot of bot reviews being done specifically to find those Valkyrie cameras as well.
So, last time we were here, just a moment ago, and Secret were able to pull off what, an underdog story here. the pressure is on ENCE, I think it's fair to say, which is kind of weird. Because in this showdown between these two orgs, at least, obviously one of them has gone through roster changes, Virtus.pro hasn't for a while. I believe it is 5-0 in ENCE's favor of map score across this year.
Yeah, that's correct. They haven't been beaten yet by Virtus.pro over the last 12 months. And that's, of course, actually 6 months. We'll clarify to that because that's when they entered the Tier 1 scene. However, of course, a change was made, considering that, as Lems has been added to the team. So a different style of leading potentially to come through. I mentioned it before, trying to find their new identity. So this might be the opportunity for Virtus.pro to stop that streak and get themselves that first map win against ENCE for the year.
Now, this first taste, as you said, the pace will be something that needs to be delivered by these two teams. It's something they've both struggled with in what is quite fast-moving meta, quite fast-moving positions. This is the fastest-moving map. So it might offer at least a little bit of space and a breath of fresh air here. And as they start their attempted climb towards at least the middle of the table before eyes on the top. They have some eyes on the player back inside office, watching towards the top of East Stairs. A lot of utility is being burnt here to try and get their way in, and it's a trade is the result. Dan and Rykos find one apiece, and it gets them at least boots in the ground, but they're not really sure about it. Always knocks Rykos right out. There's some pressure on towards Break, more utility, another E1D. They're holding against the fight itself. Everybody's suffering. Nothing is coming clean here, Hap.
No, it's just being skirmished out here by the side of Always. Actually gets the injure. This guy's not being able to support in time. Will eventually find the kill. And that should put them back onto equal numbers as Azox is going to be picked up. But just even that first one on Rykos, that should have been a double swing to come through. Someone should have pushed break room. Someone should have pushed that balcony. And that way you would have been able to make sure there was just a clean one-on-one trade, if any trade, for that given meta. Because now you've just lost a player, and you've just almost lost the second one who's quite low. Plus Skies is down to 29 HP. And there's still a bunch of mirror windows out there that you will have to challenge if you want to go through either the long hallway or if you want to go through the breach. So they're forced into the Archives kind of plant right now, but they don't, as you see right here. They're pushing for the main breach, and two of them are super low.
At this point, 20 seconds, the Warriors time, and they've got to see if they can try and make any use of it. They cover off at least the entrance onto the mirror window, but they still can't really be taking the fights on the opposite side in this, because you've got 10 seconds. You have to break your way through onto the side. Dan locks it off. At this point, you're just forcing your way through the final doors. Alems is inside, 2 versus 1 with 2 seconds, and there's the pickup. You just have to get the last player. Time is that cruel mistress we worried about today, Hap.
Yeah, for sure. I thought maybe, you know, because it is such a paper-thin map, we might not really have that issue, but time again running out here. But it was a late call to come through. Lems in his own was going with the diffuser in office, whereas you had the 2 players pushing the armory balcony for just a little bit, then deciding to rotate all the way around. Rotating can get you killed to some extent, like especially when you don't have the time. It forces you to be quicker, to start making mistakes potentially. And VP locking it off here as they needed to do, but it's not a clean round from them either. Always here, being left alive for way too long. He's been allowed to challenge 3 individual players. Managed to get 1 down, 1 kill, and 1 to near death.
It's early. I think that's always the fairest thing to sort of talk about right now. You're looking at them getting a taste of each other, and it's that strange comparison because obviously you've talked to the coach of ENCE, to Actar, about the changing of the guard, because you bring in an experienced player like Alems that they highlighted on the desk, has won major trophies, has been around the game for what is generally quite a new to Tier 1 and a young roster. It will always have big sort of structural changes.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I was also asking, it's like, you know, what is Alems being brought in for? And it's just for consistency amongst the young and inexperienced players that they have. Like, a lot of people forget that ENCE they've only been in Pro League for 6 months, but for that period of time, they've had a 3-month off period. So only really 3 months of experience so far with a long break in there. So, you know, they need that time to build up. They did get in here. They did manage to at least make some waves happen, but they're trying to make it more consistently, well, probably for the next year.
A quick tech pause. We'll hopefully be through in just a moment. Better now than when the momentum has built up into a game. The fact that we have had the top team, and I don't want to give false hope to fans. I don't want people to be like, it's possible. Anything is possible. Dream your dreams. But when the top team on the board loses, you get a little bit more extra. If they had won today, you know, BDS thrown up on 17 or so points, I believe locks a lot of these teams out from ever catching them based on how many play days are left. I think it's about 12 play days, 12 points. Sorry. It's 12 or it's 15. I can't quite remember which side of the tipping scale we are on. After today is 9. Today included is 12.
Yeah.
It suddenly becomes a lot more feasible when those top teams lose. When you've still got, obviously, you know, not everyone ahead of you has yet played. Wolves won't be today. They are the team that has taken the break. So you're still looking at the chance of the divide not being too big. G2, they might not be able to secure it. They're coming off the back of a loss. Who knows how their day will go? Suddenly that, you know, if that distance that, say, ENCE is sitting on, they get to 4, they're only a game and a half short of TUA's ostensibly in 4th place currently.
Yeah, last stage, 10 points was the cutoff point. You know, if you had 10 points, you didn't make it over towards the closed playoffs. The team that actually reached that was ENCE, 1 point behind on G2. For those top 2 positions, it was Secret with 16, taking the 2nd spot in the league at that point. So, yeah, BDS, like, potentially 2 points away from locking themselves off in, like, a top 2 position. Of course, that changes if the bottom 3 teams get a lot less points together, which means that, you know, the upper teams, you know, top 6 are getting a lot more points in general. But, you know, that's what we were looking at. That's what happened last season. So if you're already on like 14 points as BDS, you're probably, you know, already, you know, pretty sure to go towards the playoffs. It's just what seed they're going for. For a team like ENCE, I mean, if they don't pick up points today, they're on 1 still, and then having the opportunity to go for, what is it, like 9 more? Actually, no, because they have a break day as well, I think, still coming up. So 6 more points after that, which would put them in 5th place now. So the points today are desperately needed.
Tension music. It was a start here. Virtus Pro were able to, obviously on Consulate, get themselves the win against ITB yesterday, and they started on the back foot. I think it was about 4-2 before VP mounted a massive comeback on their defensive side. They got a couple of attack, and whether that's a drive potential here of this team, where I think ENCE, I'm not entirely sure what their exact split between attack and defense success is. I think it's a little bit more balanced.
ENCE is currently 40% defense win and 27% attack win.
Okay. Not as balanced then?
No, I mean, it's, yeah. It's like a, how am I going to spin this? Yeah,
positively.
no, it's not balanced.
Oh.
It's not balanced.
Well,
the defense is definitely favored.
At least they have that to look forward to then. Even on a map like Border. We're back in. Much quicker than before, thankfully, as we find ourselves dropping down a floor, heading down towards Vent and Workshop, and seeing if they can maybe get that classic rotation of sites together. Now, you assume attackers will have a good bite out of the defense. If Virtus Pro can get this and then get themselves looking positive on the 3rd, I could imagine a timeout being called quite soon. Obviously, that's 2 rounds in the future.
10 seconds to insertion.
Getting ahead of myself a little bit. But there was a timeout, so I had a lot of time to think, you know? not a tech timeout.
So did the players. They also had a lot of time to think, but they couldn't talk.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
But again, as we get going again, the point you make is still very valid though. If these next 2 rounds go away from ends, it's a complete rotation. It's a perfect time to call a timeout because we've just seen every single site they're probably going to go back to. But of course, they prefer to just take these rounds now, not wait until the 3rd one has passed and lost that one as well. You need to put these kills and rounds on the board. What we saw in the last round is that they were kind of taking the fights one by one. Not really working together. They should be pushing together in those instances. Either still on droning you in or just, you know, taking the fight and squishing a person out of his stronghold position together rather than giving him 3 1v1 separately and almost letting him get away with it. And I'm looking at Always there. Good use of the Bravo drone, instantly taking down some of the AFNATs and other utility. Knows about the player that is on top of the hatch inside of office before he loses his drone. So that's 2 players spotted and a bunch of utility that has been taken out. Sadly, no one there to really follow up on it though. And as a minute has passed, they're finding themselves in a gunfight, and there you go. Joystick drops. A very clean kill to come through from Eds.
Very different to how it was in the previous round as well, where everything was traded, everything was messy, I think is the fairest way of putting it, across both teams. Nobody had a real handle on the engagements. Obviously, Virtus.pro came out the top, but with Always getting that swing round, catching Rykos before Skies forces the motion there. A single second could have been the difference on towards that kill. They're trying to keep the pressure up. Pasha's above the hatch, holding and waiting for the spray. Finds a Lem's great take and takes that moment to rotate down. Keeps that balance in their favor. They may have lost the first, but they have chewed their way back through ends.
Yeah, on the fall back there, on the fadeaway through the hatch, finds the second kill. It's important, brings them back in that man advantage and allows them to play it more horizontally now. And even though top floor has been really taken by ends, there's nothing there that gives them the opportunity to play this vertically. No way that they can open up any of these, you know, vertical holes. Yes, they do have a Selma charge left. Yes, they do have the 417 DMR, but that one is playing on the main door. You know, that Selma's also not great at opening up angles too much. They're gonna have to try and find a different way. Neko does stay up top though.
Yeah, I was going to say, 30 seconds left, and they've left 1 player above. You have to hold on to the vertical, but they also have to have some cover for the planter down here. The Capitao is making some motions happen, not forcing them with the fire, but they drop. Neko doesn't sit around. Goes instead, tries to find it, always gets the trade out. They've handed vertical over. They lose 1 more body. It is just Skies, but not for a huge amount of time later. Virtus.pro sat, waited, and just let them go. Yeah, there's a bit of territory. We'll try. Oh, they've closed down on us.
It was a great call from Neko to just jump down and get that kill and open up for his team, but Virtus.pro also not waiting around, instantly going for the aggressive swing out there and shutting him down before he does any more damage. Kind of ruins the entire plan that might have been there in terms of going for the plant. And the smokes were down, but they also knew that, you know, that smoke covers the defenders. They could have moved through it. Could have actually gotten the kill. Eventually the shutdown was there. Again, great tenacity there from Virtus.pro after this first kill from Rykos, which of course came in from the actual Bravo drone. They got the information. You saw the instant reply on it. But then the 2 kills to come in favor of Virtus.pro from Always and Pasha. Definitely making sure they managed to get back into it. And well, prevent that plant from even going down.
2 in a row, and I still stand by what I said before. If this one goes away, I can imagine ends. We'll have to have a bit of a conversation about how things can change, mainly because of the pace as well, because it's strange to say that it's not that it would break momentum. It's just no momentum has been built here by the attackers. They haven't been able to get their teeth into the holes. They've been able to, you know, go from a scrappy first engagement to a clean first engagement. But even beyond that, it then starts to fall apart. They're missing that mid. It's that core of their progression in towards the map. And by the time that they've got that sorted, there's 10 seconds left and a bit of a huck it into sight.
It's a good drone there. We've seen it in the previous game as well. Just on top of the skylight, allows you to look down towards the bottom of east, towards the hallway. to the top of East as well. So it basically puts you into awareness of a lot that's happening in that part of the map. Of course, the next part is to reply to it. Joystick gives away his position as he takes down the drone. See the instant smoke canister to come out. It's a bit of a premature move, but it's just to make sure that he isn't being followed up on by that drone that just rolled by, just to make sure that the aggression is tamed before it even starts.
Seeing if they can try and put this pressure here onto the position on East, but the drone reveals they've actually been able to slip their way out, hoping to find that loose thread on a player that is nothing more than a ghost. At this point, more and more utility being dedicated to just clearing their motion, and without anything rewarded at the end of it. I'm not going to say it's wasteful. Depends entirely what confidence they want to pick up, just whether they want to know a position's free or not, but they're not getting a result until they find that. Always drifts right into the gun of Azox, and that is the opening kill.
With time though, minutes left on the clock. They've only just started to take parts of the top floor, not those that matter yet though, and you know that's eventually where they will have to go to. See, currently sneaking around there. Okay, they do have control of office. The hatch is open. They can play around there. Pasha Shepard, however, running around inside of that ground floor, close towards the metal stairs, have the opportunity to rotate back up. And if they decide to go for the execute now with 40 seconds left, that might actually happen.
Well, they have to do something here. They have to sort of keep the pressure going. They're trying to force the players out, and there is one more. Nako finds Dan, finds that bit of revenge and response, and Pasha has to try and start moving his way closer. Offers some support here to Joystick, who's getting himself pockets of space with the smoke canisters. The roll of the nade isn't quite going to get the catch, but there's one apiece. Shepard and Pasha find them. Suddenly now, with a cold kit, they got to try and pick up the pieces, dropping into a hot firefight, and now tucked, hoping this is just enough space. Joystick wants to try and fight his way out, sprays through, stops the plant being confirmed, and at this point, Shepard just has to sit and wait and look for this traded kill. There's the catch. Can't make it, though, and just hold on.
It was a great attempt stopping the plant out there. Unaware of where the cover was, however, on that final couple of seconds. Maybe if he sprinted through, he would have gotten it, but at least that round is in pockets of ends right now. Started off with that great entry as well, over the top floor. Then with a minute 15 left, taking control of everything. Things started to slowly go down south after a hatch drop and a window jump in. Both were taken down just seconds after they happened. They managed to stay strong, managed to keep it calm and bring it in. And now then the call comes, like, do you call that timeout? Because you've won a round. However, it's also the attack. So you kind of want to win more than just a single round at this point.
Yeah. I think that's the sort of trade, right? Is they've got one, you can build on that. You can start to develop that and start to throw yourself in. The opening kill is still very late comparatively towards Border, but also, you know, if we just take the data of the game we just had, more than half of the rounds the opening kill was in the opening minute. So far, none of them have been the case here. It's been almost halfway through the entire round itself. So, you know, that average of how Ents are getting in, or even what Virtus Pro are offering them as an engagement, is much slower, and that is definitely playing in towards Virtus Pro's favor and how they love to structure themselves across any map.
I think the average right now is at like 136 left on the clock, so a minute from now on is when that one would be coming through. And it is slow for Border, but as you just saw, definitely manageable if you manage to put the pace behind it right afterwards and start making things happen. Joystick very careful as he's proning around on that balcony. Nako managing to get some information, but I'm not sure if he's actually seen Joystick. As the smokes come out, there's a person on the side of the cam there, but it doesn't quite reach the blitz of Azox. Would have been very nice to just chip away some HP from the blitz, especially this early on in the round.
We almost had a bit of kill. We had some damage done, and there's the drop. It's finally a bit quicker, but it's Joystick. Gets the end of Rykos. Technically on some barbed wire, but the downing came from the bullets. Everything has fallen apart here on the top of East Stairs. The fact that the Blitz wasn't the first one on an engagement. Not sure where they were trying to get the lockdown. They get the blind onto one, and they almost suffer on the end of it. Skies is there for some support. 2 versus 3 isn't impossible. You look at the health of the smoke, you look at the health of the Legion, but you also think about the gadgets those two have and how much they can eat away at the 2 people still trying to crack their way through onto site.
I think 2 or maybe 3 of the smoke canisters already have been used, however, so they shouldn't be too worried about joystick anymore at this time. Legion, of course, it hurts, it stings, but it isn't the instant burst of damage that comes through, so you have the opportunity to move back out of the way. I say, as the Blitz is about to take 2 ticks and almost go down from a goo mine. But these mirror windows are more painful because there's just no way they can challenge this with that Nitro to come through.
I mean, yeah, we know how much damage a Nitro does. It's not a tick. It's the boom. What is happening to Warden? Just went down to half. Somewhere else, Pasha, not sure what they suffered, but with 25 seconds left, a 1 versus 3, 1 bolt left. They can try and cover something, but with the mirror window there being watched, it's not going to be a lot. I'm still very curious what happened to Warden in that moment. I think we just heard a doorbell, or I'm going insane. At that point, obviously, they took a bit of a blow. Virtus Pro, as I said before, that's the game that they're so comfortable being in and around. That's the idea of, yeah, we've got our setup. Let them test it. Let them taste us. You could see they were trying new things. And there was an argument that comes out of seeing the last border of how horrible shields can be. There, it was ineffectual. It was late to the party. It wasn't the front of the push app.
It wasn't. Sorry, my doorbell went off indeed.
No, I know that. I heard it and I was like, what is that? And it took me a second to realize.
I forgot to turn off the wireless receiver.
Where is it? In your computer? What is up with your setup?
It's in my room, but it's just very loud.
Wow.
Sorry, you were saying.
I hope that's not a copyright doorbell. Production would be fuming. Milosh as well.
I don't think so. It did have some other songs that were definitely copyrighted, but I specifically chose to not use those.
Great.
Anyway.
Here it was, the Blitz, as I said, you know, them being later to the punch in the party. What was sort of left? You look at the hold that still existed. Structurally, it was kind of untested, right?
It definitely was. The fights took place in places, you know, away from the site itself. And again, you know, that mirror window being up for so long where the final kill eventually came through or was assisted by it. It's kind of a testament to that because they weren't even able to deal with the mirror window yet at that moment because they were just so busy with other stuff at that time. So what I do, just bring the mirror again. I mean, they're playing downstairs, but you know, it's very effective at holding the top floor, so why not use it out there?
From the back of this, and they still have that 1 round. They still have the opportunity here to shake things up. We saw a 3-3 half before where the team with the advantage fell away. Granted, it was on the opposite ends of attack and defense, but Ents statistically better on defense. If they can get themselves to that even point, there's still all the possibility that they can at least run this one to a further gone conclusion. Virtus Pro in the meantime. It's almost that unstated thing of if it's not broken, don't change it. They're happy to still let them approach in. The Twitch getting some of the work done. The mirror window popped. They have eyes at least on Rykos' slow entrance, just guiding him towards break, hoping to get the shake on the CC player. It's always who I don't think quite knows how close they are getting. Rykos is now on the side, hidden behind the debris. Does he know how close the fight is? The E1D is going to make things a little bit easier. It's up and down and round and round and always is the one still standing. Rykos, that should have been buried.
Not the trigger discipline at that point. He saw the head, instantly fired as he went back down. That gave away the game out there. So that gave the opportunity to always to respond if he would have just held a little bit longer, because surely he's watching the mirror window during an E1D. It would have been a cleaner kill to come through. But that's just a very painful way to start off this round, right after like a timeout to come through.
I mean, it's just a bit horrifying, really. It's you know, it's one incident, it's one moment, but it is sort of paramount of the problems that Ents are having here. That confidence, that adaptability, all these sharp things we've paid this roster and this team and this org so many compliments on, they just can't seem to find that confidence anymore. They're the team that beat BDS in the first split, and now they're the team that might not beat anybody this time round. And with 30 seconds left and pretty much everyone still standing, I say, as Azox gets removed, you're looking at them trying to just desperately pick the pieces up, find a pocket of the site to get a plant down on. They've got one below, two above this time round. They're going to be a little bit more locked in on the verticality. Joystick is not going to fall for the same mistake twice as he looks up towards the hatch they dropped from last time. There's one for Skies. He's in. He's going to tuck himself and hope the cover comes through. Now Nako's outside the door itself. Alems gets one, and it's worked, but a little too late to the party. Skies pops up out of nowhere. He's able to get it all done in time. The shotgun gets the lock on. Now they just have to make sure they take this vertical fight together. Alem's hugely experienced, but so are Dan and Shepard. This fight relies on them making sure this is a trade situation. They have time, and the first one slips on by. There's the second. Perfectly played by the pair here, and he's going to be the first for the defuse. Bit of a race that Shepard wins out for the stats.
Surprised they didn't actually go for the team kill at that point. So no, it's mine. they raced for him. But a great round there coming in from VP. Just slightly late on actually cancelling the diffuser as well, as early on as they possibly could. But the right call to push for the top floor. Sometimes you see teams like hesitate a little bit. Like, do we have time? Or should we just send one person up and the other tries to bait with the defuse? Sending up both your players just doubles those chances, especially because, you know, the attacker out there, his only worry is that diffuser at that time. That's the main priority. So great retake to come through. And what started off as like a, well, not a happy little accident from Rykos when he's walking up under the E1D, misses the opportunity on Always, ends up in a near win for Ents if they only had that one man extra.
Attackers activated.
You almost look back towards that round there where Shepard almost clutched it out. It was the 1 versus 2. They're going for the plant on Armory. Were on the back foot and they were trying to rebuild into it. It would have been a huge clutch. But there are, you know, he was pre-aiming towards the angle. He didn't sprint, whatever.
5 seconds left.
This time round, we saw the sprint motion across. We saw LM's not able to secure that kill because of it. And then it was the 2 versus 1. They had the 2 different angles. And you think, if they had sprinted before, could this be a 5-0? Could this be even worse? You want to give Ents the benefit of the doubt. You want to say it's their round that they won, and they did win it. They were ahead, but now they have to almost prove it. Now we're back to here, the site of their only success so far. And we need to see if they can replicate it to buy confidence, because a 5-1 seems insurmountable. They're going with a bit of pace. Bit of a different application, a lot of noise, a lot of a bang. They're inside. They can't quite get the plant because of the goo mine. They're going to see if they can try and find a fight, but Alems loses out on the first, trying to fish for a blitz that gets downed and dropped. There's a C4 Claymore kill even onto Always. A 3 versus 3, almost lower. As Joystick tucks their way out of that, but the kit is caught off. It's in the middle of sight, buried. So at this point, with 2 minutes to play for Ents, how do you rebuild?
Try to go quick here. Didn't really work out. The blitz instantly as well, having to tuck in. Stuck on the goo mine, so having to pull that out. And that's how he actually died, because they managed to find defeat in that purpose. As a result, now in that 3v3, well, I mean, you don't have anything else left, right? Like, your plan A is failed. you've lost a lot of your utility. You lost that shield, which is a lot of pressure that you can build. All you really have left is the single smoke grenade with a glass, and Rykos on the Lion has been giving away a lot of his position out here, but might still have some EU1Ds left for a push.
Hoping the player drifts into shot. Nako knows exactly where they are, but the pressure of movement isn't on Dan here. Though the outlines are the same, I promise you they're on different teams. Skies is getting in that work. They just need to force Dan to move. They need to try and catch him before he's able to catch one of the two sat so patiently. How revealed does he think he is? I don't know. Now he definitely knows. He's going to try and lean back into the fight. Here's the glass popping behind him. The pistol is the lockdown, and they do get it. It was closer than it should have been. It took maybe longer than it could have done, but 40 seconds, still a lot of time.
A lot of verticality being held as well by VP. Joystick prone in the corner, waiting for someone to push in from the teller's windows. This could still be very much under control, especially with that verticality just taken out. Look at that, Pasha with a long angle. As soon as they fall through this, he should be having it, but the diffuser is still down, spots the player on that breach. He needs to not go too extensive right now. There's 14 seconds. They need to push him.
Well, they do. 14 seconds, though, and not a lot of time left to do it. They get the round. I'm a little bit more convinced, and we're going over to the other half. What was it you said, a 24% attacker win rate so far? We're technically in line
27,
with that.
yes.
27, we're in line with that. Now they got to see if they can try and drive it on the other side. At the same time, Virtus Pro, I'm still going to sort of say it, momentum-wise, they haven't really been stressed yet. There is a lot more pressure on them to try and drive some of this energy onto their attack.
Yeah, that's for sure. Now they're also getting to set the pace. And I don't know if you saw, but I believe it was a tweet placed by Grant, and I think it was at the start of this week, but basically the teams that set the pace and do it the fastest have been the most successful so far over the 3 major leagues. And that is NAL, EU, and Brazil, of course. So if they are able to bring some speed here on the side of Border, I don't know, both these teams have had some struggle with time management, but again, this map is super thin. It's way easier to get some pocket plays out here. But if they manage to, you know, up their usual tempo, it might actually allow them to succeed here against ENCE and basically try and lock this off as soon as possible.
We are still looking at, out of all the rounds we've seen, that average of first time, you know, that was a 1 rushed round, 1 quick play, but only 1 kill within that opening minute here. I'm still kind of hoping Virtus Pro put that pressure on a bit earlier. And yeah, they're a let him cook team. They're a build up to it team. But it was one of the biggest strengths of Secret to take the surprise factor and get those engagements and force those players into these uncomfortable situations.
As we check the first minute past. Nothing really happening as of yet. VP just on repels, taking some shots to Nako. Unfortunately, the dog, however, it's the first stim that is gone. Still a lot more to be gained. Pasha sneaking in from break with the Deimos, hoping to find a first initial kill. He's not hunting someone, he can use the AK. Decided to go for the other one and actually gets blinded by the mute Gemmer as he hops over and Nako gets that free kill.
At this point now, 1.5 minutes left. They're seeing if they can try and get anything on the back of it. They don't need to be too forced out of position. Oh, just gets the mirror window on the second attempt through and past the side of the gate. Now as they just patiently watch and wait, their chance to spring, but the territory is still firmly in control here of the side of ENCE. They're slowly forcing Nako out the door, but if there's no one to catch him on the back end, he might even be able to slip through the far side of the site. The line makes the rotate. There's the motion outside. They're free, they're clear, but they do lose one. Rykos caught out inside Fountain, 50 seconds left.
Still, not a lot of ground here, though, on the side of VP. Look at that always as well, 1 HP. I mean, what they're going to be doing at this point, they're just going to have to brute force themselves through because they have literally no control around the side. Where is this push even going to come through? Is it going to be on the armory side? It would be the most logical, I think.
Bit of a spray through there, 20 seconds left. There's the pressure and there's the blinds that come onto it. Now as they try and find this little pocket, they're going to see if they can tuck the plant close in. There's the motion, but Nako wins it out before taking the drop and ends. Get the lockdown elsewhere.
It's a very much necessary needed route. Like, they need to instantly start turning this around to avoid any doubts to come through at it. Finding them with the third, great. Need to get that fourth now to equalize the score. And from there on, you have the opportunity to build towards points, to build towards a win. And VP, they still have their timeout. They can still call it. Probably not going to be doing it right away. Maybe after it's been equalized. Maybe if they lose a third round as well in this half. But they just weren't really anywhere. Again, like a minute left on the clock and they had CCTV. Nothing else. I mean, they were walking around in the hallway. That doesn't really get you anything. Enzo's playing that passively at that point. Also falling back towards the actual ground floor at the same time.
It's such a passive game. I think that's it, right? And that's the sort of point of it. It's not that the engagements aren't happening, but everybody is almost second-guessing every motion. Everybody's being very cautious about what territory they're taking, what they have to lock down here. It is a strategy. It's one that teams have played and been successful with before, but between these two teams, in the position that they are fighting on the leaderboard, and how valuable these points are, looking for that little bit extra, looking for that, I guess, the secret sauce. This is almost the game to pull it out on, right? When you're up against, let's be honest, the team that you have to beat.
And it's it for both these teams, right? Like, VP wants to end in the top 6. They need to beat Ents. Ents, they want to, you know, at least equalize or do better than what they did in the previous stage. Kind of forces them to continue their streak against Virtus Pro. They're 5-0 up in this year so far. It would be a shame to not make it 6-0 today.
Drone is ready.
Getting their eyes.
Good info.
Yeah, I love that camera. Getting their eyes on the player. Just tucked inside the office side, holding onto the single wall. They're being zapped from somewhere. They're not quite sure where from. You can assume where that all comes through. There's a Twitch drone that couldn't quite get any utility, but the wall itself is still being popped open. They still gain that ground, have to pull their way back at least a bit. But again, look at the time being wasted here. They've almost structured their defenses. Yet this wall will fall. It draws their focus. We move on. Always trying to cut their way through the lobby. Oh, trying to cut their way close to another engagement. Do they know of the man on the other side of the beepers? Rykos might be ready to rock and roll, but remember, if he hits that swing, he's going to make a lot of noise.
Not aware of him because he moved very carelessly earlier as well, just putting his entire side over towards Custom's door. If the swing came out at that point, it would have been a free kill, so that is just Rykos holding at least they have it always hostage and then takes him out as soon as he moves out. And it's that the instant trade comes through, but that is just such a clean opening once more.
40 seconds. 40 seconds now for them to try and regain the territory. Always was trying to get locked in. They're still trying to fight above as well. As I said, they hit that office wall, but it was just sort of just a, yep, this is yours. Do it with a bit of work. Rykos does get caught out. Not entirely sure where from. I think it was the direct fight from the lobby side. Yep, you can see all the VP bodies just flooding their way in towards the site. But Alem says the vertical. They have the pings. Rykos somehow gets joystick. The dot got them back up, and it's just exploded. Virtus Pro. What were they thinking? What were they paying attention to?
I think one person went over there to confirm the kill on Rykos, but at that time he actually got pushed back up by Stim, finds the instant kill. The verticality not taken, as you just saw, so they planned right underneath the opening. And that's just a recipe for disaster. They had a 2-man advantage at the moment they decided to go for the push. And technically, it was a 4v2 on the site if they would have wanted to go for that, or a 4v1 even with one person above. It's just completely fallen apart out there. And now you find yourselves with the equalizing point. And where after the first 5 rounds, it looked kind of bleak for ends, and we're wondering, is this the end of the streak? Suddenly they equalize themselves. This is what I mean. Like, you should have had the Lems out here. Why is he allowed to still be upstairs? You literally had someone there. Why is it not watched or checked before the plant gets attempted?
4 apiece at this point, and I don't know. You're trying to look for positives, right? You're trying to look for the ways that these teams can improve here, but it's just so much both caution being paid but mistakes being made, and there has to be one or the other, right? If you're going for that slow cook, if you're going for that things are in place, we have this pocket of land, you have to have the pocket of land, because he said there wasn't any lockdown on the top player. It was very much, you know, charging in via lobby, getting the one player to go confirm it alone and not quite having it. They didn't have the control of above there and security either. And, you know, it just feels like the adaptations when things are going wrong aren't really there. Currently, the Twitch drone gets caught out, obviously gets one camera on its journey. But I just want Virtus Pro to focus on a bit of terrain, see if they can get it under their control, and then go from there, rather than trying to piece it all together across the map, because it's not really working out for them.
No, and they're just making decisions without... They're trying to take too much first, and then they don't really have what they need. So it's like they're a bit wide. Is that everything, by the way, castled off between B and A? I'm not quite sure if I saw that. I think they locked off the entire, like, small office area between detention and supply. Anyway, smoke canisters start popping. Pasha with Striker looking to get some grenades tossed in, but I believe we got the information that they've rotated around. There's about one close to the balcony. He's trying to bait his drone out there, I think. As the rotate comes through, just misses the opportunity to get the kill on Taneko.
Drop down, takes a huge blow for it. They've been able to get themselves that little bit of an escape route, and can they try and make it? Turn into a bit of a revenge run. Obviously, they got the pick up before. Do they know about joystick? They've rotated their way around. No is the answer, and this time a kill is confirmed. No sneaky way back round. But still late, still a lot left to do. A bit of crime being committed there, or attempted to by the Bravo drone. I think it was shut down before it could steal that gate.
Yeah.
And here, I mean,
liked how we had the speed lines on Reichels, though, as he swapped from the drone boost to Reichels' POV.
He's so quick. So fast.
Standing still, he's so quick.
Where are you going here, Virtus Pro? They have the pings on the players above the site. Rykos knocks them right back out. They're ready for the player that comes across towards the break door itself, but it's the swing on the door outside towards the balk that gets the kill. 40 seconds. Eyes still on the other side of the map. The second story of it, as Skies is causing problems around Fountain. He's not letting them move in. They also still have the player above Armory, and you're thinking, okay, Virtus Pro, what can you do? Shepard's above the site. They could hit a hatch and get the kit down there quickly. They're making their kit player get the check, though. If they go down above, the round is pretty much done.
I'm not quite sure what they're trying to do. There's 15 seconds left. They're trying to come in horizontally now, and I believe that might have been... No, Shepard is still alive with 5 HP. Never mind, a double kill from Skies that dropped at the exact right moment. And Dan, now the last man standing with 3 seconds left, falls as well. And then suddenly it's 5-4, and I mean, you had the entry, you had the trade as soon as you lost one of your own. But again, what control do you have? There's 40 seconds left, and they haven't even taken control fully yet of CCTV, checking it with their faces afterwards, only to make no use of it, rotate around, go horizontal, and be sprayed down by the players that were still on the top floor and rotated down around that time as well.
It's a timeout called by VP here. They probably didn't have to add that second detail. It's just not been good here. We talked about how Ents would probably improve when they go into the defense, and that is true. But VP, as I said, it didn't ever really feel like they had the momentum when they were on defense. They were winning rounds, sure, but it wasn't hugely convincing. it's even worse now. We get to the attack. All of that has been brought to light. They are just struggling, and you know, the pressures of this game, the pressures of being able to beat a team, or maybe this is just the team that Ents love beating, being able to potentially push that, you know, map record from 5-0 to 6-0 today for Ents as an org across this year. It's well within it right now, and you know, you're just thinking everything is in the favor. VP, they look a bit lost.
They definitely do. And again, those first 5 rounds, it looked quite well on the VP side, but as soon as they're on the attack, they're somehow struggling with time management on a map that is as small as Border and should be a quick pace map. Usually things are about like 30 seconds to a minute quicker here for teams. But yet we're not seeing that. It's the same stuff here for VP.
10 seconds remaining.
And Ents, you gotta commend them on their resilience there of bringing this back so far. Those 3 rounds in a row, even though they've been down in numbers here and there, they kept it calm. And this is exactly what they brought Lems in for, to keep these rookie players calm and collected. To make sure there's always like that cool head on the team that can make these calls even when things get hectic.
What was talked about in that timeout, and will it be able to change the pace here of what is otherwise turning into a little bit of a tragedy? Virtus Pro, since they last won a round, is getting further and further away. But if you think about how this game would be structured if they started on attack, wow, it'll be a much more terrifying scoreline. They just have to try and lock in. They are not a million miles away right now. This first engagement,
a couple of centimeters away from being C4'd.
Yeah, he's trying to drift in. They have the pre-opened angle. It's a dangerous place to be in. It is a very nice lineup that drops it just inside. But as they drone out and get the quality control, the information, the little drone boosts, if you missed it in the patch, it was a bit of fun.
It's helped me escape a couple of times already, making sure my drone stays alive, so point is proven for the usefulness of that. Oh, there it is. Nitro popped. Not going to be able to find anything. I think if that was tossed like half a minute earlier, that would have been impactful, but more importantly, let's look at time. A minute 30 left on the clock. Is there any control already for the side of VP? No, I mean, they have someone on East. The rest is really outside. Neko does die, though. Inside of CCTV. That's a huge pick. That gives them the opportunity to start taking break, to start taking CC, and start working, well, mostly just the armory side for now. As Joystick is looking to cut across, he's effectively trying to cut the map in half to give the rest of his team an opportunity to fight. They do have to make sure that they make use of this ground.
Oh, that was just well played there. They burn out the ADSs with the flashes, tuck the grenade in as well. I mean, at that point, there really was nowhere else they could go. I'm not sure if they intended to truly get the player with the grenade, just force the motion, just get the electrics on the wall, but they're going to take the net result. 5 versus 3, another Deimos target. You think about all the horrifying softs, and that's not even the one that they get. Joystick with the cover on a Lems. And this activation of Virtus Pro is almost what we've been crying out for over the past few rounds. From a timeout to a flawless. What a response there from VP to get themselves level and stop the bleeding.
Yeah, the big difference there is everybody just pushed from the same direction. They took CC, they took break, and then they decided to go for office. They used that Deimos to get the ping, instantly getting the flashbangs of the grenade over, either guarantees you a kill or they are running away in fear. But if anything, the Deimos can see that if that starts happening. And they all start pushing into office. They use the Deimos, you know, a second member of Ents comes over to try and challenge, but oh, surprise, surprise, there is also a second player of VP and a third holding that angle that you were about to challenge. And that puts you over towards 5-5 now. They have that grenade. I mean, Deimos knew that he was going to be stuck in there. Got that kill. Second beautiful one on Pasha. No, not Pasha, sorry. Skies as well.
I think that's it, right? As you sort of said, they're attacked together. It's the point that I raised a round or two ago is that they're going in very wide. They're trying to fish for these kills in these positions of power, but they don't quite have the confidence to back it up. Here, they grouped up. They just strong-armed their way from piece of territory to piece of territory. Instead of thinking like we've got this and we can move around, and Ents historically and frequently just rotating their way back in when the eyes are off the position, they removed the problem itself. They removed the Ents players. And, you know, Border does offer you the time to do that. Border offers you, you know, those rotations, those possibilities. It's a thin map. 5 apiece now. And it feels like a team has started to cook here. Can they try and get themselves on towards the end of it? They are, again, not a million miles away. Desperately want the 3 points. Neither of these teams wants to fall into pity points and part points. They want and need the full lockdown.
Yeah, for sure. And that's what makes this round so important, because that's going to be the team that has the one opportunity to fight for it. Reinforcement to come through. Seeing a player rotate at the back of the hallway as well. So a little bit of information here for VP to work on, but nothing too much. And what we saw in that last round as well, you know, the isolation of players was basically because Ents was unable to provide crossfires, to provide support, as they were dug in so deep into a room that there was only 2 angles they would be fired upon from, but those are being held by VP players. So if they can replicate that once more, isolate one of those players, use a bunch of flashbangs and grenades to take them out together with a death mark, you can definitely leverage yourself like a 1 or 2 minute advantage before you actually go for the side itself.
A little bit out of range for that little bit of crime. And it keeps everything still standing. And, you know, we get later and later into this game. Look at them harvesting their way around, though. They're putting the pressure onto the triple wall, and the single wall player gets out of there. They're being tracked, so they make their own route as quick as possible. And it forces some motion. That was what Virtus Pro, as I said, did excellently before. They didn't just shut down the space, the player, and they're still going to try and get that movement, get that momentum onto the back of it. They need to make a catch, and it has to be spelled out in blood that they're taking that corner of territory, and Alems is not going to hand it to them. Ents have learned that lesson as well. They realize that they can play this game, pull themselves away, let them have a little bit of a skirmish, but then drop the force, rotate it round, and utilize those things that I said can be offered to attackers are just as powerful in the pockets and play of the defenders. 30 seconds, and we finally see the first player dropped. Alems is gone. They didn't quite. I'm not sure if they were able to use their C4. There's a second, not a third, but a trade out does in fact happen. Drop right into the clutches in a 3 versus 2. 20 seconds.
Need to start pushing now. There is a hatch open. There is a window that could potentially go through, and a spot onto Rykus. More importantly, he's going to go prone. He thinks he knows exactly where they're coming from, and he has the right idea on one of them. And suddenly Shepard drops through the CCTV hatch, unable to actually get the kill, gets shut down. Ents find themselves round 11, and with that, find themselves on map and match point to try and make this 6 in a row against Virtus Pro, being unbeaten.
Down to the wire. And the importance of this game, just as any, if not more so across anybody's throughout the league, when you're fighting towards the bottom against other teams that are fighting in that same area, you know, those teams that get that first step by in towards the qualifiers, the closed half, that is all that they're after at this point. That is the focus they want. They want the bit of extra time. They don't want to stuff at the side of an impossible run. And in cases before, as we all know in Split 1, for one of these 2 teams, a single point was that difference maker. Ents were the ones sat on the wrong side of the split line. They know the importance of getting all 3 right now.
Yeah, they definitely want to get those full 3 points on the board now, especially with how the split has started and considering the fact they've already, you know, they still have that break game coming up, which is something they can really not afford as things currently are. There's only 6 more points for them to be gained after this, so taking the full 3 now will put them onto 10, if I'm correct, which again is the exact same as they had the last time around if they win those 2 remaining matches. But it could be just enough. Who knows? We don't like it. It really depends on how. Oh, good sap.
Drone fight.
Yeah, that's the yokai gone. One of them at least. The other one is still in pocket for Azux. Probably going to keep it in pocket. No, never mind. I was going to say for a little bit.
Really?
But no.
It's up. It's moving. It's schmoving, and it's ready to do this game. It does leave it a little bit revealed if they go underneath and try and clear the space anyway. It might be a free pickup of utility, but maybe they're hoping and banking on the fact that Virtus Pro have been a little bit directional recently. They've been trying to strive themselves in on territory, and they might not go for the intent clear, the pace they otherwise played before. All the weight here on this round for Virtus Pro. It almost puts even more pressure on that opening engagement, something they struggled with before.
It's also a minute 20 has already passed, and they don't have any control yet. They're not inside of the building. They're only now looking to take break room under control. But there's one or two ENCE players looking to stop that. So either this could go very well for the side of VP, and they managed to find 2 clean openings, and with that, able to snowball the rest of the round, or they're about to just get shut down out of the server, and the win is going to be locked in for the side of ENCE. Now, this Deimos is going to be helping them because Neko is inside of CCTV, being tracked, trying to walk out, but Skies comes in for support. That's 1, that's 2, and exactly as I said, this is the fight that matters.
Still holding on to the ground. Shepard is able to find Skies, but Joystick feels surrounded. There's a swing close by that might come through from Neko as the drone reveals the position. He can't quite find a route out, and instead of sticking by, waiting for the execution, he tried to push. That puts it in an even hand, 3 versus 3. Now the Ash is suffering the bite of a Gumine in foot. Gets them down to about half. But staying just above that line of a single bullet being the popped end. 30 seconds. Virtus Pro separate you from falling away from one of the most important fights you might find yourself making. You'd be pushed, well, nowhere yet.
Vertical.
But with Dan getting the vertical, 15 seconds, can they find this pocket, the slow creep, the slow bit of motion, the momentum that ENCE need to start trying to lift off the bottom of the board is slowly drifting further away. It's all down to Rykos. Goes for the C4, goes for the connection, and he finds it. They have a second to pick it up, but they can't do it! The single C4 from underneath. It's almost a replication of how we've seen it won out before at the final round of the Manchester Major. Different teams, different stakes. Same result. Defenders get the win, and ENCE, they find themselves crawling off the bottom of the EUL board and getting their first 3 points.
You saw it in the face of Joystick there as well as he ran over to the diffuser and pressed the button, but the timer ran out as he did. Just the pain that comes out of it. Just that C4, just enough to get that down, just enough to waste the time and to secure the 3 points in what has been a very scrappy game.
Well, talking about scrappy, let's throw it over to our scrappy desk.
Thank you very much there, Emmy. Yes, the Scrappy Desk is back to talk about the scrappy-do kind of game that we just got. ENCE victorious. They gather a first win here in EUL and all 3 points. They're just throwing a spanner in everybody's works in the middle of the pack.
From start to finish, only one single word. Time.
Poor Jack.
Time. It's all about time. Even at the last round, 0.00.
Oh my.
It's just from start to finish.
Leo, pull your stats out about the time.
Bro, I have to say, we just went from the fastest paced border I've seen in a long time into the slower paced border that I've seen in a very long time. Now, if you want a funny stat, the first opening kill that you get in a round, the average on all of these rounds is in virtually 45 seconds later than the first game. It's huge.
That's crazy.
It's almost an entire minute slower than the first match that we've seen today.
On the smallest map in the pool as well. I think we did quite a good job of setting up the expectations that both of these teams were too slow. And then we're like, oh, they're on border. They're going to be a little bit faster. No, absolutely not. And, you know, without sounding too disrespectful, one of these teams had to win, but neither of these teams, particularly when they were on the attack, could attack for anything. You know, they're bringing wrong operator selections, I'm seeing a lot of Capital. I saw Thatcher, Ace. Nomad, like nothing that was like an initiator up. No Yings, no Deimos, no Dokkaebis, none of that. And that's why we were seeing such slow entries. There was nothing that the attackers could use to get themselves into the map, to take map control. That game was there for somebody just to take it by the bull of the horns and just go and win it. And in the end, limped over the line.
We barely saw a blitz. We barely saw a Dokkaebi. We barely saw the kind of operators that will get you in the building quickly. In so many of the rounds, we were like, okay, 50 seconds left. They've got E-stairs. What's the rest? They got into E-stairs. Yeah, great. What do you do?
When VP attacked customs, it was like they realized that the site was customs with 20 seconds to go.
In such a fast-paced game, you want a Nomad on your team, right?
No.
No, but that's the problem.
In one round, and the way that I look at the scene, and again, you know, kudos to Ents, they won. They managed to get themselves over the line because they got 2 rounds on the attack that they managed to win out of nowhere. I think ultimately was the difference. Out of the 12 rounds, I think the attackers, in my mind, controlled 1 round out of 11. And, you know, on border of all maps.
That's what I was about to say. That's the most surprising thing. It's on border. I started in this pre-show by saying, yeah, they're going on border. It's one of the maps that should be heavily attacker-sided because the map is so small that you're forcing the defenders into finding gunfights early to try and win the round and then fall back. The problem is we didn't fight any gunfights early. Everybody was playing a turtle game. Everyone was playing Legion, Castle, Mute, Wall Denial. What's that kind of playstyle? Especially in a map that's small.
It was crazy.
So what I'm gonna say is count your lucky stars that we did not get Lair or Labs or, God forbid, brought Theme Park back just for this matchup, or else we'd be here all damn night. And it was at the end a victory for Ents. However, if we did highlight a player, who would it be?
I think it was a big difference maker. I think it was the guy that used to lead this team and now has a different role. It's Skies. He was the guy that I highlighted before. I think this guy had a lot of potential in that team. I think he was one of the starest player last stage, and we were still waiting to see him perform. I remember a couple weeks ago, this guy was all the way at the bottom of the ratings. He was, I think, in the bottom 3, if I can recall well. I think he had the third worst rating in the league, and he just went from top 2, top 3 the last stage to that. And now he showed again why he was one of the best players in last stage. He showed the potential. He showed the fragging ability. He showed the shot calling ability as well. Because many of these rounds that they were able to be close or to actually win an attack, he was the one carrying the diffuser and going for that plant. I think Skies is probably one of the only guys that's really pulling this team together and is a great prospect in general for this team's hope into bringing more wins till the end of the stage.
Well, the end ends victorious. Thank you very much for that, Leo. But that means we have to talk to our winners. And look who's joining us tonight. Hey, it's LMs. Oh my God, it has been forever since you've been on here. What's going on? First of all, let's talk positively. Congratulations on the win. How does it feel to take a full 3 points today?
To be honest, it feels good. Finally, we got a win, so I'm very happy.
LMs, border. Why border against Virtus Pro? Because I think the map, I would say, between both teams doesn't really seem to suit both teams' style of play.
If I be totally honest, this is not the map we planned to play them. Like it was not this map was not planned as first. I would say. So, but you know, it's the rules of the veto map and stuff. So we had to go on that map. And the thing is, like, we knew how VP play. Like, they have like a very hold play style. I would say they are very like methodical and slow. So everything we did today was trying to slow this down.
Is that the fact that border was not expected, as you say? The reason why this game got really, really slow, because even for the attack, we saw like Nomad being part of the lineups pretty much all the time for both teams when the game ground to a halt regularly, and we didn't see anybody kind of maneuvering around the map and defense to need a Nomad to shut them down.
The thing is, like, Border is a small map, So like at the start the map is very attack sided, so obviously when you keep losing rounds in defense, the only possibility to start winning rounds is to get aggressive. And that's why a lot of people do like they play all maps on border, like they play CC, they play office, they play everywhere on the map, so it's very hard as an attacker to take control of this. That's why you need to bring those kind of operator like Nomad to control the rotation of the doors or things like this.
Just a general question about ENTS and the season so far, Alems. Obviously, it's not gone so well. You know, it's just the first win now, and we're in play day 6. Why do you think that has been the case?
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Sorry, I was.
Yeah, no problem. So obviously it's the first win now, but you know you've lost all the games up to now. I suppose what's your take on that? What's the reason for that?
To be honest, I think people forget that like the ENTS core is really young players. They don't have any experience in T1 except from last season. So they just need to learn and to improve. They are like young players that need to be like people need to teach them. So thanks to the coaching staff and me, that's why they took me on the team, like to bring this experience on the team. And we are learning every day. And since the start of the season, right now we can only see improvements. So I guess we are working on the right way. Now the goal is to keep improving and be better.
Absolutely, those 3 points definitely spell for it. But just to hammer that point on, you know, you're saying that experience and everything. But if we were to theorcraft for a moment, Wild is very much in that very similar setup as you, but the results are different with players that are very young and I would say even more inexperienced than in your case. So, do you chalk it up to just it takes more time to make it work for you guys?
Yeah, maybe. I think it takes more time, and to be honest, the player in Wild, like for example Layton or even Croxon, they played a lot on like different region. Like Croxon played on a different region, I guess. So he has the experience of very good games. Layton, I know him. I play with him in Calories, and he's a very good player as well. He's hungry to win. After, it's all about mentality and stuff, of course. But I think for some people it takes more time. It depends, but the goal is to be better, and that's what we will try to do.
I mean, clearly the result speaks for itself. Today, Alems, a pleasure to have you on here with us. Been a while, and hopefully we get to see you on the screen here with us more times in the future. Again, have a good night. Relax.
Good night.
And again, congratulations on the win. But Jack, we have just hit the halfway mark. We still have 2 more games to go. And after the break, it's G2 versus Into the Breach.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Are we ready?
It's up to Trix now to stay alive inside of the vending hallway. It's gonna be all Trix all day.
You won!
Lots to look forward to in phase 2.
Every match is a do or die scenario.
Spoit walks in. Wolves can easily line him up.
I don't lose, Oregon. Never. And what's the fish? That should be my first question.
2 will brave Atlanta for some Siege silverware.
is semi-final Saturday.
Loachkin now can work around. One player picked up. Lobin.
And they're starting. Flicks onto Virtue. The knife comes out.
Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose! It's W7M!
Two teams from Brazil in the grand final. This is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget.
Lobin with 1 kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. Philippe Hawks and cameraman in a 1v1. Cameraman gets it done!
One more round is all those need to push us to overtime. JV finds one. Maya against the worlds, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil, the region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal, a promise made in Copenhagen, history made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blastar 6 EU League. We continue on with this third and final playday of our Super Week. And here is game number 3. G2 take on Into the Breach. I love how it loads in the background behind. It's so cool when it fades in. But welcome back to the desk. I'm Milos. With me, our fresh and alpha mat gentlemen. Let's start with the G2 squad. I was going to say elephant in the room, but here it is.
Always a good place to start, Milos. We love talking about G2. And I think if we're contextualizing their season and their stage so far, relatively successful with a hiccup yesterday. Are we calling it a hiccup?
That's a hiccup, 100%.
Yeah.
What you were saying before, the fact that they had a good dynamic, they were on the up and up.
Yeah.
I think they proved that there's 2 pickups, Blaz and Loira. Loira maybe a bit of a gray area right now, but at least what they've been trying to achieve is working better.
A gray area, 119 EPS.
No, I didn't mean Blaz, I mean Loira.
Oh, okay.
Loira right now is like the second pickup that's a bit more like,
yeah,
it still need to show his proof. It's fine, he's still quite young. I think it was working really well. They were on the up and up. They managed to get some really good wins. And I was basically expecting them to continue on that trend.
Yep.
And yesterday was, I think, very surprising, that loss against Secret.
I think it looked a little bit stressed. I think, you know, the Doki with a big whiff. I think Loira individually made some pretty bad decisions. And I think collectively they were not a good team. You can see Doki's meditating. Maybe that will help him not whiff today. But yeah, I think right yesterday off, this is still G2, this is still a powerhouse.
100%. I think you have the players there that can completely mentally reset and go from one day to another and completely different showing. Now, I want to focus on Blaz here on your screen. I think he was the one that was the most consistent in the last 2 weeks, and especially yesterday. If you look at him at his anchor role, he's the one pulling this 1v2 clutch here, for example. He's always in this situation where he has to play for himself. For example, here, as an anchor, he has to hold catwalk. And he goes there, full flashed Grims, he gets a pick, and then he burns even more time. You can see flashes, you can see him playing around the Asami, and he's burning more time and holding this strong position in the difficult position. He will give his life away here, but he burned enough time. Now look at him here on plat. He's by himself. The rest of the team is working on Gym Bomb site, and he's single-handedly handling 3 players. He already killed 1 on this side, and you can see him right now facing 1 player in cash and 1 playing top red, and he will still manage to get a pick there and fend off the cash player that's looking for the trade. Get the pick and already prefires towards the cash player. That's what I love from Blaz. His biggest strong suit before, he used to be a hard carry in any of the teams he was playing for, but he was playing for himself every time. He was not playing for the team. The way he's been placed into this role, in both in attack and in defense, where he has to play for himself, his best strong suit is where it works for him. And I mean, you look at the stats, it
exactly. Virtue used to play a lot of these roles for G2, these kind of suicide positions in terms of the positions that they've got to play in, where there's no utility, there's no teammate to help them out. You've just got to frag and delay time. And I'm not, Virtue's not going to hate me saying this. I think Blaz is a direct upgrade in the kill department on that. And you can see why he's prospering.
Absolutely. Now, on the ITB side, we're coming in, we have expectations, we want the team to improve, but they've gone through a bit of a lull here, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, it's not been great for them. I think there's a lot to like about this team. And the one thing that I like is the identity that they had through stage 1, where they were doing a lot of direct takes. We were seeing Kendra on the Monty. We were seeing Creed, Oscar, Noah, Azza, all making big plays off the back of it on these big direct takes with the cheesy ops. And we've not really seen it so far this stage.
Yeah, there was both the strategy, the fact that they played these cheesy ups, and there was the commitment to all play together towards that explosive execution together. And I think we've lost that kinda. And they've tried to replicate it, and they've tried also to have a more slow and methodical playstyle from time to time in attack. And I don't think that's really worked. I think in general right now, they've hit the plateau that we've been speaking about for a long time. They've been outplaying a lot of teams for the full year when nobody expected them, and that's it. I think they reached that ceiling. Now is the time. They're in the middle of their first crisis as a team.
Yep.
How do they problem solve it? Do they commit and go back to that playstyle and make it strong, but risk the plateau?
Yeah.
Or do they try to diversify and have this different playstyle, but really need to step it up in terms of tier 1 level?
That's the big question as well, because if their attacks are not working, that is one half of the game, and it's usually the half of the game that will win or lose you the map. So I think if it was me and I wanted to go by identity, I would go back to what has worked, reset back to that position, and look to fix it afterwards.
Maybe a more classic grounded map would suit the game better for ITB, but that depends on what G2 has in store for them on the other side. We're going to go to Chalet, Skyscraper being banned out by ITB, Leo.
Yeah, now before going to Chalet, I think we just take a look at what G2 has banned here. Nothing too surprising. They get rid of the permabans in border. Club they've played yesterday didn't look good, and they also banned Net Heaven that they don't really like. And most importantly, they banned Lair. That's not a big surprise for me, because ITB showed a really good Lair against Fnatic. Now you look at ITB, it's the reverse thing. They banned Cafe and Sky, 2 permabans for them, and they lost Consulate yesterday. So when you look at this, nothing too surprising. And we go to Chalet, and that gets me very excited. I'm the one on the edge right now. You know why? Because during AWC, ITB won 7-1 against FaZe on Chalet. It was amazing. And what did G2 do against Virtus Pro on Chalet this season?
7-0.
7-0. So we have a team that beat FaZe 7-1 and a team that beat Virtus Pro 7-0 on it, facing each other on the same map.
And do you know why that is? This map suits their styles of the direct attacks, of the individual plays, of everything that's cheesy about the game right now. The shields, the yings, the capitals, you know, Dokkaebis. Chalet suits that down to a T. Both of these teams love it. It's like the perfect battleground for these two teams.
And it makes sense that we're going to a map in the French Alps to get cheesy plays through it. I'm very excited. A nice Franche-Comté.
Let's go to Courchevel. Come on. That's the name of the map.
Fair enough. Anyways, gentlemen, thanks so much. I don't even know where that is, and I'm a French resident, so here we'll leave it at that. Let's get into our matchup, G2 versus ITB with Fluke and Hap.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yes, we go from, let's be honest, a bit of a slow-paced border to, as they said on the desk, I am hoping for a very quick, aggressive, violent, explosive, other cool words that you'd throw on a movie poster version of Chalet here.
And as a Dutch person, I also know a lot about cheese. I just wanted to, you know, chime in there and between French people. Just had to throw it out there.
Yeah, I mean, cool. What's your favorite cheese? Chat, what's your favorite cheese?
I do actually like just regular kind of cheese, but like with
okay, you know nothing about if your first answer is regular kind of cheese, you know nothing about cheese.
Okay, I'm just gonna say a nice Gouda kaasje. Yes.
Okay.
With a bunch of like spices in it, so like either Italian herbs or like chili flakes or you know that kind of stuff.
For me, string or Baby Bell. Now, Monty is banned, as we saw in the previous map. Obviously, they're in a pretty strong point at this point right now. Get them gone. The shield play, the pressure that can be applied, Grim as well. A fair removal from the pace, and G2, as it was sort of highlighted before on the desk, they've generally been in pretty good form, but they are a team that does often have really nice honeymoon periods, sort of Cinderella stories when they have new pickups. You want to kind of see how long that goes with Blaz and Laura of just how developed they can get.
Yeah, for sure, and I mean, G2, you know, picked up these two players. I mean, we've seen Blaz before. You know, Laura, of course, not really from the European scene as Brazilian. Just how things go. So it was a bit of a question mark how they would fit into the team, especially since G2 has been struggling a little bit over the last couple of months. But so far, so good. It's just about finding that consistency now. Make sure that they are able to reliably put up these results and would get them these victories. As they're starting off on the attack here on Chalet. As we're starting in barring games, we're going to see a lot around the library area, I'd say.
Now, then, ITB, if we're going to talk about how G2 have a bit of momentum, ITB, unfortunately, it's fallen away from them. And you can be forgiven for their early round losses, or their early sort of showdown losses. They had Wolves, they had BDS. You're looking at two of the strongest teams right now in EUL, statistically, and how they're playing. Then it kept on happening a little bit. They were losing to teams, you know, there's pressure from Virtus Pro, there's all these other games, and you're thinking, okay, where's this team that was able to get so much momentum before? Where's this team that I think surprised a lot of us in the first split, but kept that going. Last time these two teams met, it was a 7-5 into the favor of ITB. It was on club, so it's a very different handling map itself, but the sort of promo clips that we saw from Alfama on the desk were the great plays on club that Blaz has been able to deliver. G2, the momentum's in their favor here to get a little bit of revenge from the first stage. Doki's quick in, get some control around the back end, eyes towards the bedroom to see if they can just slowly clear across.
As the first minute passes, you see these RC Veteras coming in, just checking around for any utility, seeing if they can get anything, get shut up before it reaches the shield. The back about like ITB, they've of course had like, back when they were, you know, last year, it was a horrible stage that they had in stage 1. They surprised everybody, managed to qualify to the major, get themselves a second qualification as well to an international event. Now, they didn't really do that well in the international stage, but they're also still a relatively new team. As Noah just gets the first kill onto Alamau, a second one to follow up on that.
I mean, bit scrappy, bit close quarters. ITB, there's one more. Kenny gets the end of Doki. We said it would be a little bit explosive and aggressive, and Uno is suddenly just left looking at a bit of a dud. Gets the breach through onto the soft, makes a lot of noise to maybe cover some of the motion in the rappel, but I think they're pretty confident on where the player is. I assume we'll get a little bit of pressure that comes from underneath him. He can't sit around in case of mudroom, so instead tries and drives towards it. 50 seconds in 1 versus 5. It's not impossible. I think ITB need to start trying to move into the fight, and look, they're staying still. They realize that they don't need to chase the kill. They're going to say, look, you can have all the other side of the map as you want it. I say, then there's a little bit of a run out. But otherwise, round to the back, revealed by a goo mine, and really nowhere Uno can turn.
This round is just probably going to be ending very soon, and with only a single way, and it's ITB picking up the round. Uno just has to fight through too much. There's not enough time. He gives away his position, instantly gets swung on, and ITB gets that first round. That's a great start for them, as G2 tried to make the push happen on 2 or 3 different positions at the same time, but all of them kind of falling short. Maybe the most awkward kind of engagement was the Flash player inside the library that still managed to come out on top of the G2 player that was pushing. But the round is there for ITB. But again, it's only round 1. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's, you know, a relatively equal map. I think a 3-3 would be... this part is quite awkward for Blast. But I think a 3-3 on the split is a relatively acceptable feat here.
I mean, so far, if we're talking about round 1, I think both the teams that won the first round lost the game today. Obviously, VP had a very good opening half against Ents. I think BDS won the first round in their map.
VP won their first round.
Yeah, and I think BDS did as well.
5 seconds left.
Which means that, close it down, G2 have won this game.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
Or am I? Time will tell. How much of a seer can I be? ITB, very, very cool and collected opening round there. G2, they tried to do one of those quick plays. They did everything that Fresh said they love to exploit, love to put the pressure onto it, and it didn't quite have a netted result. But it's a fresh map, fresh site, fresh position, fresh ideals.
Again, looking at this stage overall so far, G2 has been positive on both their attacking and defensive win rate, so like a 55 on attack and a 66 on defense. ITB, however, only 60% on the defense and a 33 on the attack, so really relying on their defense here today. That's bringing it quite close there, just tippy-toeing around. As they're still Wolfbite Loira though, so that is going to be a huge opener once more. As the RC Heroes removed from the equation, we know how important floors can be, especially with clearing out the whole blue side of the map.
I mean, it's Loira. You know, they said that he's generally not quite been able to get his teeth into the roster as much as possible, as you know, finds Azza and gets at least a more flat balance here. They have some of the pressure towards top blue, but tucked player on the far corner. If Doki gets the read through the soft, might be able to try and do some damage here towards Oscar. They need to try and get the scan onto it. Instead, it's a quick break below. Alamau's gone. Oscar's going to get out of there just as the scan comes through off the soft. Knew it was coming. Good, quick motion.
A one-on-one trade indeed, and don't want to stick around for too long. What kind of control does G2 have? Well, they're rotating around really towards the Solarium side of things. And right below, we do have Blaz already all the way up on the staircase. Can just hop the little fencing out there. Interesting Claymore is going to get them if they walk really far, but surely they shoot it before they actually run out at that point if they open the door. Either way. See, I2B is really focused on the site. No one's thinking about a run out. It's either piano or the bedroom or office itself that they are located in. With these 50 seconds left, that mirror window could be a huge problem.
Where are they going to try and make this first road in? They're getting themselves a pocket of space, and Doki finds it right in the bathroom, sprays towards the mirror window, and tucks close, but he can't take the goo mine out yet. The pressure never ended. Great bits of motion there from ITB to ensure that they could very quickly get a response towards that bit of control that G2 tried to rest. He's still resting, and Kenny joins him on the floor, but is instantly taken out as Creeds gets the revenge. The swing round, 15 seconds. They finally break their way closer and closer, but with the concern of anywhere being swung on, they have to try and hold a very narrow angle. Great take from Creeds. Puts us into what is a 2 versus 1 with the last bit mopped up there by ITP.
Yeah, that was the most important swing to come through there. As soon as that plant was going through, you want to take care of that cover, forces the player on the plant to go off. And at that point, you just take the ground aggressively, be in a position where he doesn't expect you to be, and get yourself that advantage. So with that, 2-0 on the board right now for ITB. Again, looking at statistics, they will be relying heavily on their defense here, looking for 4 or 5 rounds to secure themselves a win here. And G2, of course, they want to make sure that they're not suffering a back-to-back loss. Because then questions, again, will be asked, like, where did you guys go, considering you had such a great start to the season initially?
What happened? I think it's fair to, you know, a bump in a road only turns into a bigger worry if it's not impacted upon. These are two teams that play similar Siege, as it was pointed out. They're going to be able to have better answers for each other than teams on the opposite side. It's just a matter of, you know, being more familiar of the ball game that they want to play. They're locked in pretty frequently to each other's needs, wants and desires, and it reflects itself in the bans, but it reflects itself in the responses. How quick they were to swing back in against Doki. How quick they've been. That really confused me with the wipe there. I was like, was that a replay? No, it wasn't. Blast is dead.
That was the round. That should line
I was a little bit lost there, a little bit confused.
And you know, this round is going to be difficult enough as it is already, because they do have Kendrew on that clash. Now, luckily, they do have utility to deal with it. They have some Candelas. They do have incendiary bolts as well. So, in theory, they should be able to deal with it. But practically, a clash is always such a pain to play against. And that is an understatement as well. Like, a lot of players will just give up when they see the clash, especially if you're in like a 1v1 situation, because there's no way you're going to be winning that. LMAO, in the meantime, though, is exploring the insides of Trench quite deeply. He's making sure Lawyer can come over to open up the wall soon, but I believe that there is mute jammers blocking these Selmas from blowing up. So they need to find a way to destroy those, but they don't have a way to destroy those. And that means that those Selmas are placed and will stay there until they're either shut off or until the mute jammer is taken care of.
Some exploration done, but will this be the pick back up? It will, Doki. Done wants the second. Not going to waste time on the reload, but Lawyer is going to instead pay focus. See if they can maybe try and get some of the work done on the site itself, keep the structure falling apart, make things uncomfortable for the players inside. That's when you can potentially punish mistakes. Uno finds Azza. Alamau slips his way in towards site. It's a bit too fiery. He's on the other side of the shield, so he's at danger of the vertical that they haven't quite cleared. There's a boss G that isn't the boss of them. Loira gets it, and Oscar gets Uno. It's trades back and forth, and with a clash, these two remaining players inside the site are just going to have to try and play a little bit of arm's length keep away. The Clash is in a great position to win this. A great operator put the pressure. They need to try and hear when it becomes the planted opportunity. They've bolted off one door. They've got the cover on the other side. The call should come out. So they hear it round close on the wall, but a great swing by Loira. And now it's a Clash alone. And Kendra is a great shield player, but if we compliment the pace played by ITB on the previous round, exactly the same there from G2. Fantastic pull back into a round that has otherwise drifted a bit away from them.
Yeah, because that round from the start was quite doomed. I mean, you lost Blaz. I mean, it doesn't bring away the most utility. Even these are nice to have, but not crucial. But then losing at the second player as well to the Boss G, being in a 5v3 is quite detrimental. So the fact that they managed to get the plant off and able to secure the round as a result, that is definitely a good way to go about things. I think this is a tactical timeout from G2. Considering, of course, they were on the back foot, they managed to bring this round back into their own hands. But like, if you're speaking on realistic terms, that should have been an ITB round. So probably having a little chat on what needs to improve and how quickly it needs to improve.
Fair enough. I mean, fantastic clutch from the two players, from Loira and Alamau, almost the old guard and the new, right? And, you know, we're saying Loira themselves hasn't quite been able to get up to the pace, but it's a fast-moving roster. And it's a fast-moving team. And when you're having a pickup from the same sort of region, when you're bringing in a bit of that, you know, Brazilian siege and all of that energy, matching it for a player like Alamau, who's had a very good split this season so far,
located by attackers,
can lead to those huge moments. And, you know, if it had gone away, if it had been a 3-0, it's a little bit traumatizing, but nothing gets you momentum more than a huge clutch.
Great round, great clutch indeed. But now you need to turn that around.
10 seconds to go.
So we're back again. Rotation has been completed.
5 seconds remaining.
Yes, the main goal is to not get Swamp Peak this time round, but either a Boss G, which luckily isn't there, but also any of the other guns. And we see a lot of destruction capabilities in the hands of G2. So we do have the Zofia with the 2 impacts, we do have the 4 RCEs, 2 charges on the Ash as well. So definitely ready to deal with stuff. And I think especially the mirror windows, for example, pretty nice to have that stuff available where you can just, you know, shatter it. Doesn't quite drop it out, but at least it makes sure that they can no longer look through it. So it turns it into a reinforced wall that they can drop the window out of if they feel like it, to create a 2-way angle. And as Oscar is waiting, throws a C4, gets fully blinded. No, he does not, but still taken down though as he goes aggressive. Didn't expect Doki to be hanging from the ceiling there.
It's a bit strange that he didn't expect that. Uno does get Azus. They did expect that, at least from the jump out below, because hanging from there is the way you hold that, right? That's how you get the angle. So leaning into that fight, you know, decisions are made, and unfortunately that one didn't quite go to his favor. Neither did that one. That is 2 of the 3 dead players dead outside of the map so far from the side of the defense, and it seems like Noah wants to try and put that balance back in. Does get one caught out, Alamau. And they've got to start trying to make little motions like that. Kendra is blinded, pulls himself a bit further down blue. Tuck's ready for the fight, the spray over the top. They are still very close, and there are hot pings, but he's about to be swung from somewhere else, and as Noah goes down, well, it was just an encircling that came on the back of it. G2 punished a lot of ITB's game there that round.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they might have gone a bit too aggressive out there. G2 read it perfectly, able to find, as you mentioned, 3 kills outside of the map, almost 4 if it was for Alamau going on the drone right in front of the big door there. But G2 strike back right after the tactical timeout. Again, they managed to clutch round number 3, called the timeout because they should have lost that round, and I still think that's a good thing to do. Like, even if you win those rounds, but like, it's more so based on individual skill rather than actual team play. You want to make sure that you are, you know, pulling into that, and that you're quickly getting things sorted again, which of course was the case in that round. as they equalize the score to 2-2. And again, mentioning ITB's attacking win rate hasn't been great this season so far. Their defense has been their strong suit and responsible for most of the points that they've gathered so far. G2 is positive on both sides of the map.
5 seconds remaining.
From 2 up to continued here. G2, they've used their attack timeout early. They've used their conversation early, but it has netted a very positive result there. That was a very convincing return to form against what is really the primary pick of the site. Up towards bedroom, instead the Sens and the Glaz. I'm curious how they're going to try and rock this combo. Whether they go for a roll across, a quick touch plant, maybe try and exploit the fact that ITB have some of these loose players and have played this before. Obviously, Doki put the pressure in close onto Bathroom, but then didn't get much further than that. If instead the rest of the team gets to sort of push in behind it once they've cleared some of these castles, which they're not even going to do it. There it is. There's the roll. There's the plant. Agumine takes out Blazes, buys them a couple of seconds, but they're still going to see if they can get the lock in the plant. You need a reaction here. You need a response. Instead, what you've got is a post-plant situation. Oscar's down. There's a kill. There's some trades coming out the back end. The run out doesn't it some results, but a post-plant here is very, very awkward. They have the Sens, the Nomad, and the Glaz. People whose active gadgets are probably lesser used at this point. ITB need to see if they can try and isolate it. They picked up Oscar, got him back into the force. We'll hear the door ripped, and Alamau more than ready, but as Noah gets Blaz, hits the air jab. Worried about the swing. They're going for the counter defuse. The castle on the window! Brilliantly played by ITB, and you can see it on Kendrew's face. Didn't even see it happening, but neither did Alamau.
I was going to say, this is such a smart play from G2. They realized that everything was castled off on the side. They had the free opportunity to just go for the plant. They did. They took verticality instantly as well. But as a result, the castle just runs up, barricades the window again, and they just go for the defuse because they knew there was a glass on that window. He doesn't have any explosives that quickly gets rid of that window. He has to punch it, and that takes time, and that takes more than 7 seconds, which is the timer you need to go for a defuse like that.
And that they did it at the same time as the run out. We were watching this, so was Alamau, and that's when they were doing it above. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant combination of comms there from ITB. Things you love to see, unless you're G2 in that situation. But even they were smiling about it, and you could see all chat was going off. I think everybody sees the jovial energy of that situation. Love a good castle play like that. There's something so satisfying about it.
I mean, you know, we're getting to see the chat through medics as well, and apparently they ripped out a castle barricade before they even went for the play, so they still had one left in their pockets afterwards. So first they rip one down after the plant happened, then they go for a run out, and they use that ripped castle barricade to block that window. So that is just a genius move. Honestly, nothing else you can say about it. It worked out wonders. They managed to get the round.
G2, they stuff it down to the side of ITB, and I said it before, a clutch round is sometimes that big momentum drive, and ITB just pulled off a fantastic play from being a bit on the back foot. I wouldn't say it was a full clutch, but when they've got a post plant that you're not entirely aware of, to win that round back, even with about 4 or 5 total people still standing, it's pretty big. Blaz gets Noah, gets a bit of revenge on that opening statistic that he's been on the wrong side of before. As they peel themselves close, they're sort of, again, just G2's relentless energy at fighting their way into corners of the map.
I think finding Noah is also an important kill, considering the fact that that boss G is just so dangerous in this current meta. Like, it doesn't even matter where it hits you, it'll just one-shot you at most ranges. So having that removed from the board is just going to be allowing you to peak with a little bit more confidence, because now it's just a headshot that will remove you in one go.
A minute 20, and they start their sort of pressure above. We talked about how the verticality was something that they didn't have, and they still were able to pull off a surprise plant. This time it seems like ITB, they're locking themselves down inside. They've got a lot of structure. for G2 to try and chew their way through. And rather than playing behind that clash, playing behind that sort of option, they've opted instead for this aggressive gun game. The floor gets shredded, the hatch has been opened. G2 have everything to work with above, apart from the kills, and that is that problem. Doki finds Oscar, who attempted to swing his way all the way up top. Asa was tempted by the revenge. They thought they saw an opportunity, but I guess a little bit of missed information on the blue camera has netted a negative result. 2 more. And I said they were trying to sit down and wait, but apparently they disagreed with that. 20 seconds, Kendry versus the world. And the 1 versus 5. Uno's getting the plant. Doki's looking for the fight. Does get 1, but he's fired off. He can't get any closer. And G2 keep us level.
No, I was going to make the point that, yeah, instead of playing behind the clash, indeed, they're using Goyo, they're using Smoke, they're using Bennett with a Nitro Cell. You know, like they're trying to play this strategically with their utility, but instead they just try to do a 3-man retake from the blue stairs, which Doki managed to find 2 kills out of, even though surprised by some of them. And that still gives us an even split. I think this is still favored towards G2, however. Finding themselves with those 3 rounds. Of course, it could have been 4 if they weren't castled off that quickly in the master bedroom.
15 seconds left. Attackers are activating the diffuser.
I'm still,
also, just a smart play there, by the way. Just let him be there. It's fine. Like, he doesn't hurt anybody if he's playing around in blue. Just fire him off, get the plant, hold the angles.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about these 2 teams, right? Is we've just had 2 good examples of usage of utility. Some might say some cheesier than others on our desk or in the all chat.
5 seconds to insertion.
But it's the demonstration of these 2 teams. I think there's something about the coordination and communication and trust across it. And it's even maybe more apparent in this game based on the comparison we had on the border before. We said they were sort of slow to problem solve and slow to get these changes around. There's something so lightning quick and collected about how these 2 rosters approach that usage of utility in their problem solving. But turn of the half, we find ourselves, for a second I thought that was Kendra entering, but then I saw how short it was, just a drone.
Yeah, it wasn't Doki, so.
Oh, hey, yo. You said it on me.
I'm sorry, Doki. That's it.
Reloading, cover me.
Anyway, minute has passed. And ITB still trying to gain some control. They've realized that there isn't really any play going around inside of library, so they can take that relatively for free. The big danger here is Laura, who's down below, but also Bland, who just swings wide on the back of, I believe, that might have been an explosion to go off. He finds the entry into Creed. And again, especially in this site, having a florist around is often so important to open up mostly shields, but also cancel barricades. Losing that early on is just going to hurt. Azur can do the job, he just has to get close to it, which is even more dangerous.
Where can they find a single way in? That's seemingly the problem right now. You can see them sort of running the shoulder jiggle maths on as many different windows as possible. ITB, they don't have a route through, and they might just have to brute force their way out. I was going to say, as Alamau gets 1, they tried to enter underneath. Loira had the watch. They weren't quite sure of that position that had been held since the start of the round. It pushes them into the 4 versus 2. Now, they have a bit of terrain, but Blaz is not that far away. They haven't got the verticality, and they're aware of it. The spray comes through as a great bit of awareness.
Top floor after a scrappy fight now, finally in control of ITB. Still having to go down. They do have drones, they do have information. Now they need to get the opportunity to get the kill, which they do. Laura gets taken down through the wall. They had the drone, they had the pings. Now it's an even 2-on-2. Using the Zodos to slow them down. The Nitro Cell might be crucial as he finds 1.
It almost got both. Azur wasn't a million miles away from that. But the important swing is that it's come through here. The bulletproof is gone, but at this point, 20 seconds, you know, he's only really going to come from one direction. A pre-place quite deep down the corridor, But on this, the single door, waiting for the swing, can't get the connection. The first is there, it's sprayed either side. He's tucked inside the site itself, but at this point, it's G2 just holding a corner. There's one, but I say it, he's just gonna sit and wait for the next though. Could have, didn't.
And with that, another round passes.
That's true.
And G2 find themselves in the lead.
That's also true.
Yeah, no, I don't lie. Not intentionally, at least.
Not intentionally.
If I spread misinformation, it's because I was misinformed myself.
Well, it's the start of obviously the second half of the game. We get probably one of the quietest ends to a round in a while. Obviously, it's the first one that's ended out towards timeout, but we had very explosive rounds in that first half. A lot of engagements happened, whether it was, you know, early and an early end to a round or late and later into a round, it was still very spicy right there at the end. And it could have been, if that had been a clutch, that would have been mega. But also they were in these positions to swing into these fights, and pocketfuls of seconds left before somebody gets on towards the site itself hasn't really been seen in this showdown yet.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Up to the top floor, master bedroom. There we just got a castle trick from ITB. Lock G2 out of being 5-2 right now. It's been a way harder to overcome gap than what we're currently in. It's just a single round now. And again, the big question here is, what kind of a take will it be? Because you see a couple of guys hovering around Solarium, also the main window, but at the same time, you do have two players from ITB looking to take control of Library. There's Azure creeping down below with the Nuck, of course, has had a change. If you stand still, your charge does not deplete your health. That's painful.
I mean, that's a start to a round. Obviously, if you don't know, those now explode instantly since the recent patch. It might not have changed the face of things, but it's just that risky jump out now, right? Where you don't really have the second or even half of it to go at. Nook also had a change, and we'll see if it nets a result. There's at least one. What a drive through. As we said, it took a while to get some of the control there of the top when it was a different site. This time they came in with a different energy. And it worked pretty well as Alaman's doing his best to hold on. Let's get the drop onto one. Quickly picked up by the second. G2, they're not a million miles away. If they can get one clean engagement, suddenly it's a very flat round.
Alaman was keeping 3 people busy there in Ivy, playing around, able to find 2 kills. You know, there was still 2 other players that were around trying to lock him out, but in the meantime, the plant is going to go down. There is a Nitro Cell in pocket for Uno, but I don't think they actually have an idea that it's happening, and that means 45 seconds on the countdown, and it's just Doki, well, just no one left on the side of G2 as ITB clean up. Get themselves to 4-4. And that keeps upping the stakes of this game because, again, both of them will want to get those full 3 points as they want to lock themselves in as quickly as possible.
Truly never ends. Truly back and forth between these two teams. And this is almost the thing to talk about with, you know, they were both teams that were doing bits on the international stage. They're both teams that from EUL, across this year at least, you might not have expected it from ITB before then. I think it's fair to say the fresh sort of roster, the fresh sort of changes. But coming into this, we thought, okay, they're probably going to be in the top 4, top 5. They're going to be putting pressure onto the Quals. They could do everything that they've done before. They're also a team that's very much looking at being at SI. Montreal's the major. They're definitely looking at being at Montreal, but looking at SI as well.
Yeah, ITB currently the 18th team, I believe, in the standings. Which means that if they have a decent landing or a decent placing here at EUL, they're going to get a bunch of extra points again. Up to 100, of course, if they do manage to come in first. And that could even secure themselves a spot at SI, even without the points from the major that are attached to it. Because of the fact that especially Europe, had kind of a weird mix of teams making it to the major. Not teams that we would have expected to make it to the major, and if that somehow flips, that means that ITB is especially in a really good position, just outside of the limits currently, to get themselves qualified for SI.
Fortunately, not quite able to get that Flores drone and get some of the busy work done. If they can try and roll one to the blue stairs, that's generally what they want. Clear out that property utility, get rid of those keepers, and make it a very dangerous place. Talking of, full eyes on Trophy. Making sure there's not a quick hop, skip, and a jump in towards the site itself. You still have the Flores playing this long game, and there's the roll on towards blue stairs. Held on a little bit too long. Turkey is paying more than enough attention. There's the blind, there's the pressure right through on the cut side. Uno caught unaware. The continuation of the attention on towards the side of the Solarium stairs. The blinds come through, the smoke canisters pop off, as does Oscar, finds Blaz. Doki, he's had to go on a big run around as Loira gets one on the back. They were aware of the player, but not quite when he would strike. There's a down above, and with a scrappy spray, Oscar still netting bodies inside. It's so close, and dancing around it, ITB. What a strange way, and I said it felt a bit weird to not have explosive ends to rounds, and there's the perfect answer.
I mean, that's just a great round as well. They spotted an opening, and they just go for that direct plays. Like, just see how far you can go. If you can make it to the site, go for it. Finds a kill, finds two. The rest of his team starts coming in from West Main, from the top floor as well at the same time. It's just a full-on collapse, and all G2 can do is try and go for a retake whilst they're being shot through every hallway that they're moving past or through. And it all starts off with Azure just finding a free opening. Of course, he will get traded out in due time, but just look at what happened after that. 3 players of G2 are down. There's another ITB player already in the site who manages to find the final 2, albeit scrappy, but he finds them nonetheless. And ITB back in the lead of this game.
5-4, trading rounds. And trading that lead position, making sure that every single one counts. Now, it's the ITB. They have had their play day off at the start of Super Week. They were not there, sitting, watching, and waiting, and they unfortunately came back and got beat by Virtus Pro from their books. So being able to end this week on a net positive, pretty huge for them, especially with the drive that they're currently floating around down in the bottom of the leaderboard, sitting 8th in a sandwich of Ents and Fanatic, which probably no one expected. 3 points here would jump them back up, put them at least above Virtus Pro again.
E1D popped. Anybody to follow up? Doesn't really seem like it as of now. Elmar finding himself near the fireplace in a rough spot. Loira hiding once again underneath this window. He did this the last time as well when they were around here. Back then he wasn't really found. Now Noah playing on the actual balcony with the Deimos. As soon as they get a ping that he's out there, he just steps up and gets the kill. That's exactly what they were waiting for. Nice little bait and switch between him and Blaz, who was swinging him from the door, gave the call out, and Loira instantly there to find a response.
Almost a sucker punch there. Drew his attention one way and smacked him around the face with the other. Brilliantly played there by G2. But now at this point, you've still got Creeds trying to creep his way inside the site. If he can get a kill here onto the back line, well, we'll never know, because Loira was aware of the position, or at least just was watching it. They had the man advantage, and they rotated the way away from the window. They'd already made their momentum there, and a bit of a blow here for ITB. As I said, it's been traded rounds, and ooh, a very, very tight fight there towards the back of the prep line. But with a minute 10, the pressure is still here, and there's still a lot of work for ITB to do. They're hoping they get rewarded with a kill for a bit of unknown patience, and that G2 get a little bit angsty, but they're otherwise not really moving out. Oscar's inside the site, dies from the same player. I think they dropped the hatch as they hit it, but still a lot of kill.
Fire underneath as well, but Loira stepped up high enough to actually not be damaged by it until he managed to get that kill. So maybe they were expecting it to be clear in that corner, I'm not quite sure. In a way, it's a 2-on-5 situation now with Azur jumping into the library, being the last man alive. He's going to be challenged from the door by Alamau. He's going to get that final kill as well. It's 2 for him and a flawless round for G2 just to get things back up to equal numbers. It is going to be round 11 to come up soon to decide which of these two teams has the opportunity to fight for 3 points. It's always an exciting round to go at.
It's almost strange, again, to sort of have this comparison, right, with the previous game where it was very slow. It was generally driven by one of the sides being preferable, the momentum never really being stolen. Here's the opposite. This is a sprint. Both teams frequently trying to pull out every single stop, every single little bit of extra play that they've got in their pockets to get one step ahead. And, you know, and again, if I talk about the importance of the 3 points, if this is won in overtime by ITB, then they find themselves level with points with Virtus.pro, the team that obviously took them. They start getting into the metrics of round difference, of head-to-heads, and if that becomes the difference of them not making it into the closed playoffs, it's going to be one of those things that really sort of bites at them. They need to try and get it locked in. At the same time, G2, obviously, great run, had a knock against Secret, against one of those other teams that, again, similar to ITB, fighting towards majors, fighting towards international appearances. Them getting 2 losses on the back, on the trot, that 9 points feels a little bit less secure, and so does the energy.
Yeah, of course, fully knowing that 11 points was enough last stage, but you still need to get those points locked in. And once more, if Fnatic and ENCE, for example, get less points than they did last stage, well, then you need more points as well, because that could mean that, you know, number 7 has a couple more points to go with. So it's a whole mathematical mess to go at. Again, quick breach actually happened there by the side of ITB. The instant fire from the Goyo popped off. It's not going to be too much of a hassle. They weren't planning on going quick anyway. So let it just burn out for now. At least that's opened up. That's a bunch of pressure. They no longer can freely rotate around the B sides, and with the Ram now opening up, it's going to be putting up some extra pressure towards the wine cellar as well. However, we do have Alamau on a big roam all the way over to the top floor. As soon as they start putting up pressure from these angles they've just created, he's going to be out there to try and challenge them for it. So they got to be careful, as Alamau will find that kill through the window. I literally just mentioned it. As soon as they start challenging that, they will be challenged, and Alamau does get the kill, opens it up cleanly.
The Vector is a laser beam. That's just a fact. A fantastic gun to play around with and utilize, but a terrifying gun just as much. They've been able to, you know, get the breach open. A lot of noise from the pain of a barbed wire. As the DMR hits their way through, almost sees the side of a ponytail, but can't quite get there. Trading throws and a missed-thrown Kiba, but it's a swing round from Alamau for 2 more! Swings down blue, Uno gets 1 and leaves just Kendrew another time. The players in a 1 versus 5. And unfortunately on the wrong side of a space of fire. Has to sit and wait for his demise.
An ace? It's at least a 4K. I'm not sure if you managed to get the ace, but
4K. It was a 4K.
Okay.
Someone else died slightly off there. I'm sure Alamau would have got the ace. So now we're in that other question of 3 points. I said ITB desperately wanted it. They're not going to get it. If G2 get it, they skip their way up to 2nd place. They jump Secret. They push down Wolves as well, which, you know, the team that isn't playing today, the team that you play next, right? It's a very, very spicy engagement as the following play day.
yeah, that definitely is going to be a very important matchup at that point, because head-to-head, of course, being the first tiebreaker, if you manage to go equal on points now, and you then manage to win from Wolves, that basically puts a game between you and them. But we cannot forget, G2, the last Playday 9, they are not playing. So they just need to try and get all those points in now, because there's always going to be that one catch-up moment that any of these teams is going to have on them. And especially Wolves, that last Playday, they play against Secret. And as the timeout now, you know, is about to run out from the side of ITB, we're about to get going. And I mentioned it, Alamau being up on top there, he's going to challenge you as soon as you start doing anything on the first floor. And then they start pushing down blue, but it's just a bit a bit of a mess. Like, they're trying to fight through those keeper barriers, a new one gets placed, there's another keeper barrier they have to shoot through. It takes about 20-30 seconds. There's plenty of time for Alamau to rotate around, fly down the staircase, and get themselves those 2 extra kills. And it's just because they didn't want to deal with him. Like, they knew he was up there, but it takes so much time to try and hunt him down, especially if you've already lost a member and it's like 2 minutes left on the clock. Like, do you really go for that top floor roamer at that point, or do you just try and commit to the side and hope you're quicker than he returns?
Here is that golden opportunity, that chance. This first kill might be a little bit deceptive. I said it, the first round so far today, every team that's won the first round has lost to the game. Can ITB break and buck that trend? Closer than they expected. More revealed than they know. How much will they sit around and try and get the kill? They have all the pings, they have all the intel, and Doki gets the kill out of it! Oh me, oh my, that shouldn't have happened. Against the floor.
He's probably not. I was going to say, he's probably not even aware that he was being spotted on a drone out there. And I'm so confused why Creeds wasn't backing him up there. Like, he was right next to the window. He didn't even go for the swing as soon as the first person died. It would have been a perfect moment to go for the refrag there. And again, as you mentioned, yeah, the floor is gone now. The Deimos as well. It seems to be falling apart slightly for ITB here. This gives G2 the opportunity to snowball, because, you know, in some of the rounds they won, they just managed to sneak through, cause some havoc on the side. G2 can now pull it in closer, play roughly around the sides. You see Doki falling back as well. Uno now aware of the fact someone's in library, so they're instantly bringing it back all the way to the side completely.
So many moments slipping through the fingers here of ITB, and not the same can be said about G2. Loira, who has had such a good game this time round. As we said, he was a bit quieter before, but has consistently got into these engagements. Yeah, Alamau might be 13-6, but seeing Loira step up alongside, it's been huge for a G2 roster. On the flip side, unfortunately, ITB even haven't been able to really get their teeth in. The flashbang, the pressure with the grenades around the corner, destroy a bit of utility, but it sounds like it's being restructured. There's the cross covered. There's the run out as well. Doki is feeling it. And Kendra at least gets one before an unfortunate inevitability. G2, for now, hop their way up towards second place in EUL and prove yesterday was a bump in the road. But how quickly can they drive?
I mentioned it. You gotta be relying onto the defense rounds here for ITB. They weren't quite able to get the advantage out there. Even managed to steal one of those rounds away from G2 with a genius castle barricade. We do have to mention it, but G2 just a little bit too strong, especially in the latter half of the attack. Managing to find those 3 points, most importantly.
I think that's it. And, well, as we try and regain your face, let's throw it to the studio and see what they're looking like.
Have got so excited that camera got smeared top to bottom there. What a game we had. G2 bringing it back at what had looked like almost a repetition of what happened in stage 1, where ITB defeated G2 7-5. It's the reversal this time.
Yeah, ITB have actually been a bit of an Achilles heel for G2, so they'll have been happy to get that one over the line. Like you said, they lost to them in stage 1. And I thought it was always going to be a question, you know, we raised it on ITB, what were their attacks going to be like in that game? And ultimately they fell short. You know, out of the last 3 rounds, they got 1 kill on their attacks. 2 flawless rounds, and then the very final attack only finding 1 kill. And I think that was the differentiation. G2 managed to just about find enough attacks between the 2 teams to get them over the line, Milosh.
Jack, we're missing one person on this desk, and for a very good reason, because our good friend, Mr. Leo Robin Alfama, has a round to tell us here. Please go ahead.
Yeah, it's actually bouncing off from what Jack just said, right? They were missing these attacks, but somehow in defense they had amazing chemistry. And I want to point out that ITB, one of the things that we said, what was strong with them was their team play. And they were able to show some of it in defense.
we take a look at this bomb site. They're on Master, and G2 is attacking Master right now. Look at this jump in from Doki. He flashes, then gets the kill on Bathroom. Now, what's important to check is the direct reaction from the defenders. Mira will go and bait him directly on the window, and at the same time, Oscar swings and gets the kill on Doki. That's a 2v1, well-organized, good reaction. Now, as you can see right now, Kenny goes aggressive through that rotate, and look at what Creeds will be doing. What they want to achieve together right now is to go play aggressive towards the execute, and Creeds wants to remove the #1 win condition for G2 right now, the master window player. The cutoff that is completely cutting off the entire of the bomb site. So as Kenny goes aggressive, he dies, but Creed is there to refrag, to play aggressive and get the pick onto master window. Again, that's another 2v1. Now look again. They regroup. That's what I love to see. They never are alone. They always play together whatever happens. So now, what's the win condition for G2? It's to go for the plant. So Alemao, what he does there, if we summarize, he's planting safe, Blaz is his cover. How do you remove those? Well, it's simple. Win condition 1, the cover. Win condition 2, the plant. How do you remove that? You bait Blaz, the cover, by swinging wide from bathroom window, and in fact, Creed, through rotate, goes for the kill. So Oscar swings wide, and Creed gets the pick. Perfect. That's the second win condition removed. Now, how do they do it together? Once again, look at this beautiful pinch from them. Everything they've done so far was removing win condition after win condition and doing it together in a 2v1. So chemistry there is, for sure in ITB. They just need to find it in attack.
There's a reason why this game got so close, and I think there's a very specific round that we're all looking at, Jack.
Yeah, this is generally not a G2 highlight. Of course, G2 did win the game, I promise. But round 5 was absolutely incredible for me. I think you can see the plant going down. It's an old classic. Get yourself the plant going on in double window. And what I did like about ITB, again, G2 won the game, so another ITB highlight. But this was cheesy, and this is what I love about Siege, just the pure creativity. You're going to see that Oscar has to bait out a run out to allow his teammates to try and retake onto the diffuser. You're going to see him here. He knows he's running out of main door. He's going to likely lose his life. But why is he going to lose his life? Because Alemao is holding him from the bottom. As that happens, Kenny castles up the double window and the defuse goes down. This is one of those beautiful bits of Rainbow Six Siege that we watch thousands of rounds, literally thousands of rounds, and anything can surprise us. This was something new, something innovative. They didn't know they were going to do it until they did it, and it did win them around.
Jack, you imagine the level of intelligence, whoever it must have been that designed and put this entire strategy in place. I don't even know what name to give them at that point, if they're even human at that point, but speaking of inhuman, Alemao is joining us on the interview after this win. First of all, Alemao, congratulations on the G2W. I want to ask you about it because we just got off the telestration. Round 5, Castle Barricade, Glaz trying to defend their bedroom on the plant. What happened there?
I mean, it just happened. The guy was running out the lobby door, so I couldn't play on the window. And then when I killed the guy lobby door, I went up, the window was closed. GG.
That's crazy. The guy had the balls to go and castle it off in front of you. Like I just couldn't find myself looking at it. Just looking at you. Play. Yeah, that was a really great play on the move. Looking at you, Alemao, more personally, I feel like we've seen you perform individually amazing this stage. And I was wondering, is it because of the new players and you playing with your own agiling, playing at your own strength? Like, what's the reason for you to both take more responsibilities on your shoulders with 2 new pickups and at the same time being able to perform so well individually?
I mean, I think the decision of picking the Blaz and Loira was very easy for us because they are both great players. So we knew if we add them on a team, we would improve, and I think we did improve. Like, they are young, they have more like energy, and like they are willing to like put the time in, like theory-wise practice. So they are putting like 200% energy on the team, and of course makes me play better, makes them play better, makes everyone play better, and even like Ramalho, with like it's easier for him now to provide us with strats because we have like more players who can put the energy into like learning them and like playing them a lot, So every game like we can change strats because everybody puts time on to understand and make us like with a bigger I forgot the word, but like
energy,
bigger playbook. Yeah, like bigger playbook of strats, like we can do more now,
It's actually funny because we had Vertu yesterday and we asked him just after his win against you, like, how did he feel about joining a new dynamic, like after 4 years with G2? And he actually told the same story as you, like hitting that refresh button and joining a new team and you picking up new players brings new vision, new identity, new hunger. And I feel like for both of you, actually, it was probably the best move in the end. I know lots of people criticize that roster change, but it seems to be working for the both of you. Obviously, yesterday, can you tell me like what went wrong for you in that win? Because we were both in that loss story against Secret, we were both expecting you to take it.
I mean, I think it was a hard match. Like they played really good, and I think we panic a lot. Like in a lot of rounds, like defending Jim, for example, they had like 20 seconds left to execute both rounds, and Jacuzzi was closed, so they didn't have any options how to win the round, right? And then we just throw it, like. So we should have been more structured on the defense. You know, I think if we just like keep the comms a little bit more clean, we would end up with like a plan to win the round so easy, because Secret was not in a good position to win those rounds they won. So I think maybe a little bit of like also like not too much experience on the map, because Clubhouse we don't really play that much. But I still think like the game plan was good for yesterday. We just we panic a little bit on defense, and we let those rounds out of our hands.
I think people can understand that you have a hectic communication when it's like it's been 4 weeks you're together. Like you can expect that from a team that's that young. I just wanted to point out that I think that you guys taking Blaz and positioning him in this in his solo position, both as an anchor and then in attack as well, has been proving really efficiently. What was the idea behind it? Like who decided that he would play this role? Because I think it's been really effective so far, and no one has used him that way before.
Yeah, I mean, I think Blaz is doing pretty much the role that Jake used to do, like a Virtue.
Yeah.
So pretty much like on a lot of maps, it's just like it's kind of like the hardest role in my opinion, because most of the time like he has to do something and he cannot maybe like do something else. Like sometimes you just have to stay on a rappel and like holding something so the others can do a play. And that was pretty much what Virtue used to do for the team. And Blaz has been doing really well. And also I think Blaz he's more a player capable of like doing something new and doing the same role as he has to do. Like if he has to cover an area, maybe he won't stay on the same place holding the area. Maybe he will do something else to hold the same thing. He's gonna think about something to do better than maybe what Virtue used to do. Of course, it's two different players, two different qualities. And but Blaz has been working very well for us in this regard.
It's actually very refreshing to see this breath of fresh air in G2. Kind of reminds of the olden days in a new way, reinventing yourselves as a team. Alamau, again, congratulations on the win today. And well, good luck for the rest. I mean, you guys keep going up and up. 3 more points. Who knows what the future holds?
Thank you. Let's go.
Well, there it is. We just got it. G2 victorious, snatching that victory from the claws of almost a defeat there on Chalet to bring him back against Into the Breach. But we still have one more game for tonight. Let's take a quick break. When we get back, we'll throw you right into game number 4.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server.
Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it. Spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. Free go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No! Better!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets He's trapped in a corner.
Finesse can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
In combat, every second counts. And time waits for no one. Unless you can slow things down.
So many players all around this attic position at the moment. Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes deep. Shotgun.
3 kills for him to claim, but it's Hyper to grab shot. 2 remain for Astralis, but a shotgun at close range.
Iconic.
Let him go in. Iconic, be patient. Be patient. What are you gonna do? You know 2 are there, and he gets them both. There's only 1 remaining, and Astralis are in good shape. And JR and 4K from Iconic.
Batman shown up. Saved the day, saved the round.
I think what makes Wild the team we are is kind of in the name. We're like aiming to be a pretty unpredictable team with a lot of aggression. That's kind of what the main strengths of our players are. We have a lot of good shooters basically on the team, so when you have that, you need to take advantage of it. And we're hoping to go into the season basically and be able to struggle with our aggression and our playstyle. We think we have a pretty unpredictable way of playing the game, and it's gonna shake up a lot of teams for sure.
If we're coming for you, run. We don't stop for anything or anyone. We are the danger from above.
Whoa, whoa, what a zoom that was. We're getting right into it. Game number 4 for today is upon us. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Hi, I'm Fanatic. With me are Fresh and Alfama. And we've had so far a lot of fun today, but we have one more game to close out our Super Week. Wild go up against Fanatic, so let's just not dilly-dally and get right into Wild. They've surprised us so far. We're looking at them as one of the teams to make it into playoffs, Leo.
And Wolves have put a stop to that Cinderella run. Ever since they had this 7-8 against BDS, then 7-1, 7-1, 2 straight wins, and then suddenly they're going against Wolf. I think the real big test after BDS, and there you could see it, they fell short. And you can expect it from such a young team.
Yeah.
Full of talent, yes, but still lacking the experience that Wolves has.
Yeah, that was going to be my main point. If you took all of the Tier 1 games that this team has played collectively, apart from Pac Ball, it really isn't many. And when that happens, you're going to see these teams deal with a little bit of nerves, deal with some inexperience, maybe some stress, now maybe some expectation that they'd won some games, and they're going to have blips. So I'm not worried about them losing yesterday. What I'm kind of challenging them is, can they get back on the horse today, basically?
Would you argue that now that they play against Fnatic, the pressure is a little bit lower because that's looking at the lower standings?
Maybe, but it's a game that they would be expected to win on form. I don't know. 50-50 on it.
Now, there are many teams in EUL, of course, that have had many roster changes, including a lot of them bringing on young gunners from the T2 scene. And Wild is definitely one of them. And one of those players that excelled so far is Freck. Let's see a bit about him.
Another star of tomorrow could be Freck. Freck actually followed a very similar path than Layton. He grinded his way through Tier 2 for 4 years before coming to Tier 1. He had an incredible up and down story, but most importantly, made himself known in Southbridge, in Central Combine, in these big Tier 2 tournaments that Rainbow Six offers.
But Layton is in, getting the diffuser down. Freck in the perfect lurk position to pick up that kill. Layton gets off the plat because there's no cover. He's had to do it himself, and it's a 2 versus 2 into a 2 versus 0.
I think what impressed me the most about Freck actually was that he was going to get a chance in Tier 1 at the start of 2023. TT9 were going to pick him up, the roster that ultimately became ITB, and at very last minute they decided to go with Kanto and Kendrew, and you can understand why they did that. So Freck had to go back, and he went back to Team 86. He went back into Tier 2, played Combine, played Southbridge, like he said, and now he's finally got his chance again with Wild. And I think it's fair to say, Leo, he's more than taking it. And I think that's why we think that he's another potential star of the future.
100%. You can see the quality of his resilience, how important it was for him to come back to Tier 1, that his passion mattered, that he wanted to live and make a living of his dream. And that's what's happening right now with Wild.
One of the stars of tomorrow, Freck. I can't wait to see more of these. I'm sure there will be, because there's so many players to talk about here. He's performing excellently.
Yeah, and you can see that hunger in him. Actually, the map that they lost against Wolf, Freck, I think, was the best performer in Wild. Yeah. He was the one getting the entries. And I think it's overall like a global theme to have younger players like Starks, like the new pickups in G2, like Virtus8, the fresh blood really helps with new vision and keep hunger for the game. And that's exactly what's happening with Wild.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Let's talk about their opponents, Fnatic on the other side. Almost we're at it. Jack, you've been a big fan of this Fnatic squad. You've been seeing the potential of this team. That's why. I mean, you put them in your tier list yesterday. We saw how it looked like.
I did. And then I'm looking at those stats, Milosh, and I'm wondering why only Jeg's been the only player that's at an expected player score in this league. I think Fnatic started off with very, very tricky games that they comprehensively lost. But the reason that I rated them so highly in my outrageous take in the power rankings yesterday was that they have improved in performance. They should have beaten Wolves, but for 3 1v2s from P4. They should have won their last game in regulation again, but for some more clutches. They are on the right track and they are picking up points. What I want to see them do now is I want to see them come out and win a game and absolutely slay a team, absolutely destroy a team. Don't want them to go to overtime. Don't want them to lose clutches because they are on the right track.
And if you look at their results right now, it really backs what you're saying. Because if you look at the first match day against G2, it was a 2-7 loss, not even close. Against ITB, similar story, 3-7, a little bit closer against Wolf, and arguably they threw a 6-4 lead. They should have won that, like you said, because of the clutches of P4. They lost it, but eventually they get their first win.
Yep.
And it's very, very thin. It's 8-7 on overtime. So like you said right now, what we expect from them is finally to get a straight win, 3 points on the board. You want that as Fnatic because you want to show that you keep improving. Now, I want to say, they've been having tricky matchups. I feel like they've kind of been playing against the team when they're at their peak form every time in the season. And now they come against a Wild that just is fresh off a really, really bad defeat against Wolves that stopped their momentum, and they really want to bounce back. It's a hard one. It's a hard matchup to get that straight win, but we can expect it from them against such an inexperienced team in Wild.
Well, we'll have to see what map they're going to go to. Maybe there's something to figure out there and to challenge one another. We're going to go to Chalet. Oh, Leo.
Yeah, Chalet is a surprising pick for me. Let's be real here. Wild, they've only played 3 maps this season, so it's quite hard for teams to predict what to play against them unless they've played them in scrims. Now, what surprises me the most here is that Fnatic actually had the chance to go to Club. They choose to ban it at the end and go to Chalet instead. And the reason it surprises me is that Fnatic actually has an 83% win rate at Club. It's one of the best maps. And they chose to go to Chalet, the map that World, on which Wild beat Ents 7-1. A really good map for Wild that they've already shown. And maybe that's the reason.
I've got a hypothesis on this. I think, yes, Wild have shown it. But I also look at Fnatic and I think they are the lowest attacking team inside of our league at the minute, 26%. So if it's a choice of Clubhouse or Chalet, which one would I rather start attack on? It's Chalet all day 100%. Long, and you've got the benefit of having seen Wild on it in a previous game. So that makes a lot of sense to me. If you look at the maps they banned out, it was a lot of defender-sided maps, Skyscraper, Nighthaven, those kinds of maps. Get them away because they knew they'd be starting attack. And Fnatic is such a momentum-based team.
Of course, Fnatic had their day off in the league yesterday, and I know for certain that they spent the entire day scrimming, regardless of what happened. They went through their own VODs, their opponents' preparation for Wild, getting into scrims. So there is the potential that they've really planned this out, but there's only one way to find out, to get into the game itself. So let's bring up our wonderful casters, Fluke and Hap now, my friends.
I can see Hap now.
He's not blurry anymore.
Hap.
I don't know what happened.
I have a question about Hap to our analysts. Before you were like, oh, Milos opening Snowmobile. Who would you rather have do it, Milos or Hap?
That's a great question. I'm not.
Milos is not blacklisted from my rank stack, so
I am no longer blacklisted either, Fresh. I was removed via a democratic process.
Democracy, that's how it works, right? At least in my case, I would have held a drone and at least given a call out. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyways,
all I'm saying is that Des put a
you can say whatever you want.
Drone down.
He did. I will give you that.
It was a drone.
You know what? Before this spirals into the post-EUL show, as we've gotten used to over the past few years, Fluke, Hap, please, our final game of the evening, Wild versus Fnatic. Enjoy.
We will. Thank you very much, Milos. As we go back to Chalet, we've been back-to-back and then back-to-back in maps. At least they're all very aggressive, but I'm hoping we don't have a reflection of what we had before, where our second border was slow. I want the more of what we just experienced here in Chalet.
You want more fast? Is that what you want? More fast?
I want more fast.
More speed in the game?
Yeah, I very much enjoyed the game that we had. Obviously, it pretty much went all the distance in the difference. Here, you're hoping for the same. As they sort of said, Fnatic, they got their win. They had a day off. Now they're back in against Wild, who are playing very well, much better than obviously they were earlier on in the year. But they did that within 2 play days. So the world is their oyster at this point.
I am torn, Emmy.
Okay.
Because for a while, we only had a single Dutch player in the league, and it was Deepak, and now we have two, and they're playing against each other. And the Dutch person in me doesn't know who I want to support right now.
I guess that means the Netherlands will win regardless.
We will win regardless. We'll get 3 points no matter what.
So... Life is tough.
This is one of the Dutch players.
That's not.
No, that's not. I actually spoke with Sarks a little bit beforehand because Tristan was so kind to ignore me on Twitter.
Call him out.
Yeah, I did. So I was trying to get some information out. At the end, I was actually trying to get a quote out of him I could use for like against Wild, and all he said is, "I wish Wild a really good game, and I hope that they have fun." And I'm like, man, that's too wholesome. I wanted to have a shit post to go at, but no, didn't get that. Just a wholesome message.
Okie dokie, we find ourselves falling in, and Fnatic, they are kind of more eyes on right now because they've been underperforming, and that's always that extra bout of pressure. But in that fun sort of swing of how statistics will play out, if they get a full fat win, their first of this split right now, they jump up to 6th place, push Virtus Pro down into the not making close playoffs, and that is a very unexpected result, I think, from how they were after the first couple of play days.
Yeah, for sure, and of course that is going to be their goal. Fnatic, they believe that they have what it takes to make it to the major for this stage. And if you're looking at the standings now, you'd be like, you're last currently, but Starks is starting it off well. Takes down Croxon. Now he's going to be opening up the opportunity to put up a bit of a foot into Library. However, Freck's still around there, instantly challenging down on the window below. Drone is going through, but he hasn't actually checked the hatch above. So if Sarks decides to go for a jump in, because this drone is only showing clear feeds for now, it is Freck that is just a second too late, and Sarks able to sneak by, has a clue of what just happened.
Well, we wanted things to get off quickly, and they already are. The pressure's coming around on towards Leighton, potentially. Hits the side of a grenade, but it's going to hold on for just a second. There's not a lot of wiggle room. And in fact, it's about to be swung into where Leon is. Great grenade throw. Over towards the top. Freck is down. There's the pick back up on Leon. Oh, there's the second Leighton. I said he was surrounded, and he's set by dead men. Now Sark's getting one on the back end. Packball's able to level it out at 2 versus 2. They still have some of the vertical control, and they're aware of some of the danger. There's going to be a depth charge of a C4. Dropped and hoping to get the pick back up as the kit is picked back up. But where do you plant? Because you do not have the vertical control. They would be able to get a very quick response on it. They're concerned about the hatch itself. They're just going to try and tuck, but as soon as they do, you can expect a bit of pressure to come through because they just don't have that control. They almost have to fight their way up. The clever use of the smoke caster makes things awkward. Planting in the slightly off the position place has netted them the result.
Yeah, smart usage there of these smoke bolts to stop any fuse to coming from the actual hatch itself. They were trying to fish for any information, trying to open up as much vertically as they could. Even use the Zoto canister to make sure no one was coming up on the staircase in the meantime. But it all allowed the plant to go through in the hands of Fnatic. And now basically holding a crossfire, one on either side. Deepak gets one before he gets shut down, but they have Sarks on the opposite side to lock off that kill. So that's round number 1 for Fnatic.
Okay, find the tuck in, find the position of play. There was a couple of missed moments and obviously a huge drive from Leighton round on the back end, but not quite enough to stop it otherwise. Fnatic get themselves off to a decent start. There's a horrifying statistic I've quoted across the maps today. Whoever wins the first round has lost the whole match. That has come true 3 of 3 times. Can Fnatic break their own curse and the curse of today at the end of Super Week?
Maybe Wild was listening and they were like, you know what? Seems to be working out, so let's just not win this first round. Just you know, to have those statistics on our side. Obviously not what happened, but...
I mean, you never know.
It's a discussion point before.
Listen, Everybody has their lucky talismans, right? Everybody has their rabbit's feet.
I don't have one of those, no.
No. They're 4-leaf clovers.
I don't think I have those either. Oh, spot
No.
peek.
Oh!
Wrong way.
They have Freck, that's for sure. Sarks gets to take there on towards the watch, climbed up the big rock and rocked Freck out of the round. The Bandit ready to play against the Trick here. Bit late that, unfortunately. Leighton wasn't quite able to make the connection with the wall, and the wall will fall. Bit of a blow. The wall usually gets open, but you want to try and play with some utility if you're in that position.
Bit of a double sweep here against WoW, like losing Frack dead early on and the wall being opened up without being able to actually get any pressure down. In the meantime, someone's already established himself inside the trench as well, so as soon as people start falling back... Oh, that's unfortunate. As soon as people start falling back, as Packbull will find one, Leighton gets for a second, and this is all we have, just the mute screen together. Way, there we go.
We get a cool little flyby and we're back in, but most people have left, unfortunately, in that time. The pressure is coming onto the back of Blue here. You can see that they've got themselves close towards the default plant spot, but without the kit, there's not much else that you can do with it. So instead, see if you can force some motion. What do they know? Do they know that they've stopped the plant being confirmed? The slow and steady rotate gives Croc the confidence that maybe nobody is watching from outside the breach. And Deepak knows he's being watched from the far side. It looks like a pretty big rotate. It's gone. There it is. Sarks found himself towards it. They've now got Crocs in a little bit of a cheeky place. But without him giving up the game, with all this time, they've still got to try and find some motion. Everybody is banking on getting this, the first engagement. The blind comes out, the pressure's in. There has to be some support from Leighton round on the back, and he makes it count, gets himself one, but there's Sarks round on the corner. Leighton versus Sarks. Two new bloods towards the tournament. The rip of a C4 is a terrifying sound to hit. Goes for the plant, pops back up with Leighton, having a monster round.
And talking about monster rounds so far, Sarks as well has been absolutely stepping up. I think he's 6-on-1 now or something like that. He's definitely been putting in some weight in these first two rounds. But Leighton saving it. What was that? 4 kills for him in that one? Maybe 3. Either way, a monster round to come through. As you just mentioned, Wild able to secure that second round, put themselves up equal after the unfortunate early loss of both the wall and Freck, which definitely doesn't help your intentions of winning that round. And then we didn't really see what happened afterwards, so there's little to analyze. So it's like we came back in a 2v2.
One apiece. Wild. Able to pull it out, and you know, it's, as you said, 2 players have kind of dominated these opening 2 rounds, really. Leighton almost pulled it back in the first round, smashed it in the second. And that's kind of what you want, what you expect. New blood, great players, getting that stretch of their legs in a showdown of 2 teams that's built around it. Obviously, there's a lot of names that have been in the scene for a long time. Wild had more drastic changes than Fnatic, pretty much swapping out the whole roster.
Multiple times.
Multiple times. Like trying on new pairs of shoes and seeing what the best fit is for the ball.
I mean, sometimes you have to until you find that recipe for success, and they definitely seem to have a roster now that's in a lot of a better spot, especially compared to stage 1. You know, the finding points, they're being competitive at least, so that's a very important factor here as tons of flashbangs come through, but there you go, Sarks taken out on the strafe from the Wamai there. And now a big impact player from Fnatic gone.
As they're trying to get that next bit of momentum. Oh, a spray through. It's an expected fight to happen. The drop on the next Selma, I don't think makes the connection because they're worried about getting caught out. Instead, Freck drips down as Leon and Zoo find 1 apiece.
Yeah, and it's just a bit calm now. Like, they're trying to drone out on the side of Fnatic. Do they really have any control? I don't think so. I mean, someone's down in the garage. Freck waiting around for the person that's on the main door, and I believe Deepak was outside of the actual window for games. It's going to be a bit of a scrappy ending out here as they're trying to scavenge and get themselves through to actually get a kill and to get a bit of an opening somewhere. Because anywhere where there is at least a player of Fnatic, there is one or two watching it for the side of Wild. Kent and Deepak trying to work together here to take the top floor under control, but there you have it. Instantly, Freck to respond on the proximity alarm. Deepak falling back as well. Jack still down below. He's quite close to the actual site itself. The opening on the Selma makes Pantry somewhat unplayable, but these vertical holes do make him worried about where they could be coming from.
30 seconds or so left here, and it's not impossible, but Fnatic, they're trying to play with 2 stories of ground as Croc is down not too far away, pre-firing the angle, hoping to get one more of a catch. They're almost using the body as bait, but Leighton doesn't need to fish with it. Finds another for his already terrifying tally. And Deepak is left.
15 seconds to go.
15 seconds and a bit of a dream to try and get in and get a cut, but it's already in place. Leighton, a huge game, and it's only 3 rounds deep. Can he keep this pace up?
That's kind of what we were thinking as well, right? Like the 3 new rookie players that Wild have picked up that basically have 0 tier 1 experience have been a carrying force for their winning games. And you know, that is Freck, that is Leighton, and that's also Croc, who have been doing absolutely amazingly. And Leighton, especially now, he's really laying it in. I think he's finding himself on like, what is it, 8 kills at the end of this round, 9 kills? It's only been 3 rounds. Like if he continues this, and it, you know, I'm just talking hypotheticals here, and we do go to max OT. This could be one of those games where he gets close to 20, or at least high in the 10s. But we do need the rounds for that. We cannot have this become like a 7-1, 7-2, because then it becomes a bit hard.
It's true.
Well, it's just how it is.
That's how it goes.
It's so often when like a player's on an absolute heater and you're like, oh, if only this game took longer, he would have the kill record on this like best of 3, best of 5, best of 1. But then they end so quickly, so. Hey, you know how long the best of 1 kill record is standing already, Emmy?
How long, Hap?
2019. It hasn't been done since.
Wow.
It's OGA Pit and from Palu and Onigiri during SI.
Yeah. We casted...
Like, what was it, 14 different weapons at that point? We casted the Onigiri game.
Yeah, we definitely did that one. I
did the Palu one with Sternab.
You did the Palu one with Sternab?
Yeah. I was casting with Sternab during OGA.
Fresh, if you're listening, would you rather have open your your snowmobile, Milos, Sternab, or Hap?
I think Sternab wins that one.
You never know. We're just having a brief technical pause. Hope to be back in the game sooner rather than later. I'm sure Leighton's sort of begging us to get back in at this point. 8-1.
Yeah, he's definitely on fire. Like, he doesn't want to slow down now.
No, I mean, it's impressive. You've obviously got them and Packpool sitting on 100% cost as well. So they've had that dedication every single round. It's early. It's a statistic that gets wider the longer you play, obviously, but still impressive to be driving so much of this force. And Deepak was able to sort of keep pace at this point, but really, the game itself is a bit of a one-man show currently. This will cool down that one man as maybe the hope. Well, the hope of nobody, actually. Nobody's forcing this.
Next thing we know, he just has a laptop ready next to him with the aim, like the shooting range. Just hopping over to stay warm.
Yeah. Keys for a ranked game.
Plays both at the same time. Accidental comms in the wrong game, you know, that happens. Oh. But yeah, I mean, it's Wild taking the lead for now. And if I'm looking at their attacks have been pretty good for a while, 50%-ish, so like 52 if I'm being correct. So the more rounds they pick up now, I mean, the easier of a time they should be having as soon as a side swap comes through. I mean, it is kind of logical when you look at it that way, but more of a, they usually don't really struggle that much. Whereas Fnatic do. Fresh mentioned it on the desk, lowest attacking win percentage out of the entire league so far.
Bomb located by attack.
We're back
it's
in.
Only barely, like by 0.6%, but still.
Yeah, it's close. We're back in. Wild, they've been able to pull themselves back from what was a very sharp first round from Fnatic. Since then, things have gone a little bit awry, but we're back on the site where magic happened. And to be fair, that first round wasn't a million miles away. It was a 2 versus 2. Wild still had the vertical control. It was a little bit of clever play from Fnatic with the coverage of the smoke and not planting on the default spot, and just in a position where you wouldn't expect to spray through, but netted them the plant, and then from then the pressure was on their side. But we could be, or could have been, looking down a 3-0 right now. Something Fnatic will be well aware of. They've got to try and rest around and put all the confidence behind it, because it's close, but close isn't winning them right now, and the team can build behind the momentum that Leighton is driving through. There's Jags getting Frag. Getting the first kill. Again.
Yeah. I think there's 3 entry kills now coming through for the side of Fnatic onto Wild. Frag being the one caught twice. It's not that it's really stopped Wild too much, though. Especially considering Leighton is absolutely on fire, as you just mentioned. But of course, a bit of a technical break. And then you start wondering, is it still going to be the case, or has he slowed down, cooled down just a little bit?
Slow and steady. Getting the, ooh, I was about to say preparation work done undeterred, but very much deterred as just a quick visit to the outside of the map to see if anybody would suffer the side of the bullets. They don't quite get the kill, but they do enough to say, look, we're still active. We're still putting pressure on. And I think Fnatic, they're just trying to see where they can circle round. Wild have a slightly different hold. They still have the vertical control, but definitely keener awareness towards anyone that might try and slip their way in, where the site sort of fell because of those exchanges. Fnatic, you'd be surprised if they can drive the same bargain.
You know, Dodo doesn't get the kill, but at least he is making them uncomfortable. It's like you cannot really sit still for too long, or you're going to find yourself caught up by someone who's rotating around. Because in the meantime, the breaches are happening on the actual kitchen wall. The pressure is coming in to the above side. Leighton, however, still out there with the SMG. Sarks will find the kill onto Packball. And that opens up the site, really. So that's going to be forcing a lot more onto these vertical elements here, as a smoke gets popped, could even result into, well, a potential plant attempt to be made.
Well, there's a watch on a default plant, and there's...
Pull the trigger.
No. Oh, no. I guess we have the benefit of being able to see through the smoke, but unfortunately they don't. Leighton could have got the kill onto the first, and I mean, he's done more than enough, but Fnatic did more than enough that round. Piece by piece, they pulled things apart instead of throwing themselves in on towards the west main entrance like they did the last time they were there. They slowed things down. They looked for these engagements and took it apart, part by part.
The yellow ping actually lost him the gunfight there. He was so perfectly centered on the planter. If all they did was he's planting and he pulled the trigger, that would have been the kill to come through. Of course, it was still like a 1v4 after that, or a 1v3 that he would have to play out. So it's quite difficult, but at least the defuse will be down. Look at this. He's just right on it, and then the ping comes in just slightly off. And it, like, again, it would have been a 1v4 at that point, but at least the diffuser would be down. Just small things. But 2-2, Fnatic, they find themselves that second round. Again, the weakest attacking team in the league, so the more they get, the easier they should feel. And as mentioned on the desk, they thrive with that momentum. So if they do manage to get going now, if they do manage to get 1 or 2 more rounds, they might be able to roll through that on the defense as well.
Can they do it?
Especially these early shutdowns of the spawn peaks are very well done.
Can they do it on a different side? Can they try and make magic happen elsewhere? We'll turn into a bit of a question now. Obviously, if they had had the kit with them earlier, without Starks having to do a huge rotate, they would have probably been in a much better situation. Obviously, getting out to a 1 versus 1, as tight as you like between the two titans of this map so far. But with Starks getting that opener once again, that is 3 of 4 of their opening kills going to his favor, and 4 of 5 of the rounds being Fanatics.
And it's not like he's playing entry frag operators, right? He's like playing Nomad, he's playing Ram. He's just playing everything that they, you know, kind of need at that moment. Hibana, even in one of the rounds, he managed to get the entry kill in. So he's just like the Joker. They put him on whatever they need as he gets his 2nd kill of the round.
I mean, what a perfect sort of response. We said that it was sort of turning into this brawl between 2 huge Talisman players that are leading the team in this engagement, and here's the other. Leighton, hoping to try and find a response kill. He's not deep in enemy territory, but he's not far away from a skirmish. And if he goes untested, he might be able to get a bit of a response. The eyes are focused on Freck, and Freck is unfortunately in the eyes of Starks. That's 3 for the new pickup. And Leighton again looks for opportunity, looks for a potential gap in the control here. He's underneath the hatch. He's in a dangerous area. He's not quite been able to net a kill, but when he does or finds the first, he's got to be quiet about it. There's Leon caught out. Quick rotate. You see above the hatch. You see on blue stairs. There's the above the hatch. They're going to go for the fight at the same time, and that was everything they needed to do.
Beautiful round so far from Fnatic. Just aware of the fact that there was a heavy roam going on as Jax cleans up the final player, but aware that there was like 2 or 3 people on the roam, able to shut them down as well. I mean, it was basically just Sarks trying to open up the flooring, finding one under the double window, and then being swung at from the office, finding both those kills. Of course, a 3rd one afterwards as well. But well played into the gap that was created by Starks in that case. So Fnatic were able to, well, see the opening they were given and really benefited that. And this is one of those rounds where, as Wilds, you might be like, what were we doing wrong? Like, they were just losing the gunfights, and he wasn't even being damaged in any of those. The only damage he took was from a goo mine.
Fnatic pull ahead. Fnatic pull themselves 1 step closer. This was a brawl before, and I said I wanted that to continue, but it's a very different dynamic. Where, again, we still have 2 players leading towards that. +6 on Leighton, a +7 on Starks now. He's just been able to slip himself slightly further, slightly deeper into the game. If Fnatic can secure themselves here, the 4-2-half secure themselves that buffer that they can play with. It's the translation almost perfectly of the opening stat, the opening trade.
And of course, you still need to like bring home the game after that. I mean, we saw it in the VP ITB game yesterday when they were 4-2 up ITB on the side swap and weren't able to win a single round anymore from there on. Of course, things are changing. Fnatic is now on the attack rather than on the defense. They're also on a different map completely. And in general, defense is just a little bit easier to pull off than the attack. Dodo, stuck in library. Flashbangs coming through. Is forced to fall back through the hatch. Is there someone waiting for him there is a big question. Well, C4 was waiting for Deepak, who has taken him down. It's Capitao gone. A lot of utility that goes with that. Think of those smoke bolts. Think of those incendiary bolts, but also the heart breach gadgets potentially out there.
First time in a while, it's gone into the favor and away from Fnatic. What can they do without the Capitao? What can they do without Deepak, who is one of the last remaining, if not the last remaining? Last time they were on this site. In fact, he wasn't quite able to convert it, but Sort of shows the different of dynamic if that backline player is now forced to try and get the push here on towards the start. The Selma is being pinged out, but the lockdown from behind. Leon gets packable as well. Perfectly played. They drew all the attention there on towards the Selma and then struck, but Starks being knocked to the side is going to make things a little bit trickier for a team that I'm not going to say have depended on them, but, well, anyone would. There's two. But I do. As Jax is caught out as well.
You're left with two, both in completely different directions, recuperating now towards the actual library to see if a push can happen from there on. However, as you can see, Wild pretty much fully aware of this. They are on the catwalk, they're on the blue stairs, actually in the little closet right next to it. So as soon as a repel swing comes through, or as soon as someone jumps into that window, you can only expect a double swing to come in. So instead, going back down, recovering that diffuser, and adding in from the side entrance. Kento coming in from below. They're going to check if there's an alternative way in to maybe see if they can get a plan down by taking the side by storm. But with 20 seconds, it's going to be quite hard.
15 seconds.
Well, Leon's able to get one, but Leighton shutting down the entrance. Leaves Leon in a triple, but unfortunately probably not enough time to truly formulate there. An extra 5-10 seconds might have been a difference maker of just how to approach that final kill, that final stress. We find ourselves once again today on the other side of an even half. I'm not going to say it's been the entire path of the course, but we keep going.
To the side swap we go. And this is now like, Wild have been very balanced in their attack and their defense. Of course, the defense was higher graded than their attack, but Fnatic, their attack was not as strong. Their defense is, you know, about average, like 3 rounds per game is what you're gonna have to go for, which will be enough for a point here at least. It gives them the opportunity to potentially fight for those 3 as well. But I think that these next 1 or 2 rounds are going to be very crucial to Fnatic. If they manage to find this very first right away, it's of course going to be a bit of a confidence booster, because that at least puts you onto a possibility for 5 quite easily, especially if this one goes without too much hassle. If you manage to find 2, well, then the recipe is there to find a victory in regulation without too much worry. Wild looking to take a bit of control of the library first, at least the area around it. And it's logical. You wanna approach this horizontally as well. Big opening actually made in that wall already with the Selmas. It's gonna be putting a big dent in the actual site.
Well, I don't even know if that was a Selma or if it was just an opening. It looked like the wall might have been reinforced. No, it's just an opening. Yeah, they've decided to play with. They've obviously got all of the Ivy side locked. Just focused down towards blue with a bit of a shield to hide behind. So they're sort of, you know, flirting with the danger of that position. Makes it a bit harder to play out on the balcony itself. Might make it a bit harder to approach up the main stairs if you're not quite aware already for the fight. If you think about, you know, sort of comparisons, but the focus is pretty direct here, all the way across Piano. Cacophony of noise, but they can't quite get the kill. In fact, it's Leon and Croc that get one apiece either side. Leon doubles down, and he just keeps going. Apparently, finds his 3rd inside the site. He's tugged around behind the quarter wall. He's on the default plant spot. They have the control still of any of the territory underneath. He's not really on the pressure. Wild tried to smash their way through onto the bedroom side, but that position that Leon had is just a backline firing across.
Oh, they know where he is now, but it's the half-wall. It's very, very hard to actually challenge. Needs to stand up at the right time, and as he's holding it, actually finds yet another kill. That's a quad. On for the ace now. Only needs to find Dodo.
There's the spray through the keen awareness, but at this point, you're drifting in the middle of a very dangerous spot. Ooh, does get revenge onto Leon, who torn up most of the opposing force and faction, but at this point, what else is going to be offered? It's all revealed on the bulletproof as well.
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
Kind of just playing with fire now.
I felt like Fnatic was kind of trying to give that ace to Leon. They all kind of fell back. They were all holding their ground, not trying to go for any push. Dodo with the diffuser in hand is going to take some fights from Deepak, and that is going to be the nail on the coffin as well for that round, locking it off. Again, putting Fnatic in the lead off that round. Leon with a huge round there, 4 kills from just that half-full area. Of course, not something you can rely on, but this is what I meant. Like, if you manage to win one of those rounds with, well, relative ease, that means your site really hasn't been tested that well, which means that the next time you're going back there, like, it is still very likely that you're just able to catch them by surprise, as they haven't really gone through all the intricacies.
I mean, Leon getting the quad kill there, and credit to Dodo, tried to find the fight of the way out there, but at that point, when you're on the bulletproof in the middle, all of their players, unfortunately, probably go the way of the namesake. 4-3. Fnatic. They crawl their way back through Wild, tried to be a little bit explosive, didn't quite work, but it's the perfect time to try it in the first round instead. Go down to the basement. Maverick is going to be their breakthrough. Not going to try and play against the wall, but to be honest, there's nothing to really play against here. If you've got a mute to deny it, sure, but you're not really going to get too much of a slow out of that. There's nothing to catch anything that gets rolled through. It's kind of just sort of big dedication onto the confirmation of getting that opened.
Might also be of opening up like some angles into the wall that you want for challenging, rather than actually, you know, walking through, and making sure that they're quite limited, because it's just harder to see if there's anybody on the opposite side and stuff like that. And you can also do these for a repel distance, which this could be, but instead he's just going to make it soft and then probably remove it that way. You know, there's lots of things you can do with Maverick. Also love it that, you know, in Castle Barricade, you can just make that tiny hole. The Castle Barricade still stands, but you can still loop through.
You won't hear a thing.
Not that there's a castle, but there you go. Little holes.
Well, Croc puts some little holes in Kanto.
That's one big hole.
They have the line across. They have all those angles to play with. They make that wall a threat rather than rotate, as you said. But it's the danger of it that means that the space Fnatic can play in gets thinner and thinner. They're still in these positions, and as this, you know, everyone expects that wall to turn into a danger. Maybe they're hoping it not being so visual is something that they'll accidentally drift into the way of. A good swing round there. Leon gets two, but cannot quite find the next. The shotgun pops in. Crocs tries to move into the space that was created. Keep the momentum going. It's a 3 versus 3, but they slip their way on by and a bit too brash. Sox gets one. Dodo gets another. Back and forth. There's generally still a lot of time here to play with. That drone was instantly caught out, and as flashes get pushed, it's all still on the bulletproof that's just revealing everything. They're trying to get it through the wall. Clever play, and they do get the pop, but at what point do they feel confident to try and get the plant? Think about where it is and where it's going down. What can you cover here? They rotate on the side of blue. They're off. They're not safe. They're definitely not safe. Jags picks up the kill, and now Dodo. There's a big, big gap to cover.
I saw an opportunity when Leon went down and decided to just basically push on with it, even though Leon already kind of completely hammered the entrance shutdown there. Dodo now trying to go for the plant. Might actually get away with this. Second left. There you go. 45 counting down. And Nitrous Cell denied as he gets the kill. Back to a one-on-one as he does a lot of damage to Starks. But Starks a little bit more to him. And Starks already through all the way as he gets the down and the confirm. And as a result, with the execution to come in, Fnatic will find themselves at a 5-3 scoreline. A quick smiley just for good measure.
I like how you could tell it was a smiley just from the
movement, yeah.
You know it.
Just the
oh no, it's a sad face.
Well, it's still an emoticon. Let's put it
it's still an yeah. I mean, credit to Dodo for trying to find the best of a bad situation. The 1 versus 2, and as I said, it's a horrifying distance to have to cover. They literally have to pass both sites to get towards that kit, get it planted, gets the swing round. Almost pulled back, an impossible situation. But unfortunately for them.
Now, Wild have called a timeout on the back of this, as things are starting to slip away. And you can understand why. It is currently 5-3, which means that, you know, there's still full points on the table. It's not like any of them have been lost whatsoever. But you do need to start getting these rounds now. And, you know, round 7, you get 4 kills from Leon, who shuts you down from like the same 2-3 square meters of the map. Round 8, Leon stops this rush that they were trying to attempt initially. They still decide to push on afterwards. Find themselves in a 2-on-2. And eventually lose out on the post plans 1v1. Again, it was a beautiful, like, quick swing to go through. Yeah, I mean, that's painful. I mean, he was so quick on that nitrocell thrower, shutting him down, and he was like a bullet away from getting the final kill, final hit on Sarks. And it's such an important round as well. And, you know, it just hurts, especially when you're like 11-on-5. That's where you find yourself.
It's how close it gets. It's how close to the wire it was. Again, did brilliant.
10 seconds to insertion.
And then
he almost won an unwinnable situation. Like,
yeah, exactly. So 5-3. Now, the last time we had a tactical timeout this game, Fnatic bounced back with a flawless round.
See if one can do that as well. Bit of an opening being made. Again, all prep work. They just want to have all the windows around the site open. They do have the Monty. Could be a huge help. Could be a big game changer here. You already see the drop down though from Deepak. He's going to play in pantry, not wanting to stick around. Are they aware of the Monty already though? As the Capital Bolt is being used to clear out the library, Kenta, however, still behind on these Kiba barriers playing inside. So as soon as any real pressure comes through, he is in a great position to try and challenge.
With the roll ready. There it is, the light screen, the quick pop through, the play of the EMP just to stop anything. The Monty keeps driving with Kanto getting the first. Oh, in fact, the Blitz is there already as well around the back, gets the blind, and there's the 2 shields, but it's hard to say whether it quite worked or not. It's a 1 versus 2, sucks. All that's left, but there is one of the 2 shields still standing. Now Crocs rotates out of there. They have the time, they have the gadgetry and the utility to try and maybe piece together where the player is. He's just slipped his way on by. He's got some pings he's working on. He's trying to draw a further out fight. He does not want to get within arm's length over that blitz. 2 goo mines in pocket, a post plant. Couldn't quite swing his way around to the fight. He's covering the escape, but Finka exceptionally low. Alive, potentially, just because of their gadget and ability.
Defender exposed.
Oh, didn't quite know where they were. Great play there. It's a bit of hushed silence, but not enough, unfortunately.
And with that, they instantly bounce back on the back of that tactical timeout. Find themselves around. It was basically a bit of a quick push to come through, sending in the Blitz, sending in the Monty, together with the light screen of Sense, just to try and install things out. But as you mentioned, it didn't really work as planned. It was a 1v2 in the end, still in favor of Wild, so still able to put the diffuser down. However, there was no vertical control. If that was known by the side of Fnatic, Sarks could have moved up, could have actually held the diffuser from the hatch, and the Blitz would have to move so far around. Yeah, it's a shame there was no Mew Gemmer around that corner, because that would have actually stopped that flash from happening. Good cast on Panic. Beautiful shot. 5-4. Not going to be bringing a lot of other shields this round. I think actually no, the Blitz is back on the menu here for Leighton. The Jackal being brought as well. Could be more of a bit of a roam clear, see if they can clear the opposite side of the map quite effectively, so they have the man advantage later on to actually take this side with a lot more confidence.
Oh, that was almost a little bit of that continued game of who can get that early bite, this time potentially onto the Jackal, but they get to live, as does Leon, who I think very quickly realized his number might have been caught. And sneaky stealing of a Kapkan drone, buried amongst the reeds. Gets 2. As the setup is still long, deep underway, we'll hear that fun audio of something being stolen, but not quite sure what as of yet.
Could be a lot. Could be a default cam, you know, like, or the Kapkan traps or anything else that is around that area. But surely you must have been called out, and you know, especially if you're Kapkan, you gotta make sure that people are aware of where your Kapkan traps are. Because last thing you want is a teammate to walk through hacked Kapkan traps, especially when you're in a hurry to get back towards the site. As Leighton pushes himself onto the balcony, Packbull's coming to assist. Drones to come out. But there is that big opening in that wall that they're trying to challenge through. A little bit of damage done onto Leighton. Now, the Goo Mine's doing a little bit more of that as well. Croc will go down. Look at this Kenta that just walked in from Ivy.
Yeah, Kenta gets the lockdown there, gets some control over blue stairs, and well, it doesn't last very long. Freck was there to instantly respond from games, retakes the territory. It bought them about 20 seconds worth of damage, and that was what was stolen. Drops the camera. Now Leon on the other side of the wall, where he was able to pull off a quad kill in the previous round. Leighton wants to drive their up. Slightly different angle of approach as they did last time. They seem to try and force their way through, but with that being locked, the position's still quite awkward. You've only really got Piano, unless you wiggle and widen yourself on towards the balcony or out the other side. They're still trying to steal stuff from underneath. Doesn't really seem to be any presence there. Spraying against... Oh, I'm not entirely sure if they know what they're spraying against here. Leon's hoping to get a catch on someone or something, but Freck has him watched.
Goomine's been very effective so far against the Blitz, but still alive. As Deepak gets one, instantly leans back in. Leighton taking tons of damage from the Goomines, forced to pull it out now as he goes for the plant. 30 seconds in a 2v3 situation. The Nitro Cell might equalize it, but it does not. Instead, they have to go for the fight outside.
They scream up towards the Blitz, who's in the 1v1 in the site and rotate round. There it is. Jakes with the double now. With Dodo out on the back end of the balconies in this engagement. He stretches it out. This is one that he can win out. The frustrations of hitting his desk before picked back up here. He's still got that performance. He's still got that distance he can go.
5-5 suddenly after Fnatic looked like they were in a great position to find the first opportunity to secure a point at least. It can now be Wild instead that finds it.
So,
and again, mentioning Fnatic, they've played 4 games so far in these past 5 play days. This is their 5th. That means they have had their break day already, but they're currently at the bottom of the leaderboard. Now, they only need 2 points to equalize with Virtus Pro, but that's still a win.
Earlier, we had our TAC timeout. Now we've got our second TAC timeout. It was a technical timeout earlier on in the half game that changed the pace. The TAC timeout changed the pace again. Will it happen for a 3rd time? As that is what we are currently in from the side of Fnatic, stopping the game of 5 apiece. Now they netted something decent before, and as you can see, Packbull, both teams have the ability to talk here. Could be something to push it over the edge.
Where will the defense be holding up after Master Bedroom just fallen? Basement, it seems to be, which, I mean, it came down to a bunch of, you know, a quick push that eventually resulted into a plant after Dodo tried to be in that 1v1 situation, 1v2 even. Starks instead winning that one out. But a very important round, as points are quite literally won and lost by just a single one.
We've almost seen every single regulation round today.
Yeah, it's great.
There's one round that we didn't get, which was Secret versus BDS. Every other game, it's got 7-5. This one might even go even further.
Definitely seems like it could. Like this, if there's any game that was going to go to overtime, I think this is the one, especially with how back and forth they've been. Leon on the clash, though, that is going to be definitely one way to slow them down if they wanted to go quick again.
Well, they've got another direct route here. They're not going to play around with the Maverick this time. Instead, get the breach open, make the angles difficult. There's nothing to stop it, outside of maybe potentially a mute jammers on the back end, but it's not really the game you fully send yourself into. Sarks, a loose threat that could be controlled by the Nomad. The same to be said of Kanto, who might be the next port of call for Fnatic's approach here. He's in the more expected position, and I think he realizes it so much so that he's not going to sit around. If he gives them not a free body, but an easier engagement for the team to close down on, it'll really start them off with the back foot. They have to try and get some surprise, some clarity in their motion.
Sarks has been started to slow down a little bit more. Leighton still 14 on 6 currently. Doing well for Wild. And Fnatic, they just need to find that I was almost going to say opening, but they found that in the last 2 rounds. Just weren't able to convert it into that round. They just need to find that stability now. The opening and being able to just pull it in close. Sarks doesn't know how close he is to someone, but he gets the opener this time around. Knows about one on the window, but he's also being pushed from the back of Stellarium. That is going to be his demise. Leighton will find him in response. It's a one-on-one trade. And you lose the gridlock, which is great for stopping any of these flanks, but you also lose the Capcan, which could be a C4. Now, looking at where the rest of these players are on the side of Fnatic, I don't think a flank will happen at any point. So the gridlock lost. It's painful, but not the worst case in the world.
They got the Nomad as well. They still have the double down on that game, but most importantly, they got Sarks. They got that player that's been so terrific in those engagements. Know that Kanto's close. They roll in the shotgun to be even closer. The pressure comes down. Snowmobile stares itself. The clash moves up into the position. Freck gets 1. The pings are across it. Freck gets 2 and just keeps driving. There's Deepek making his way around on the back. He couldn't quite get the comfort, and Wild, driven behind Freck, find a fantastic explosion there on towards the site itself, and they just had all focus on blue. And fair enough, everybody's dying there. However, they got themselves into a plant position in the same moment, in the same breath. And now they find themselves sitting on 3 points. I said it before, there's a chance of Fnatic being able to jump out of the death zone. That is gone now. They would find themselves level with Virtus Pro if they won in overtime. And they don't have that. It's the head-to-head of the rounds. If Wild get the 3 points now, they only jump up 1, but they leap over Secret and importantly keep the pace with the team that's on the up and up. You want to make sure that whilst Wolves were on a day that they had to sit and wait, you're still looking towards those top 2 spots. You're still looking towards those SI points that are more precious to Wild than any other team, as the only team in EUL to currently have 0.
A fun fact to mention as well is that in round 9, Frack was 1 in 8. And now he's 7 on 9, 2 rounds later. Really started to show up now together with Leighton. Of course, he had his own little segment before that was done by Alphama and Fresh. But he died a lot due to like trying to go for spawn peaks in the first half when he was playing on defense. I think twice or 3 times he was shut down looking out a window, not being able to find anything in the results. But now when he's on attack, he's leading the pace, he's setting his own charge, and well, finding 6 kills in these last 2 rounds together with Leighton still picking up some great kills, and Dodo, of course, coming in with the clutches. Allows Wild to pick up at least a point, but looking for 3 now.
Well, another technical pause this late on, and so far, after tactical pauses, Wild at 100% success rate after both. The technical pause, Fnatic got a flawless. Will we see our first overtime of the day? Will we see our first little bit of pressure put back on? Will we see our first half points? That's down to these two teams. Drama, drama, drama.
The music definitely helps.
Does. Raises my anxieties.
You know, I said about Leighton after round 2 that he could be on for like a game in the high 10s or 20s if this goes, you know, all the way. He's in 16 now. Like I mean, is that high 10s yet, or do we say 17 or 18 is high 10s?
I don't know if I would ever
16 count.
I would say high teens.
Okay, well, high teens in that case.
It's like, you know, 18, 17.
Yeah. Either way.
High 10s is
He's
like a
getting
weird
close.
high
And if this goes to
5.
overtime, he definitely has the opportunity to break through 20 there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, not a million miles away. It's the thing about how this game has sort of paced itself as well is Leighton, huge opener, bit of a slowdown, huge finish, right? And obviously, as you said, we're starting to get more of the rest of the roster show up, but they are, I think, sort of blow for blow comparatively, generally a step behind their opponents right now. Packbull and Crocs, they're -6, -5 on the KD. Frex under. The lowest is Kanto, -3. Otherwise, apart from Deepak, the rest of the players are all positive. So it's a bit of a blow here for Fnatic that there is just Leighton, who is so standout, has been the difference maker, and then in the most recent 2 rounds, Freck has stepped into that position.
Yeah, and decided to just casually drop 6 kills after he's dropped 1 for the rest of the game.
Perfect time. If you're a Wild fan.
Like, it's like you're finding yourself at a position where you're about to be losing points in this game. You need to step up at that point. That's why they call it the tactical timeout. And, you know, they win that one. And then afterwards, you have the huge 2 rounds to come through to where you're now on map per match point for 3 points. And all these points are so hugely important to Wild, considering how their stage 1 went. Like, they'll take anything, of course, but they want to be, like, competing for that major spot as well. 6 Invitational, that is probably not likely unless they make, like, an amazing run at the major and they, well, first of all, qualify for the major and make an amazing run. But just that Montreal major, that is their goal, right? Like, that's the goal of any of these teams that are playing here. As we wait for what could potentially be the last round of tonight.
Deepak, deep in thought.
Yeah.
What's he thinking about, Hap?
What could he be thinking about? Probably the game, to be honest.
Oh.
I don't know if Deepak eats a lot of stroopwafels.
If I was Dutch, it would be all that I ate.
See, the thing is, they are amazing. They're very delicious, but it's also pure sugar.
Yeah. What's wrong here?
I think if you eat like 3 or 4 stroopwafels, you're on like your calories a day. So it's like you could live on a diet of stroopwafels.
Yeah,
if you want to.
For like bulking season.
I think you want to have protein in that case rather than sugar.
Okay.
I don't know.
That explains why I'm so unhealthy.
Maybe we should ask Tim how we bulk. What do we eat?
Tim is our version of Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
He definitely is.
I've never seen them in the same room.
No, haven't either.
I don't think any. You know,
maybe you should invite.
I'm not saying they're the same person, but also I've never seen them in the same room. So I don't think anyone has.
We should invite Mr. The Rock to the next event. Tim works. I know his last name's Johnson. Don't worry.
No.
No.
I know you know. Mr. The Rock.
Yeah, Mr. The Rock.
We'll hopefully be back in soon. Obviously, we've had a bit of a long play day. It's a very long day. You can see the exhaustion on the players.
Yeah.
some of these places, it's 10 past 11. That's late.
It could even be later. If you're Kanto, I think the Finns are like an hour later. So it's like 12:10 already.
Kanto, I think, is a game as our kind of...
He's playing in a different day than the rest of us now.
Yeah, I think...
That's how dedicated he is.
That's how dedicated.
Jags as well, actually. He's also Finnish.
Yeah, also Finnish. Jags and Kanto playing in the future. Packball. I like how it just cut away. It's like I was going to make a joke, but because it just got to Packball and instead the word Packball, it's just Packball. Okay, next, Leighton. Are those birthday balloons in the background of Dodo's?
Could be.
Did he have a birthday recently?
That looks like 18.
If he did, happy birthday, Dodo. I'm going to have a look on Wikipedia.
I just clicked on his Wikipedia profile here to see.
Oh, really?
It doesn't state.
Ah. If you had a birthday recently, happy birthday, Dodo.
Now, of course, the players cannot talk. Luckily, we can. Otherwise, it would be a very boring stream during these technical pauses.
The only info we have right now is this conversation about a rehost that we can feed you for now. So, whatever the problem is,
I'll have that.
Yeah, well, production prefers me.
It's even news for me.
Packball.
Yeah.
I just want them to cut away.
Yeah,
I just only want whenever we see Packball, I just want to say Packball and then just move on now. That's the bit. That's the...
Just waiting again until it comes by.
For
those of you that just tuned in, because
we are...
You're not from Europe, I guess.
As deep in as possible to this game. We are 6
I mean, it could be 7-7.
Yeah, it could be. But we are as deep into this game as possible. It's 6-5 to the favor of
Packball.
Wild currently. Packball. Deepak chilling.
But yeah, Wild have match point. Won 3 rounds in a row now. And they're looking to lock it off. And I can only imagine that, you know, when you're Fanatic right now, you just want to find a response, but you just have to wait until this tech pause is over until you can finally discuss it. So, like, everybody's coming up with ideas now, probably, on how to stop this issue that has arisen in Wild. And the last round didn't even have shields in it, because they struggle with the Blitz, they struggle with the Monty.
Yeah, there was the doubling down of shields. Obviously, we've had some shield bans throughout all of this as well. And I also saw an F1 car in the back of Dodo's. I'm just analyzing their rooms now. There's a Ferrari back there, opposed to
that's
an
a
F1
Ferrari. Yeah, that's, I think, 2005.
Great year. Do you know what else is a great year? Well, this
maybe.
one, as we take a quick break before we're back, we'll come right back in with the lobby. Please don't go anywhere. We should be back very shortly.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood. From Gia Sao Paulo. You have waited 5 long years.
And I think he might just find it.
For Siege to come back to Brazil. Now. The Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the Six Invitational 2024. Vamos para San Barullo! It's Ventures Pro versus W7M!
It's a tail, can be told. They continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of Six Invitational 2024.
The grand final of the Six Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan W7M. Vamos para San Barullo!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again. But it is happening for FaZe. One round away from cementing themselves as world champions. From 6-1 down. Can W7M respond? You wanted to find him, and he finds you. Guards, he makes it. We cannot. We know we cannot. Into red tide. He can't finish it. He's own brother. Infinite overtime. It's upon us. We get it. We get it. This is how legends are created. Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes, we will. Yes, we will. W7s, they cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
Well, we are back. Thank you for bearing with us. We just wanted to make sure that we could get that all set up. The lobby is ripped and ready to go in just a moment, Hap. Just a moment, Hap. Well, maybe Hap is not ripped and raring and ready to go. So, I'll otherwise keep going. We are staring down the precipice. It is what, 6 to 5 here and close to midnight across the board. They are so close, Wild, to getting themselves 3 points secured. So close to getting themselves pushed over this final bit of a distance and difference, and so close to eyeing down this success story here. Fnatic, they were able to find success after the last tag timeout. Let's see where they can go from this point onwards. All right, so at this point, maybe I'm not the only one with the tech problems. They're just going to try and get Hap back in. I will try and carry this on as late as I can. Fnatic, as I said before, they found success last time after
10 seconds to go.
the previous tag timeout. At this point, you know, with the conversations that have happened before on the previous, they'll be able to drive forward now. What can Wild do? Can they get themselves an early lead? They've got the break, they've got the Ying, they've got all of this chance at a choice at driving themselves through here. And Hapai here is returned.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you at the start. I saw the game, but didn't really hear anything. So, but I'm back now, so
it's fine. You need to eat more stroop waffles for the sugar.
Ah, that might be it. Stroopwafels. Either way, important round. Again, points or no points is what is on the table here for Fnatic. They've already had some scruffy games. It's not going to be able anymore to lock this one off for full 3. Whereas Wild, however, if they manage to continue the momentum they've been building before they had the technical pause and the rehost, well, that could be the full 3 on board. A lot of information being gathered. Capcan traps being spotted out. There is no Bravo to hack them. As the Candelas are being prepared out here. It seems like they just want to go for a West main push. Like it's very, very heavily stacked towards that side.
I mean, there's almost a good possibility of taking them a bit by surprise there. You can see Freck is ready to hop in. There's the blinds and there's the motion. Freck and Croc either side. Dodo does get caught out there by Deepek. There's Starks popping up and getting one. The C4 doesn't quite get the depth to connect with the next, but they do lose 2 players. The rest get themselves a little bit more help. Maybe weren't as much of a surprise force as they thought. Wild. They took a risk, a punch, a chance and an opportunity. A little bit of late night. Maybe they're a little bit sleepy siege, but unfortunately Fnatic were wired in, wide awake and wide-eyed and ready for this. It's not over yet. When you still have Leighton on the board with the game that he's been having, he is way more than a threat than probably anyone else out of the 10 players. But at this point, sat waiting, the slow crawl round. There's the first for Freck. Gets Leon by surprise. There is Sarks, though, getting that pop-up and revenge. And well, if anyone was going to have the answer, there he is.
Deepek very close to being found here by Packbull. But Wild is just holding off on some of the angles right now. Gamble didn't pay off to go for West May. Might still find at least a kill here. Leighton brings it back to a 3-on-2. It's still winnable, but he's very low on HP. The diffuser is also down and needs to be recovered. Not sure if it's actually being guarded actively or not. Also not spotting out. Deepek right behind the counter out here. So that's a bit of information that will be lost as the jump in comes into West Main. Packbull shot in the side. Oh, is Deepek and Kento both for the kill.
Yeah, there it was, missing out the moment there on Deepek, hoping they could try and pop in, but it was in a great position, and we are in our first overtime of the day, the last game of the day, of course it would be, but Fnatic still have a chance here to pull themselves another win, pull themselves 2 points, wouldn't get them out of the bottom of the board, out of the sort of danger zone at this point, but it would go a little bit further in towards developing their hopes of progressing. When you're obviously looking at the games they have up ahead. VP is one of them who they may potentially be level with, but as I said, the round difference I don't think would work out in their favor. So they'd still fall below them. Then you've got Secret as a possibility on the up and up, ending with BDS. Sort of shows the importance of getting the 2 points from this game.
Fnatic able to break that momentum. Now onto the defense, instantly to Bar Gaming. I've seen quite some extensive holds here. Kento able to hold on to Library, especially for a very long time, just by himself. It's quite logical to go back here, as he's preparing to win though. Trying to go for a bit of a sneaky spawn peek out there. He's not going to be hitting anything. It's very risky to do it at this time in the actual game though, because you don't want to be losing someone that early on, especially with like the regen ability of having the keeper barriers just spawn throughout the round. But all goes well for now.
Ooh, Starks playing a very dangerous game here. They weren't droned, but didn't want to let the drone roll in and see anything further. Yeah, there is Crocs. It's not too far away from it. Now Fnatic continuing their role here on towards the side of defense. They've got a bit of momentum from the round before. As I said before, it seems like when they are coming on the back of a tech timeout, they have a little bit more energy than the conversational attitude. Both tacks have both been used. Wild cannot stop the game for a conversation, but they can stop Kanto on the top of the rafters.
Frank was on a bit of a resurgence throughout that. Deepek being fully fleshed out there. Starks in a bit of a gunfight down below. Croc trying to send some rounds his way. He's being checked by the E1D to know where he is. However, now, where is he? Well, that's a big question. Packbull will find Deepek, however. That's an opening. A second one for the side of Wild in this round.
Ooh, a trade out. Leighton and Jakes find each other, but they're around the rosies, and Starks somehow gets the kill. They had the pings on him. They knew where he was, but now he's got to try and find out where everyone else is. The kit has found its way in towards the site, and the plant is being confirmed by Packball. They're not wasting around waiting to find out. The fight is Starks to take. The post plant and almost opted to go all the way up, but instead believes he can try and drive his way through the site itself. He's tucked on the kit. He's baiting the motion for Packball. He's got to react. They're holding and waiting. There it is, and Packball gets it. Very well played there by Starks. Held it for as long as he could, but Packball pushes the team once again, one round away from a win.
And it's just for the extra point now. It would not really move them anywhere on the table, just right behind Team Secret, but at least it puts the point difference in between, well, themselves, Virtus Pro, but also Ents and ITB. So it's still a very valuable round. It just puts the almost game extra between themselves. And it was a good round for the side of Wild. Everybody was basically on. They managed to, well, they found out, you know, Starks was around on the opposite side of the map, but that's fine. Like, you can just stay the side of that point, especially when they were in that 2v3 situation. The last anchor dies, instantly go for that plant and just hold back the ways that he can come back from, like rotate back to the side too. Some good calls were made there. And 6-7 is among us yet again. As you mentioned, another opportunity for Wild to look at this game. And the rookies, whilst they might have not had all equal games, considering Leighton is definitely standing above the rest of them, but they're definitely surprising here in the European League so far.
Can Fnatic, once again on the back foot, get themselves drawn back in? Can they find some of that energy from the opening half of the game where both teams have matched each other's pace, but it's been a long time since they've been driving on their attack, a long time since they've been trying to drive the pace. Kanto gets Dodo. The long watch from the back of the balcony has eyes all the way through the heart of the hold. Leighton is still in a bit of a power position with Freck offering some support on his shoulder. He's feeling a bit spicy, but the drone stops that. I was gonna say, doesn't actually. He decides to double dip. He's not punished for it. Croc in the meantime, down in the basement, waiting for a fight to potentially come up.
I was expecting them to not go as wide, especially with Kento potentially still being around on the balcony. A little misstep and you find yourself picked up. I think he rotated off in the meantime, though. Starks has moved over towards the snowmobile garage. Might actually go and take that from the ground floor. No, it's actually Jegs that does so. Gets himself inside. Freck holding off on the balcony window. Kanto is actually still inside. Grenades are being tossed in as well. So a lot of utilities just being expended right now with 90 seconds left. But they do need to get that top floor under control. And so far, just not enough has been done yet for the Fnatic side of things to do so. So they might have to go to a plan B.
Gets themselves the look through across towards the prep line. But with Leighton in this position above the hatch, it's actually where he was able to get a decent couple of kills before. The step into the warden is caught off. Kanto just saw enough for the rotating player to predict the motions. Leighton is looking for an engagement. They know the impact and the power that they can have, but they are just not able to get their teeth stuck into a fight, appearing a couple of paces too late. He doesn't want to give them a free engagement, but he doesn't want to give them an unpunished trade, and so far, they've just not handed it to him. There's Deepek getting Packball. There is one step closer to all the way as the plant gets confirmed. With 40 seconds left, a 3 versus 1 post plant at this point. Croc has a lot to do, but pretty confident we'll be seeing every single round in this, and there it is, all the way.
That was definitely too much for Croc there to do all on his own. I mean, there was 30 seconds left. He was down on half HP. Last members were all kind of spread out, and the plant was in a default position, so easily held by the attackers, especially with such a numbers advantage. Well, luckily, you don't lose any extra points if this goes all the way to 15, which it just did. but it is just an anyone's game now. He will take that victory. Is it going to be another overtime victory for Fnatic? Or is it going to be Wild? That after those 3 rounds in a row surely seemed like they were having that momentum, and then the technical pause happened.
Now, who can be the one that sets this apart? We have seen this site go both ways. We've seen the pressure come from both teams. We've seen huge performances. But it all ends here. One of these runs has to come to an end. Now, both of them have secured themselves a point. I think that might secure ITB as being at the bottom of the EUL leaderboard from the end of today and the end of our Super Week. Can Fnatic jump one more team? Can they get a little bit further along? Because they could, if they get 2 from this, jump Ents as well, be knocking on the door of salvation. Desperately needed in the same stroke. Wild, it wouldn't leapfrog anyone at this point, but the closer they can stay to Secret on the up and up, the closer they can stay to Wolves, creates a big divide of 5 to Virtus Pro up towards 9 of Wild between 5th and 6th.
And again, if you stay top 6, the major dream is alive, as you do get the opportunity to go to playoffs where you go into the best of 3s rather than the best of 1s, and it's just, again, a reset battlefield. Our Secret Heroes are coming in this final round to see if there's any utility. There's plenty. There's barbed wire. There's castle barricades. They have plenty to choose from to open up, but for now, it's just barbed wire to make sure that if the push comes in from the library side, that they will not be hindered by that wire. Not slowed down, not giving away the information. Those castle barricades, they might be able to just stay shut. They're not really that important for now, at least, as Leighton tried to lay into the door out there and almost managed to take a head home.
Who will get that first taste of their opponent? A bit of a reveal around the top of Ivy, but nobody's there to act and operate on the back of it. And as the time gets thinner and thinner, you can see the loose players start to tempt themselves with getting closer back into sight. Deepek wants to be revealed at the last possible minute, and he has a very deep 2-story angle, hoping for pressure to come in. The swing is there, the impact, and impact burst doesn't quite get rid of the detonation. There's still a watch down below, still hoping. But at what point are you just keeping yourself out of the equation here?
Well, if they do jump through the window, he's able to stop any diffuser from getting in. Leighton's still very close. It would be a huge pick if they go for it, as Kento goes aggressive on the window on Piano, but they're all on Ivy stacked up. They must be coming at any second as Leon will run out and find the first kill.
Gets the second as well, forced by a grenade, and Dodo operates on the back of it, moves in towards Piano, but gets cut down. Sox is there, and Freck is all that's left here of Wild, not finding another overtime loss. He's caught out either side, 20 seconds, Fnatic. They're able to secure a win, a huge fight back for the embattled roster that has done everything. And why always me indeed, Sucks, as they're able to get themselves there to another win, up to 7th place. Who reads lips?
I was gonna say, do you read lips? Because I definitely struggle with that one, but a great round from Fnatic there in the end. After a long game, we'll be taking home the 2 points. And again, with that, they'll no longer be at the bottom of the standings at this point. They'll slowly start creeping back up. But of course, that top 6 position is where you want to be. Wild are currently in that, you know, they still extend themselves with a point, but would have preferred more.
As I said it at the time, Wild, if they were able to win that overtime, they would have had a technical 2-game buffer to anyone behind them trying to chase. Now, they are less than a full game away from where Fnatic sit. But that is enough from you and I. As it sounds, my voice is gone anyway. So let's throw it over to Milos and the gang.
I mean, I can never get enough of you two. And here we are at the end of our Playday. Fnatic drag it across the line. Overtime, max overtime, Des. That's how it always goes, too. I can never unhear Tim in my head in that situation. Gentlemen, we got it. It's done.
Did anybody else here think that this Playday was never going to end?
It was.
I thought we were just going to stay here until the Montreal Major, but alas, we finally have it done. Fnatic get it over the line in the 15th round.
Again. And that's the biggest problem with me is that I feel for these guys because they didn't play bad. I don't think they did. I think actually both teams, I think in the opposite way to where Virtus.pro and ENCE played, and it felt like both teams really struggled hard, and it was a game of who plays the least worst would win. I think both of these teams played a pretty decent chalet, and actually both deserved the win, and in the end that's why it was so close, and all the way till the end it was very close onto that last round. Overall, Jack, I have to say, I'm a bit sad for Fnatic because they always get into these situations where it's always so close and eventually get to the point.
It's going to be another one, you know, when we end up speaking something, it's going to be another one where they're going to be happy that they won. They are now on a 2-win streak. They have now got points out of the last 3 games, but they know that that could have been 9 points from the last 3 games, and it's not going to be, it's going to be 5. That's, you know, it's something, but it's not something that they obviously wanted. I think in the context of this game, there was how many? Let's just count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rounds out of the 15 where an individual player got a 3K or more. So what that tells me is that both teams were quite evenly matched, and the key differential in 9 of the 15 rounds was whether one player could have a pop-off moment or not. Sarx was excellent on the entry. Leon had a couple of big individual moments, especially on that Melusi up on the top floor. We saw Freck go massive in 2 rounds of Wild to get them back to overtime. In isolation, this was one of the most entertaining chalets I've actually seen in a long, long time.
And when you see in a BO1, one player with 20 kills and another one with 18, 48 kills for 2 players across a single BO1, that's completely crazy. It was such a big bloodbath, and again, it tells you just how close this league is getting, because despite ENCE all the way at the bottom, I think we're getting really, really close in this middle of the pack, and they're all fighting to get that playoff spot right now.
And I will say, even though Kanto is at the bottom of Fnatic there on the scoreboard, he got some incredibly important kills much later in this matchup that enabled Fnatic to get back in the saddle, Jack.
Yeah, he opened up Fnatic's very final attack, didn't he, with that rappel onto the office balcony there, you know. Kanto, we was talking about it actually, he's got to play in a position where he's got to be confident even when he's not playing well. So it was nice to see that even in overtime, he was sticking to that principle.
And factually, you could see it. The guy got involved out of 12 rounds. He got involved in 5 entry engagements. Won 3 of them and lost 2. Still a decent trade, but that's what we expect from this guy. And when you think about this game right now, when we go back to the individuals, we should probably focus on 2 guys.
Yeah.
I think it has to be Sarx and Leighton.
Yeah.
These 2 guys were absolutely crazy on both sides and had very different roles. I think if you look at Sarx, right, he's been playing a little bit more, I wouldn't say that entry goal, but at least a flexible role when he can get creative and get frag heavy. And that's, I just want to tell you guys, it's been 3 matches in a row that Sarx drops 15, 16 or 17 kills. It's absolutely crazy, and he's such a good pickup right now, and he for sure is part of the stars of tomorrow. Now you look at Leighton, we already highlighted him the Playday before. We already see him as the in-game leader that brought Wild together with tons of new prospects from Tier 2, led that team with a new vision. But I want to pay attention to this, guys. 18 kills, 9 deaths, 2 KD ratio, playing Blitz as a main operator in attack and as Zami. How do you do this? You lead a team, you play utility-based operators, you play a shield, and you play anchor, and you still drop double digits with a 2 KD? It's completely crazy from Leighton. Honestly, this new season is revealing more and more of new talents from Europe, and I'm behind it, man. I love it.
Yeah, I'm very excited always to see kind of those upcoming stars, right? The rising stars, as we had talked about them and as you guys talked about, multiple of them, and I'm sure more to come on all of the up-and-comers here in EU League. However, we have a chat with our victors. Fnatic are ready to go, and who else but Leon Gods himself? And good God, you really had to play us today again, really taking it all the way to max OT. Why? What happened there?
Because we're trolling, man. It's pissing me off. There are no better words other than that. I'm literally... I don't even know how many times we had a game plan going into these defenses, yeah? It went perfectly the first 2 rounds. The next 3 rounds, troll. Trying to do all these different plays individually, fucking pushing 1 by 1 and trying to flank and stuff. That's not what we said to do. And these guys are doing it. So, during that tech pause, like as soon as we were going into it, I went, guys, listen, just wake up. Stop trying to flank. Stop trying to do all this random stuff. We're going to just go for it, like, play together as a team. Let them make the plays. We're going to beat them every day of the week because we can win those gunfights one-on-one, and that's what we did, which finally got us, like, 2 points. But, again, should have been a 3-point. I know, like Fresh said, like, you know, it's troll off troll. But at least we're getting the wins instead of losing.
That's what I was just about to ask you, Leon. At least you're winning. You're getting used to these interviews, aren't you? What do you think it is? So just to explore that a little more, that's 8 clutches in 3 games that you've lost.
I'll tell you what, like, obviously, like, it looks bad from an outside perspective, yeah, but I genuinely do think it just comes down to, like, we're very new as a team. Like, I know a lot of people in the back think, oh, they've had loads of time together to do this and that. I promise you, we have not. We have not had enough time together as a team to make sure we get these, like, the cohesion and the team play and the coordination, communication all going together right now. A lot of the time it is me just trying to, like, make sure we're all level-headed during those rounds, but currently trying to push everyone to start talking more, which helped us out a lot in those rounds in this game as well. But yeah, it just comes down, like I said, like, new team, and we're just missing up on comms and stuff, just because that's just what new teams do. Like, you know, you can't be perfect.
You still did have a couple of good rounds. Sax and Deepak managed to pull one out on the kitchen side. So just on Sax, he's had another great game. What are you feeding him?
He's just, I don't know what he's feeding him. I think it's just in the background. We always hear trumpets or like some sort of music instrument is going on in the background when we're scribbling and stuff. And I think that's what really powers him and us, because it's just the funniest thing ever. Like, it'll just be dead quiet, and all of a sudden you hear the trumpet going in the background. It's just so funny. I don't know what he's doing in his house, but I don't know what he's feeding himself either. But
you're the harmonica guy.
I've got another thing as well. I can't remember what the actual name is, but it's coming out next week. It's downstairs in the garage.
Honestly, between Panari, bless his heart, back in the days, between
I have a flute as well.
Yeah, so there you go. You got flute, harmonica. We had guitars on. I had a trumpet once. I was playing with Chowder. Like, there's a lot of talent here in Siege, and it definitely showed today in the server specifically for you. Now, look, I really want to ask you about this, because I mean, this is coming out soon, but, like, we had a chat yesterday, a very, very long one together. And I want to see, for you, as IGL, this team, as you yourself are saying, you did not have much time to work together to get to where we are today. Do you feel that this Super Week has helped you improve and get to the lessons that you wanted to learn?
Well, for us, it was a regular week because we had a day off in between. But that being said, I do think, like, these 2 wins for us mentally and everything like that is really going to start pushing us to just be better and start realizing how good we actually are. Like, I think, like I said, first 2 play days, I think we were just scared because, you know, it's been a while since, like, most of us have won anything. You know, we've had really 4 years together. And it's just about getting back into that mindset. And I think everyone's really wanting to prove everyone wrong, like, this time around. I really push for that stuff. And I think it's just showing in our gameplay. Like, I mean, yeah, it might not be, like, the absolute best at the moment, or it might not be, you know, it looks like a bit sloppy, but it's getting there. Like I'm saying, you're seeing Starks, like, dropping back to back, like 15 plus kills. It's just ridiculous.
Leon, it's been an absolute pleasure again to have you here on the interview. Congratulations once more on the win. That's Fanatic and Max OT taking 2 points from our final matchup of the day. We'll let you go, get some rest, unwind after this game.
Right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Go unwind, maybe with a bit of Renki to kind of let it out of your system.
Can't wait for that.
Exactly. And then we'll talk about all of this for next week. Well, again, a pleasure. I'll see you then.
As always, thank you very much.
Well, there it is, Jack, our final game.
I love Leon interviews.
Honestly, always there's obviously we love chatting with the players and picking their brains, but there are some that are just so much fun to have a chat
and
with.
Brutally honest as well.
Yeah,
brutally
Joystick being one of them.
Yeah, Doki as well.
Yeah, it's just you kind of sit down, have a drink with them, and just talk about Siege, the game that we all love in here, and kind of pinch those details. However, one detail we cannot leave out is that there are still some tickets left for the Montreal Major, which is what Leon and all the other players are playing for to qualify here in EUL. So if you haven't grabbed yours, get hyped, get excited, grab it, and we can want to see you in Montreal.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Here's our standings for our Super Week. Because we have 3 play days, and of course, not all teams are playing. Wolves were off today. Fnatic were off yesterday. And I really forget who was off on the first day, but ITB into the breach. There you go. So here's the winners and losers of the Super Week, Jack.
Yeah, so we wanted to show this because obviously 3 games back to back to back for some teams can drastically change the standings for them. If you look at the start of the week when we were starting to think about some of these teams, Secret hadn't, were low in the table. Fnatic obviously were pretty much bottom of the table, and you're starting to think they can really drastically change and push themselves up the table. And at the same time, you're kind of seeing ITB 0 points from the Super Week. So there's been some really, really big winners and some really, really big losers from this Super Week. But obviously, nobody, as you can see here, managed to achieve 3 wins.
Yeah, the key takeaway here for me is that we're at the middle of the season, and you have G2 as a big winner of this. For example, BDS is an expected one. Secret is another big winner for me.
Especially with who they beat.
Yeah, beating both G2 and BDS, the 2 Super Week leaders, by the way.
Yeah.
And still they're up there. Fnatic, in my opinion, is still a big winner, not because they won 4 points out of 2 overtime wins, but because I think it's really the kickoff for them to really start developing and having regulation wins in the rest of the season. And then probably the biggest losers, Wolves, Virtus.pro, ITB.
And now, of course, some of these teams, 3 of them were off, as we mentioned, however, one of the days. However, when it comes to the entire stage so far at the end of Play Day 6, it looks like this. BDS at the top with 14, G2 at 12, 11 for Wolves, 10 for Secret, 8 for Wild, 5 for VP, Fnatic, 4 for ENCE, and 3 for ITB. Remember, that 6 cutoff is where you want to be, and things have completely reshuffled, Jack.
Wow, ITB at bottom. I did not realize that was the case. What I will say, just looking at this straight off the bat, we've kind of got a top 4 that's emerging to fight for those top 2 spots, and then a bottom 5 that are fighting for the bottom 2 spots of the playoffs for 5th and 6th place. I think, looking at it, VP achieving wins, Fnatic achieving wins, ENCE even getting themselves a win, and ITB free falling down that table, shows just how competitive it is. 2-3 weeks time, we're going to have best of 3s to go to Montreal. And I genuinely, looking at this table, cannot tell you who's going to be involved. Other than maybe BDS and G2 and Wolves.
And even then.
11 was the mark. 11 points was the mark last stage.
If you think of what really changed the game here, I think, is that Secret was able to get wins against both G2 and BDS.
Yeah.
And that, for me, is a big thing. Because for BDS to lose points to a team, that's just shuffling the whole balance. You want BDS to take as many points as you can right now, because they will be first anyway.
Yeah.
And that way you have a better chance at actually being in that top 6. Now, the fact that they drop points to Secret really changed completely the balance. And that, for me, is the bigger story.
Yeah.
And that's why you see ITB, VP, ENCE, all of them trying to fight for that 6th spot. And right now, they're all out of range, because Fnatic is doing better. Fnatic is starting to win. And Wild, well, they've got enough of a lead time with a double win at the beginning of the season.
Nothing looks clear-cut anymore.
That's why this is the most entertaining league in the world, especially in, of course, Rainbow Six Siege.
EU-based.
EU. Honestly, there's no 2 ways around it. I've been shilling EU now since 2016, and I think we're going to continue doing it from now on. However, our next play day, because we finished the Super Week, we still have 2 more play days next week. We go back to regular schedule on Monday and Tuesday. And look what we got cooked up for you. You wanted to shuffle those standings. Well, you got Wild versus ITB, BDS versus Virtus.pro, Secret versus Fnatic, and then Wolves versus G2 to close out the day. Oh boy.
That last one, I wanted to see it for a long time. I think it will be really entertaining. It's the fight for the top 2 spot, I think. If you look at the rest, Secret, Fnatic will be really interesting with the current developments of the 2 teams in a really good up-and-up trajectory. BDS VP is a classic, and ITB, that's rough. Facing Wild right now, when they're all the way down the standings and Wild is hyped up, that's a rough one.
Again, just I cannot work out who's going to win. I mean, obviously there's going to be favorites in every game, but nobody, and this is including BDS after what we've seen today, nobody is a clear-cut favorite at the minute. Just not one team. It's crazy.
No one is safe, Jack. No one is safe in EUL, and that's the entertainment value that we provide. However, as you see it here, on the screen and with the music, we are closing off our day. It is currently 23:52 here in Copenhagen. 8 minutes to midnight. Just doesn't sound as good as 2 minutes to midnight. Iron Maiden had an idea when they made the song title back in those days. But gentlemen, an absolute pleasure. Today, Jack, it was an absolute pleasure with you. I will compensate over yesterday. I kind of did Jack dirty yesterday.
It's always a pleasure with me.
And I was there.
And you were there.
And Leo was here.
I was just there.
Honestly, a pleasure as always, gentlemen. These 3 days, I think we all had a lot of fun covering the games and kind of going through things in detail. A lot of content was produced here, either to be shown this week or in the next. A lot of work from a production team to give you all the stats and details and the quality product that you expect here on EUL. A big thanks to all of our casters that were with us this week, the entirety of our production crew, and well, it just keeps on going. Next week, we'll see you same time on Monday. Till then, good God, get some rest. It's been a long night. We'll see you then. We love you so much. Good night.